Welcome, dear friends, to our cozy bedtime story haven. We hope you've enjoyed a beautiful spring day filled with warmth and joy. As you settle into the evening, we invite you to unwind with the soothing sounds and gentle flicker of the fireplace in the background. Let go of your worries and embrace this moment of peace. Remember, you can enjoy these stories ad-free on our Patreon. Now, let's embark on a journey of imagination and tranquility together. Story 1. Once upon a time, in a realm where the towering trees whispered secrets to the wind, there existed a community of woodland creatures bound by an ancient harmony. This forest, with its towering sentinels and hidden glades, was a place where sunlight filtered through leaves in golden shafts, painting the ground below in shifting patterns of light and shadow. The air was rich with the sound of rustling leaves and the distant call of unseen birds, creating a symphony that seemed to echo the very heartbeat of the earth. At the heart of this verdant expanse, the forest stood as a labyrinth of life, each turn leading to new wonders and untold stories. Among these creatures was Willow, a venerable old owl whose eyes, deep as the midnight sky, held the wisdom of 1,000 moons. Her feathers were a tapestry of grays and browns, blending seamlessly with the bark of the trees she called home. Her perch was always the highest branch, from where she could observe the forest in its entirety, a guardian watching over her domain. In this world of perpetual wonder, the seasons ebbed and flowed like a gentle symphony, each movement a testament to nature's enduring grace. In the springtime, the forest floor became a living canvas, awakening with a riot of vibrant wildflowers. Their delicate petals unfurled in a slow, graceful dance to greet the sun's warm embrace, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that seemed to pulse with life. The air was thick with the intoxicating fragrance of blooming flora, a sweet perfume carried by zephyrs that rustled through the emerald canopy above, whispering ancient secrets to those who paused to listen. During these times of renewal, Willow's keen eyes caught the subtle interplay between the creatures of the forest. She noticed the industrious ants weaving intricate tunnels beneath the soil, their synchronized movements a testament to cooperation and unity. Nearby, a family of deer grazed peacefully, their velvety antlers gleaming in the dappled sunlight. Beneath the surface, hidden from view, the roots of ancient trees whispered stories of resilience and strength, their gnarled forms forming a vast network that linked every living thing. One spring morning, as the dew clung to the leaves like scattered diamonds, Willow observed a young fox, Ember, navigating the forest floor. Ember's russet coat glimmered under the morning sun, a stark contrast to the muted colors of the forest. She was curious, always sniffing the air and exploring every nook and cranny. Willow recognized in Ember a restless spirit, much like her own in her youth. The young fox, though playful, often paused to listen to the rustle of leaves or the distant call of a bird, as if deciphering the forest's language. Summer unfurled like a vibrant tapestry, revealing a symphony of buzzing bees and chirping songbirds. Their melodies intertwined with the gentle trickle of the forest stream, creating a harmonious chorus that resonated through the woods. Willow would perch upon a sturdy oak branch, her feathers ruffled by the occasional cooling breeze, and marvel at the abundant growth that surrounded her. The lush foliage provided shelter for countless creatures, each playing their part in the intricate tapestry of the woodland ecosystem. In those sun-drenched days, Willow observed the tireless work of the bees as they flitted from blossom to blossom, their tiny bodies dusted with pollen. She admired the songbirds' vibrant plumage, a dazzling array of colors that caught the sunlight like shards of stained glass. The forest itself seemed to breathe with life, a living organism where every rustle of leaves and every flutter of wings contributed to the symphony of existence. Ember, too, was busy, learning the ways of survival. She watched the bees with fascination, trying to mimic their dance between flowers, though her attempts often ended in clumsy tumbles. Yet her determination never wavered, a testament to her resilient heart. Willow saw this and decided to keep an even closer watch, understanding that this young fox might one day be a key part of the forest's harmony. As autumn's chill crept through the forest, Willow witnessed a breathtaking transformation. The once verdant leaves adorned themselves in a kaleidoscope of crimson, amber, and golden hues, creating a magnificent canvas that stretched as far as the eye could see. The crisp air carried the earthy scent of decay, a poignant reminder of nature's cycle of rebirth and renewal. It was during these autumnal nights, when the full moon cast its silvery glow upon the forest floor, that Willow observed a truly magical phenomenon. Tiny specks of light, like ethereal fireflies, would dance among the fallen leaves, weaving intricate patterns that seemed to defy the laws of nature. These were the forest sprites, guardians of the woodlands, whose magical presence ensured the harmonious balance of the ecosystem. The sprites, Willow had learned, were as old as the forest itself, their luminescent forms shimmering like stars fallen to earth. They moved with a grace that belied their diminutive size, tending to the delicate balance of the woodland. Each sprite carried a tiny, glowing seed, a symbol of hope and renewal, which they planted in the hidden nooks of the forest floor, ensuring that the cycle of life would continue unbroken. On one such night, Ember found herself drawn to the flickering lights. She watched in awe as the sprites danced, her eyes wide with wonder. Willow, perched high above, felt a surge of pride. She knew that Ember was beginning to understand the deeper magic of the forest, a magic that went beyond mere survival. As winter's icy grip descended upon the land, Willow sought refuge in the hollowed trunk of a mighty oak, her feathers fluffed against the biting chill. Yet even in this season of dormancy, she found beauty in the crystalline icicles that adorned the bare branches, catching and refracting the pale winter light like a million tiny prisms. In the stillness of winter, Willow's thoughts turned inward, reflecting on the lessons she had learned throughout her long life. She shared these insights with the young owlets nestled beside her, their eyes wide with wonder. She spoke of the delicate equilibrium that governed the forest, where every creature, plant, and element played an essential role in maintaining the balance. She taught them to respect the cycles of nature, to appreciate the abundance it provided, and to honor the ancient magic that flowed through its veins. One particularly harsh winter's night, as the wind howled outside, Willow told the owlets a tale of her youth, when she had once doubted her place in the grand scheme of things. She recounted how, in a moment of uncertainty, she had ventured to the heart of the forest, seeking answers. It was there, beneath the sprawling branches of the elder tree, that she had encountered the great spirit of the forest. The spirit, an ethereal presence woven from the very essence of the woods, had revealed to her the interconnectedness of all life, and the vital role she played within it. This revelation had instilled in Willow a profound sense of purpose, a guiding light that had illuminated her path ever since. As she recounted this story to the young owlets, she saw the flicker of understanding in their eyes, a spark of awareness that would one day blossom into wisdom. Meanwhile, Ember had taken refuge in a cozy burrow, huddled against the cold. There, she too contemplated her place in the forest. The memory of the sprite's dance lingered in her mind, a beacon of hope amidst the bleak winter landscape. She understood now that she was part of something larger, a living tapestry of life and magic. One night, as the wind's howl softened to a gentle murmur, Ember felt a strange pull, a call she couldn't ignore. She ventured out once more, drawn by a new sensation, a sound she had never noticed before. It was a gentle hum, almost imperceptible, rising from the heart of the forest. Following the sound, her paws crunched softly on the snow, lighting her to the base of the elder tree. There she met the great spirit of the forest, a presence felt more than seen, with an aura of warmth that defied the cold. The spirit spoke to Ember not with words, but with a shared understanding, conveying the importance of each creature in the forest, no matter how small. Ember felt a newfound sense of belonging, an awareness of her role in the grand design. She realized that the dance of the sprites, the wisdom of Willow, and the labor of the bees were all threads in the same tapestry, one of unity and interdependence. With this revelation, Ember returned to her burrow, carrying the spirit's message close to her heart. She knew that as the seasons changed, she would grow, learn, and one day guide others, just as Willow had guided her. In this magical forest she had found her place, and with it, the understanding that harmony was the true magic that bound them all together. Time progressed, and as the harshness of winter slowly gave way to the promise of spring, Ember found herself no longer just a solitary wanderer, but a guardian in her own right. Her russet coat was now a familiar sight to the woodland creatures, and her reputation as a gentle, wise leader began to grow. She often found herself standing shoulder to shoulder with Willow, their eyes scanning the vast expanse of the forest, ensuring its continued harmony. In these moments of shared silence, Willow and Ember understood the unspoken bond that connected them, a bond forged through seasons of change and growth. Willow, once the sole sentinel of the forest's wisdom, had found in Ember not just a successor, but a companion who shared her reverence for the delicate balance of their world. Thus the forest, with its timeless rhythm, continued to thrive, a testament to the enduring power of nature and the wisdom of those who called it home. The lives of the natural creatures were intricately woven with the ebb and flow of the elements, each moment a tapestry of wonder and magic, forever preserved in the whispers of the wind. Story 2. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and sprawling meadows, the air was always filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of honeybees. This village was a place where time seemed to move at its own, leisurely pace, and the worries of the world felt a million miles away. The villagers, with their warm smiles and kind eyes, lived in harmony with the land, their lives woven with the rhythms of nature. In the heart of Willowbrook stood an old stone cottage with ivy-clad walls and a thatched roof, belonging to a kind-hearted young woman named Layla. Layla was known throughout the village for her gentle smile and her eyes that sparkled with curiosity and warmth. She lived a simple life, tending to her garden, where the sun-kissed petals of daisies and marigolds danced in the breeze and weaving colorful tapestries that told stories of the village's rich history. One misty morning, as the sun began to peek through the clouds, casting a golden hue over the dew-laden grass, Layla decided to explore the attic of her cottage, a place she had scarcely visited. Dust motes danced in the beams of light that crept through the small window, and as she rummaged through forgotten boxes and bundles, her fingers brushed against something cool and smooth. It was an unassuming, weathered mirror, its surface slightly tarnished and rimmed with an ornate frame of entwined vines and flowers, echoing the beauty of the gardens she so lovingly tended. Curiosity piqued, Leela carried the mirror downstairs and placed it beside the fireplace. As she polished its surface, she noticed something peculiar. The reflection did not merely show her own image, but seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly glow. Intrigued, Leela leaned closer, and to her astonishment, the mirror whispered in a voice as soft as a summer breeze, "Look beyond the surface, and you shall find the path to your heart's desire." Layla, though surprised, felt no fear. Instead, her heart swelled with a sense of wonder. She decided to share her discovery with her dear friend Oliver, the village storyteller, who lived just a stone's throw away. Oliver was a man with a twinkle in his eye and a laugh that could warm the coldest of hearts. His cottage, adorned with stacks of books and scrolls, was a testament to a life spent gathering tales from near and far. He was always eager for a new tale, and upon hearing Layla's story, his eyes widened with delight. "You must follow its call," Oliver urged, his voice filled with excitement. "There are legends of such mirrors leading the worthy to hidden treasures or forgotten wisdom. But remember, it is not the prize that truly matters, but the journey itself." As Leela prepared for her journey, Oliver handed her a small, weathered map of the surrounding woods. "This will guide you to places where stories have breathed life for centuries," he said with a knowing smile. Thus, Layla embarked on a journey unlike any she had imagined. With the mirror tucked safely in her satchel, she ventured into the whispering woods that bordered Willowbrook. The trees here were ancient, their branches weaving a tapestry of leaves that danced in the dappled sunlight. As she walked, the woodland creatures watched her with curious eyes, sensing the gentle spirit within her. Her first destination was a clearing bathed in golden light, where a troop of squirrels was engaged in a lively debate over the best acorns of the season. The leader, a wise old squirrel with a bushy tail and a penchant for storytelling, introduced himself as Thistle. "Ah, the mirror has chosen wisely," Thistle chirped with a knowing nod. "To find what you seek, you must first help others find what they have lost." Eager to assist, Layla listened as Thistle explained that a mischievous wind had scattered the acorns far and wide, and the squirrels were struggling to gather their winter supply. Layla, with her gentle touch and thoughtful mind, devised a clever plan. She arranged a trail of breadcrumbs leading to the hidden acorns, guiding the squirrels to their prize. The squirrels cheered and chattered in delight, grateful for Layla's kindness. Thistle, in return, gifted Layla a small, acorn-shaped charm, crafted from the finest oak. "This charm," he said, "will guide you when the path is unclear." With the charm in hand, Leela continued her journey, feeling a warmth in her heart that came from helping others. The mirror's glow seemed to brighten, as if recognizing her newfound wisdom. As she wandered deeper into the wood, the path grew narrow and winding, leading her to a serene lake that mirrored the azure sky. Here she found a family of ducks, their feathers glistening in the sun, but their expressions were troubled. The youngest duckling had strayed too far and was now lost amidst the reeds. Without hesitation, Leela knelt by the water's edge and began to hum a soft, melodious tune. Her voice carried over the gentle ripples, a beacon of comfort and assurance. Slowly the little duckling emerged from the reeds, drawn by the soothing melody, and waddled back to its family, quacking merrily. The mother duck quacked her gratitude, and in a gesture of thanks offered Layla a delicate feather, which shimmered with iridescent hues. "This feather," she said, "holds the spirit of the lake. It will remind you of the power of gentleness." With two gifts now in her possession, Layla felt a deep sense of fulfillment. The mirror's surface shimmered once more, guiding her to the forest's edge, where a small, secluded garden lay hidden. Here the air was filled with the intoxicating fragrance of jasmine and lavender, and at its center stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching toward the sky. Beneath the oak's protective canopy, Leela found a small stone pedestal, and upon it a book bound in soft, green leather. The book opened at her touch, revealing pages filled with stories of old, tales of love, friendship, and the wisdom of the natural world. As Leela read, the mirror whispered its final message: "The greatest treasure is the journey that brings you closer to the heart of life, and those you meet along the way." Before returning to Willowbrook, Leela took a moment to reflect by the garden's edge, feeling the cool earth beneath her feet and the gentle rustling of leaves whispering secrets of the forest. It was in this moment of stillness that she realized her journey had not only been about discovery, but also about rediscovering herself, her strengths, her empathy, and the beauty of her connection with the world around her. With a heart full of gratitude, Layla returned to Willowbrook, where the villagers eagerly gathered to hear her tale. She shared her journey, the kindness of the squirrels and the ducks, and the priceless treasures she had gained, not the charm or the feather, but the lessons of empathy and understanding. From that day on, Leela's cottage became a place of gathering for those seeking stories and solace. The mirror, with its gentle glow, remained a beloved part of her home, a reminder of the wondrous journey and the magic that lay within the ordinary. The villagers passed on Leela's tale, weaving it into the fabric of their own lives, understanding that the true treasures of life lay not in material wealth, but in the bonds we forge and the love we share. As the seasons changed, Willowbrook thrived, with its tapestry of stories growing ever richer. Oliver, inspired by Leela's tale, began collecting more stories from the villagers, creating a compendium of their lives and adventures, each tale interwoven with Layla's journey. This compendium became a cherished treasure, read by the fireside on long winter nights, fostering a sense of unity and shared history among the villagers. In the heart of the village, an annual festival was established to celebrate the stories of Willowbrook. It was a time when the village square came alive with the vibrant colors of banners and the lively tunes of fiddles and flutes. Villagers, young and old, gathered to share their tales, and Leela's story was always the highlight, a reminder of the magic that lay within every heart and the journeys that brought them closer together. As the festival lights twinkled in the night and laughter echoed through the air, Willowbrook stood as a testament to the enduring power of stories, a village where hearts were open and every journey was cherished. The mirror in Leela's cottage continued to whisper to those who dared to listen, guiding them on their own paths of discovery, forever illuminating the beauty of the world beyond the surface. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and gold, a stranger arrived in Willowbrook. His name was Elias, a traveler from a distant land, seeking solace from a past he wished to forget. His eyes were shadowed by the weight of untold stories, and his heart carried the scars of battles both lost and won. Intrigued by the tales of the village, Elias found himself drawn to Leela's cottage, hoping to find peace within its walls. Leila welcomed him with her gentle smile, sensing the turmoil within his soul. As they sat by the fire, she shared her journey with the mirror, offering him a glimpse of the magic that had transformed her life. Elias listened intently, his heart slowly thawing under the warmth of Leela's words. He realized that the true battle was not with the world outside, but with the fears and doubts that lay within. Determined to find his own path, Elias accepted the mirror's call, embarking on a journey of healing and self-discovery. With Leela's guidance and the wisdom of the villagers, he learned to embrace his past, finding strength in vulnerability and courage in compassion. On his journey, Elias discovered a hidden grove, a place where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was soft with moss. Here he encountered a wise old stag with antlers that seemed to touch the sky. The stag, with eyes that reflected the depths of time, offered Elias a simple truth: to heal, one must first forgive. Elias, moved by the stag's words, sat beneath the towering trees, unpacking the burdens he had carried for so long. As he reflected on his past, he found the strength to forgive himself and those who had caused him pain. In that moment of release, the grove seemed to shimmer with an ethereal light, and Elias felt a profound sense of peace wash over him. As the seasons passed, Elias became a part of the village tapestry, his own story interwoven with those of Willowbrook, a testament to the transformative power of love and understanding. He shared his newfound wisdom with others, becoming a beacon of hope and resilience for those who crossed his path. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its stories echoing through the hills and meadows, a reminder of the beauty that lies within every heart and the journeys that bring us closer to the essence of life. In the quiet moments when the world seemed to hold its breath, the mirror in Leela's cottage whispered its eternal truth, guiding all who listened toward their heart's true desire. In time, Leila and Elias grew close, their lives becoming entwined like the vines on the mirror's frame. They spent many an evening sharing tales and dreams by the flickering firelight, their laughter a melody that warmed the cottage walls. Together they cultivated a garden of their own, a sanctuary of wild flowers and herbs that echoed the harmony they found in each other's company. As the years went by, their story became yet another cherished thread in Willowbrook's rich tapestry. Leila's cottage, once a solitary haven, now thrived with the shared joys of friendship and love. The mirror, ever watchful, glowed softly, a testament to the enduring magic that bound the village and its people. In the end, it was not just the stories they lived that defined Willowbrook, but the love and understanding they nurtured in their hearts. Through the cycles of life and the changing seasons, the village remained a beacon of hope and unity, its spirit as timeless as the hills and meadows that cradled it. And so the whispers of the mirror lived on, guiding each heart toward its true desire, ever illuminating the path to a life of fulfillment and connection. Story 3. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to one another, there lay a quaint little village known as Lumen Hollow. It was a place where the air carried the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and the cobblestone paths were dappled with soft, golden sunlight filtering through the leaves. This village, nestled snugly between the towering oaks and gentle streams, was home to a most curious mystery. One crisp autumn morning, as the villagers awoke to the gentle sound of birdsong, they discovered something unusual. The usually vibrant colors of the forest had faded overnight, leaving the landscape in muted shades of gray. The villagers, wrapped in their woolen cloaks, gathered at the village square, their breaths visible in the chilly air, whispering in hushed tones about this strange occurrence. The village square, usually a bustling hub of vibrant market stalls and lively chatter, now felt like a scene from an old, forgotten painting. The once cheerful red of the baker's awning was now a dull, tired gray, and the colorful ribbons that adorned the market stalls hung limply, devoid of their usual charm. Even the air seemed still, as if it too was holding its breath, waiting for the colors to return. Among the villagers was a kind-hearted young girl named Isolde, known for her keen eyes and inquisitive nature. With her auburn hair braided with twigs and leaves, she had a knack for discovering the hidden wonders of Lumen Hollow. Isolde was not just curious, she was deeply empathetic. She understood the villagers' unease, feeling the weight of their worry as if it were her own. Sensing the unease around her, Isolde decided to investigate the mystery of the faded colors. As she wandered deeper into the forest, Isolde noticed a faint, shimmering trail that glowed softly against the gray backdrop. It was as if the colors themselves had left footprints behind. Intrigued, she followed the trail, her boots crunching the fallen leaves underfoot, each step echoing softly in the stillness. The forest, usually a symphony of rustling leaves and chattering wildlife, was eerily quiet, the absence of color seemingly silencing its creatures. The trail wound through the woods, leading Isolde to a secluded glade where the air was thick with enchantment. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its branches heavy with the weight of many years. Beneath the oak's sprawling limbs sat a wise old owl named Thaddeus, his feathers a tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes as deep and knowing as the forest itself. "Hello, young Isolde," hooted Thaddeus, his voice as warm as a woolen blanket. "What brings you to this hidden corner of the woods?" The owl's eyes twinkled with a hint of amusement, as if he already knew the answer but relished the telling of tales. With a respectful nod, Isolde explained the mysterious loss of color in their beloved forest. Thaddeus listened attentively, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "Ah, I believe I know the root of this mystery," he said, ruffling his feathers with a gentle shake. "The colors have been borrowed by a mischievous sprite named Celandine. She means no harm, but is rather fond of playing pranks." Isolde felt a gentle tug of curiosity mingling with her concern. "How do we persuade Celandine to return the colors?" she asked, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. She wondered what could move a sprite, a creature so whimsical and free, to acts of kindness. Thaddeus blinked slowly, as if pondering the question. "Sprites are creatures of whimsy and delight," he explained. "Perhaps a gift of laughter will coax her into restoring what she has taken." With a nod of agreement, Isolde thanked Thaddeus and made her way back to the village, the shimmering trail still guiding her steps. Along the way she stopped at the edge of a gentle stream, her reflection rippling in the water. She thought of the stories her grandmother used to tell, tales filled with laughter and lessons, and realized that this was what the village needed. A gathering of stories and laughter, where the villagers could share their fondest memories and tales, filling the air with joy. As twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, the villagers gathered around a crackling bonfire in the village square. Laughter bubbled like spring water as they shared stories of past adventures, each tale more wondrous than the last. The joy in their voices rose into the night, carried by the gentle breeze. Hidden among the shadows, Celandine watched, her eyes twinkling with amusement and delight. The sprite, a small creature with wings like stained glass and hair like spun moonlight, was drawn to the laughter like a moth to a flame. She danced and twirled in the air, her presence felt but unseen. Moved by the warmth and camaraderie of the villagers, Celandine fluttered to the center of the circle, her laughter a soft, tinkling sound like a bell. "Your stories have filled my heart with mirth," she chimed, her voice light and airy. "In return, I shall restore the colors to your world." With a wave of her tiny hand, a cascade of vibrant hues spilled into the night, painting the forest anew. Leaves blushed with reds and golds, the sky deepened to a rich indigo, and flowers bloomed with renewed brilliance. The villagers gasped in awe, their hearts swelling with gratitude. As the colors returned, Isolde stepped forward and smiled at Celandine. "Thank you, dear sprite," she said warmly. "May you always find joy in our stories." And so it was that the mystery of the faded colors was solved, not through force or demand, but through the gentle power of laughter and friendship. The villagers returned to their homes, their hearts light and content, while Isolde lingered a moment longer, watching the stars twinkle above, their light as comforting as a lullaby. In the whispering wood, the trees whispered once more, their secrets safe and sound. And as the village of Lumen Hollow settled into a peaceful slumber, the tale of the mischievous sprite and the wise old owl became yet another cherished story to be shared around the fire, warming hearts on many a cold night to come. Before retiring to her cozy, lantern-lit cottage, Isolde took a detour through the forest paths. She felt a kinship with the woods that had cradled her childhood, its secrets now her own. The rustling leaves seemed to applaud her resolve, each flutter a whisper of gratitude. She paused by the ancient oak where she had met Thaddeus, now silhouetted against the moonlit sky. "Thank you, old friend," she murmured, sensing the owl's presence among the branches. Thaddeus, with his keen eyes ever watchful, hooted softly in reply, a sound that echoed like a gentle lullaby in the still night. As she walked back, Isolde realized that the adventure had stirred something within her, a desire to understand the world beyond the tales of old. Her heart swelled with a newfound determination, a resolve to seek out the unseen wonders of the whispering wood and beyond. The night was alive with promise, each star a beacon lighting her path to the unknown. The next morning, as dawn's first light kissed the village, Isolde awoke with a sense of purpose. She gathered her satchel, filling it with provisions and a small journal her grandmother had gifted her, its pages blank and eager for new stories. She felt the pull of the forest, a calling to explore its mysteries further and to seek the sprites, spirits, and creatures that dwelled with it. Before her departure, she visited the village elder, a woman whose eyes shimmered with the wisdom of many years. "The forest has many tales yet untold," the elder said, her voice a gentle rustle like autumn leaves. "Listen to its whispers, for they will guide you." Isolde nodded, her heart warmed by the elder's words. The villagers, now bustling with renewed vigor, waved her off, their smiles as bright as the morning sun. They knew Isolde's journey was not just for her, but for the village, for the stories that would return with her. As Isolde stepped once more into the embrace of the whispering wood, the path before her seemed to glow with possibility. Her adventure was just beginning, the forest alive with secrets waiting to be uncovered, each step a promise of discovery and wonder. As she ventured deeper, the forest began revealing its layers to her, a tapestry of life and magic woven with the whispers of the ancient trees. She encountered a hidden brook, its water shimmering with an iridescent glow. Here she paused, allowing the gentle lapping of water against stones to calm her racing thoughts. She noticed the brook had small, delicate fish that seemed to change color with the sunlight, a vivid reminder of the magic that still thrived in the whispering wood. Isolde's journey led her to a clearing where wildflowers grew in abundance, their petals unfurling to the sun. She knelt among them, inhaling deeply the rich scent of earth and blossoms, and felt a deep connection to the land that had been her home. It was here she decided to write her first entry in the journal, her pen moving swiftly across the pages as she captured the essence of her surroundings and her reflections on the journey thus far. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, Isolde set up camp for the night. She lay beneath the canopy of stars, the cool earth beneath her, and felt the gentle hum of the forest lulling her to sleep. Her dreams were filled with visions of sprites dancing among the trees, their laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves, and she awoke with a sense of belonging, a feeling that this journey was just the beginning of a grand adventure. Determined, she continued her exploration, her heart open to the whispers of the forest. The path she walked was one of discovery, each step a testament to her courage and curiosity. And as she moved forward, Isolde knew that the stories she would gather would not only enrich her own life, but also the lives of those in Lumen Hollow, weaving a tapestry of wonder and enchantment that would endure for generations. As days turned into weeks, Isolde's journey led her to encounters with the forest's many inhabitants, each meeting a new chapter in her unfolding tale. She met a family of hedgehogs who showed her hidden paths through the underbrush, and a fox with a coat as fiery as the setting sun who shared the secrets of the forest's nighttime symphony. Each creature she met added to her understanding of the whispering wood, and she marveled at the interconnectedness of all life within its bounds. One evening, Isolde stumbled upon an ancient stone circle, its surfaces etched with runes that glowed faintly in the twilight. As she traced her fingers over the markings, she felt a pulse of energy resonate from the stones, a connection to the history and magic of the land. It was here that she realized her journey was as much about discovering herself as it was about understanding the world around her. With each step, Isolde's confidence grew. The forest was no longer just a backdrop to her life. It was a living, breathing companion, guiding her through its mysteries. She felt a deep sense of gratitude for the wisdom it imparted and the courage it inspired within her. As the first snows of winter began to fall, Isolde returned to Lumen Hollow, her heart full of stories and her journal brimming with the wonders she had witnessed. The villagers gathered eagerly to hear her tales, their eyes wide with wonder as she recounted her adventures. Each story she shared brought the forest to life within their imaginations, creating a tapestry of connection that bound them all closer together. And so Isolde's journey became a part of the village lore, her tales passed down through generations, a testament to the power of curiosity, courage, and the bonds that unite us all. The whispering wood, with its secrets and wonders, continued to thrive, its stories woven into the very fabric of Lumen Hollow's identity. Story 4. In the heart of the sprawling valley, where the mountains stood as silent sentinels against the sky, the village of Eldergrove thrived amidst a tapestry of nature's splendor. The air was tinged with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the earthy aroma of the forest, which whispered secrets of the ages to those who paused to listen. It was in this idyllic setting that Lysandra, a young weaver with dreams woven as intricately as her tapestries, called home. The villagers of Eldergrove were known far and wide for their vibrant tapestries, each one a masterpiece of storytelling that captured the essence of their history and mythology. Crafted with meticulous care, these tapestries adorn the walls of grand halls and humble cottages alike, weaving tales of valor, love, and the mysteries of the world. The colors that danced across the fabric were as varied and vibrant as the village itself, each hue a reflection of the land's rich history and the people's enduring spirit. Lysandra's cottage, a small but sturdy abode at the forest's edge, was a haven of creativity and solitude. The gentle clack of her loom was a constant companion, a rhythm that once soothed her restless heart. The walls of her home were adorned with her creations, each telling a chapter of her life, yet lately even this familiar melody had lost its luster. The colors that once danced vividly before her eyes now seemed muted, as though a veil had been drawn over her inspiration. Her hands, once deft and sure, hesitated over the loom, and Lysandra found herself questioning the path she had chosen. Was weaving truly her destiny, or had she been swept along by the expectations of the village? These thoughts weighed heavily on her soul, casting shadows over her once bright spirit. She recalled her childhood days, sitting at her grandmother's feet, listening to tales of the ancient weavers who could capture the very essence of the forest in their threads. At that time her heart had been full of dreams and possibilities. Yet now that sense of wonder seemed distant. It was during one of these moments of introspection that Mara, the village's wise herbalist, appeared at her door. The evening air was crisp, and the sky was a canvas of deep indigo, scattered with stars that twinkled like distant fireflies. Mara's presence was a balm to Lysandra's troubled mind, her smile warm and reassuring. "Lysandra, dear," Mara greeted, her voice carrying the wisdom of the forest itself, "I have something for you." From her basket she retrieved a small pouch tied with a silver ribbon, its contents rustling softly. "These are starflower seeds, said to hold the magic of transformation. Plant them in the moonlit glade, and they may guide you back to your true path." Intrigued and grateful, Lysandra accepted the pouch, the seeds within feeling like a promise of something new. Yet doubt lingered. "How can seeds help me find my way back to weaving?" she asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Mara chuckled, her eyes sparkling with a knowing light. "The forest has its own ways of teaching, if you have the courage to listen." The following day, with a heart full of apprehension and hope, Lysandra ventured into the forest. The path was a mosaic of fallen leaves, their colors a riot of autumn's farewell. The air was alive with the symphony of nature, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, the gentle murmur of a brook hidden somewhere in the depths of the woods. As she reached the moonlit glade, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the world in hues of purple and gold. Lysandra carefully planted the starflower seeds, feeling the earth cool and welcoming beneath her fingers. As she stood, a gentle breeze caressed her cheek, and she felt a stirring within her, a whisper of something long forgotten. The seeds, as if touched by magic, began to sprout before her eyes. Their stems reached toward the heavens, unfurling petals that shone with an ethereal glow. The glade transformed, bathed in a soft, otherworldly light, and Lysandra felt a deep connection to the earth, as though the very soil beneath her feet was breathing. In the days that followed, Lysandra found herself drawn to the glade, where the starflowers grew in harmony with the moon's phases. Their luminescence seemed to seep into her very being, rekindling a spark of creativity that she had feared lost forever. She began to see the world with new eyes, discovering inspiration in the intricate patterns of nature. The spiral of a fern, the delicate lacework of frost on a window pane, the graceful curve of a river's bend. Each day, as Lysandra wandered through the forest, she uncovered more of its secrets. She learned to recognize the symphony of sounds that accompanied her journey, the chirping of crickets, the hoot of an owl, the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. These sounds became a part of her, echoing in her mind as she worked at her loom. Her visits to the glade were not solitary for long. One afternoon she encountered Aidan, a gentle soul who wandered the forest paths with a flute in hand. His music was a reflection of the natural world, each note resonating with the rustling leaves and babbling brooks. They quickly formed a bond, sharing stories and dreams beneath the canopy of stars. Aidan spoke of his own journey, of finding his music in the whispers of the forest and the laughter of the stream. His words resonated within Lysandra's heart, echoing her own struggles and aspirations. With his encouragement, she returned to her loom, her fingers dancing across the threads with a newfound vigor. The tapestries she created were unlike any she had woven before, vibrant and alive with the essence of her transformation. They were imbued with the magic of the forest, capturing the interplay of light and shadow, the delicate balance of nature's cycle. Each piece was a testament to her journey, a reflection of the growth she had embraced. As the seasons turned, Lysandra's confidence blossomed alongside the starflowers. She realized that change was not something to fear, but a natural part of life's tapestry. The forest had taught her that growth often bloomed from the seeds of uncertainty, and the magic she sought had been within her all along, waiting to be uncovered with patience and courage. The annual Festival of Lights, a beloved tradition in Elder Grove, arrived with the first whispers of winter. The village square was aglow with lanterns, their warm light casting flickering shadows on the cobblestones. It was here that Lysandra unveiled her latest tapestry, a masterpiece that shimmered under the glow of the lanterns. The tapestry depicted a solitary starflower, its petals unfurling toward the night sky, a symbol of courage and transformation. The villagers gathered around, their eyes wide with wonder and admiration, their murmurs of awe a melody that filled it. Standing beside Aidan, Lysandra felt a profound sense of peace and gratitude. She understood now that the loom was not just a tool, but a reflection of her spirit, weaving stories of change and transformation in every thread. The starflowers, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in embracing change, continued to bloom in the moonlit glade, a testament to the magic of transformation. As the festival continued, Lysandra embraced her place within the village, her tapestries now telling tales not just of old, but of the ever-unfolding journey of life. The night sky glittered with stars, and she knew that, like the starflowers, she would continue to grow and bloom, guided by the gentle hand of nature and the warmth of those she held dear. The festival ended, but the inspiration it ignited lingered in Lysandra's heart. With Aidan by her side, she began to teach the next generation the art of weaving, instilling in them the importance of listening to the whispering forest and finding their own path. The children, eyes wide with wonder, watched as she demonstrated the rhythm of the loom, their laughter echoing through the village like the sweet notes of Aidan's flute. Under the moonlit sky, Lysandra realized that her journey was far from over. The seeds of transformation, planted in the fertile soil of her soul, would continue to bloom as she wove new stories into the tapestry of life. And as the starflowers continued to illuminate the glade, she knew that, with each passing season, Elder Grove and its people would remain forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. In her moments of solitude, she often found herself reflecting on her journey, a path that had been as winding and unpredictable as the forest trails she loved to explore. The lessons she had learned, the friends she had made, and the beauty she had discovered in both the world and herself were threads she wove into her tapestries, each telling a story of transformation, growth, and the enduring magic of the natural world. One evening, as the village settled into the quiet lull of night, Lysandra sat with Aidan beneath a canopy of stars. The air was cool, carrying the crisp promise of winter, and the forest around them was alive with the gentle whispers of night creatures. Aidan played his flute softly, the notes weaving through the air like a gentle breeze, while Lysandra shared her latest creation, a tapestry depicting the journey of a single starflower from seed to bloom, a testament to resilience and hope. As they spoke, Aidan revealed his own dreams of composing a symphony inspired by the forest, a piece that would capture the essence of their beloved home and the magical bond they shared with it. Lysandra listened, her heart swelling with admiration and love, and she realized that their journeys were not separate, but intertwined like threads in a tapestry, each supporting and enriching the other. With the dawn of a new day, Lysandra felt a renewed sense of purpose and belonging. The forest, with its endless mysteries and timeless wisdom, had become her muse, and she knew that, as long as she listened to its whispers, her creativity would never fade. She and Aidan continued to explore the depths of the forest, discovering new wonders and drawing inspiration from its beauty. Together they wove a tapestry of life, love, and the enduring power of nature, their stories forever intertwined with the land they called home. One crisp morning, as a light frost dusted the leaves, Lysandra and Aidan ventured deeper into the woods than ever before. They stumbled upon an ancient stone circle, moss-covered and forgotten by time, a place where the earth's magic seemed to pulse with every heartbeat. The stones told stories of the past, whispering secrets of the ancient weavers and the music of the forest. Together they decided to create a new tradition, a gathering at this sacred site to celebrate the changing seasons, to share music and stories, and to honor the bond between the villagers and the forest. The first gathering was a small affair, with only a few villagers joining Lysandra and Aidan in the stone circle. But as the music flowed and stories were shared, a sense of unity and magic enveloped them all. Word of the gathering spread, and with each season more villagers joined, drawn by the promise of connection and inspiration. The stone circle became a place of pilgrimage, a testament to the enduring relationship between the people of Elder Grove and the forest that cradled them. Lysandra's tapestries evolved yet again, now telling the stories of these gatherings, the laughter, the music, and the shared dreams. They became a mosaic of the community's shared history, a tapestry of life that reflected not just her journey, but the journey of all who called Elder Grove home. As the years passed, Lysandra and Aidan watched as the children they had once taught grew into skilled weavers and musicians, each finding their own path and adding their voices to the village's rich tapestry of life. The starflowers continued to bloom, a constant reminder of the magic that lay within, and the forest remained a source of inspiration and guidance for all who sought its wisdom. In the heart of Elder Grove, under the watchful gaze of the mountains and the gentle whisper of the forest, Lysandra's spirit thrived, woven into the very fabric of the village she loved. The tapestry of her life was one of growth, transformation, and the enduring power of nature's magic, a story that would continue to be told for generations to come. In the quiet hours of dawn, as the first light kissed the tips of the trees, Lysandra found herself contemplating the horizon. The mountains, steadfast and ancient, seemed to whisper secrets of their own, a reminder that, like the earth itself, she was part of something far greater. Her journey, though deeply personal, was a thread in the vast tapestry of life, one that would continue to inspire and connect those who came after her. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit renewed, Lysandra embraced each day as a new canvas, ready to weave the stories of love, hope, and transformation that defined her world. And as the starflowers bloomed eternally in the moonlit glade, she knew that the magic of Elder Grove and the stories it held would forever be a guiding light for those who dared to dream. Story 5. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and their leaves murmured secrets to the wind, there lay a quaint little village named Luminara. This village was known for its eternal twilight, where the sky was forever painted with hues of purple and gold, casting a gentle glow over the cobblestone paths and timbered cottages. The people of Luminara were a kind-hearted folk, living harmoniously with the magical creatures that called the woods home. Every morning in Luminara was a symphony of sensory delights. The sweet fragrance of blooming lavender mingled with the earthy scent of fresh dew on cobblestones, and the air was filled with the soft music of birdsong, each note a delicate thread in the tapestry of dawn. The villagers, with their warm smiles and gentle voices, greeted the day with a quiet reverence, their hearts attuned to the mysteries that surrounded them. One day, a peculiar thing began to happen. Every morning when the villagers awoke, they found that the dewdrops on the leaves had transformed into sparkling gemstones. The villagers marveled at the beauty, but were puzzled by the mystery. The stones were unlike any they had seen before, shimmering with an inner light that seemed almost alive. The village elder, a stoic man named Eldar, who wore wisdom like a well-fitted cloak, expressed a sense of foreboding. "The forest speaks in ways we do not always understand," he cautioned, his voice a gentle rumble that resonated with the crowd. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lyra, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle spirit. Lyra had a knack for noticing the small details that others often overlooked. Her curiosity was piqued by the appearance of the gemstones, and she decided to seek the counsel of the wise old owl, Orin, who dwelled in the ancient oak at the edge of the village. Orin was a creature of great wisdom, his feathers a tapestry of silver and cream, his eyes like pools of liquid amber. When Lyra approached him, he listened intently to her tale, nodding slowly as she described the mysterious transformation of the morning dew. "Ah, the gemstones of dawn," Orin mused, ruffling his feathers thoughtfully. "They are indeed a rare occurrence, a gift from the forest itself, but such gifts are not without reason." Lyra's eyes widened with wonder. "What could the forest be trying to tell us, Orin?" she asked softly. The owl blinked slowly, considering his words. "The forest speaks in whispers and riddles, child. Perhaps it is in need of help, or perhaps it seeks to guide us towards something we have yet to see." With Orin's guidance, Lyra set out to uncover the truth behind the magical gemstones. She wandered deeper into the whispering woods, her steps light and careful on the moss-covered ground. The scent of pine and earth filled the air, and the gentle rustle of leaves accompanied her journey. As she walked, Lyra encountered a family of fireflies, their tiny lanterns flickering like stars come to earth. Noticing her, they formed a glowing path, leading her to a clearing where a small stream gurgled happily over smooth stones. Here Lyra found a creature she had never seen before, a water nymph, her skin shimmering like moonlight on water, her eyes the color of the clear summer sky. "Hello, little one," the nymph greeted in a voice that sounded like the tinkling of chimes. "I see you are curious about the jewels of the forest." Lyra nodded, her heart full of questions. "Can you tell me why the dew has turned to gems?" she asked, her voice a soft whisper against the babbling of the brook. The nymph smiled gently, the corners of her eyes crinkling with mirth. "The forest has many secrets, young Lyra, but this transformation is a sign of balance. The forest senses a disturbance, something that tips the scales of harmony." The words wrapped around Lyra like a warm cloak, and she pondered their meaning. "What can we do to restore the balance?" she inquired, eager to help. The nymph gestured to the stream, where a small island of tangled reeds had formed, blocking the flow of water. "Sometimes the solution is simpler than it seems. Nature often needs a gentle hand to guide it back to its natural course." Understanding dawned in Lyra's eyes. With the help of the fireflies and the nymph, she set to work, carefully coaxing the reeds aside to free the stream's path. As the water flowed swiftly once more, the air around them seemed to sigh with relief, and the leaves of the trees shimmered with a newfound vitality. On her way back to Luminara, Lyra paused at a majestic grove of ancient oaks, their gnarled branches stretching toward the sky. She noticed the whispering of the leaves had a different tone, one of gratitude and cheer. It was as though the forest itself breathed a little easier, its heart beating in a more harmonious rhythm. She felt a deep connection to the woods, a bond that transcended words and spoke to her soul. Returning to Luminara, Lyra found herself drawn to the village library, a place where the air was thick with the scent of parchment and ink. The library was a treasure trove of stories and knowledge, overseen by an elderly librarian named Alara, whose eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless tales. Lyra shared her adventure, and Alara listened intently, her fingers tracing the spines of ancient tomes as she pondered their significance. "The forest's balance is delicate indeed," Alara mused, her voice as soft as the turning of a page. "There is a tale long forgotten of a time when the Whispering Woods experienced a similar imbalance. It was said that a guardian spirit, a being of light and shadow, once watched over the forest, ensuring its harmony. Intrigued, Lyra leaned closer. "What happened to the guardian spirit?" she asked, her curiosity reignited. Lyra sighed, a gentle breath that stirred the dust motes dancing in the sunbeams. "It is said that the spirit's presence faded when the people of the land stopped listening to the whispers of the woods. But perhaps with your actions you have awakened its memory, rekindling the connection that was once strong." The notion filled Lyra with a sense of purpose, a determination to continue nurturing the bond between her village and the forest. She shared her newfound knowledge with the villagers, and together they embarked on a journey of rediscovery, seeking out the stories and traditions that had been lost to time. The next morning the villagers awoke to find the dewdrops glistening once more, but this time they remained as they always had been, pure and clear, reflecting the light of the ever-present twilight. Lyra shared her adventure with the village, and they marveled at the simple yet profound lesson she had learned, that sometimes the smallest actions can have the greatest impact. The villagers, inspired by Lyra's tale, began to pay closer attention to their surroundings. They started noticing small imbalances in the forest, branches weighed down with snow, leaves clogged in the gutters of the cottages, and took small actions to set them right. This newfound awareness deepened their connection to the land, and soon the village thrived in a way it never had before. Lyra, with her kind heart and curious mind, continued to wander the woods, ever ready to listen to its whispers and uncover its mysteries. On one such wander, she met a fox with a coat like burnished copper, sly and wise, who shared with her the tales of the woods from times long past. Each story was a thread in the rich tapestry of the forest's history, adding layers to her understanding of the delicate balance that sustained their world. As the stars blinked to life in the twilight sky, Lyra sat by the village hearth, the warmth of the fire enveloping her like a gentle hug. With a contented sigh, she closed her eyes, the gentle crackling of the flames and the soft rustling of the trees lulling her into a peaceful slumber, secure in the knowledge that she was part of something magical and wondrous. Late that night, as the village lay in tranquil slumber, a soft light flickered at the edge of the woods. Lyra awoke, drawn by a feeling she couldn't quite name. She slipped quietly from her home and followed the light, which danced between the trees like a will-o'-the-wisp. It led her to the ancient grove of oaks, where a shimmering figure stood, woven from moonlight and shadow. The figure glowed with an ethereal presence, its eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages. "You are Lyra," it spoke, its voice a gentle echo of the forest. Lyra nodded, awestruck. "Are you the guardian spirit?" she asked, her voice a tremor of wonder. The spirit nodded, its form shifting like smoke in a breeze. "I am the echo of the forest, a guardian reborn through the actions of those who listen." Lyra felt a profound warmth fill her heart. "What can I do to help?" she asked, eager to lend her aid. The echo extended a hand of light towards her. "Continue to listen, to learn, and to teach. The balance of the world hinges on those who care to hear its whispers." As the first light of dawn began to touch the sky, the spirit began to dissolve back into the forest. Lyra stood in silent reverence, a promise of stewardship written in her heart. She returned to Luminara, ready to share this new chapter in their tale. As she walked back to her village, Lyra noticed the subtle changes in the forest. The leaves seemed to shimmer with an inner light, and the birds sang with a renewed vigor. It was as if the very essence of the woods had been rejuvenated by her encounter with the echo. The path beneath her feet felt alive, pulsating with an energy she had never noticed before. Upon her return, the villagers gathered around her, eager to hear about her latest adventure. Lyra spoke of the echo of the forest, of its wisdom, and the responsibility it imparted upon them all. Her story resonated deeply with the villagers, igniting a collective desire to protect and nurture the Whispering Woods. Inspired by Lyra's encounter, the villagers decided to establish a tradition, a festival to celebrate their connection with the forest. They named it the Festival of Whispers, a time for reflection, gratitude, and renewal. During the festival, the villagers would gather at the ancient grove of oaks, offering gifts of flowers and songs to the forest, reaffirming their commitment to its care. The inaugural Festival of Whispers was a sight to behold. The village was adorned with garlands of wildflowers, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle. Laughter and music echoed through the woods as the villagers danced and sang, their voices blending with the whispers of the trees. As the festival reached its zenith, Lyra stood before the ancient oaks, her heart full of hope and determination. She spoke to the forest, her words a promise to continue listening to its whispers and to honor the bond that had been rekindled. Her voice carried through the trees, and for a moment the forest seemed to respond, its leaves rustling in a harmonious symphony. From that day on, the Festival of Whispers became an annual tradition, a celebration of the delicate balance between the people of Luminara and the Whispering Woods. The villagers, guided by Lyra's wisdom and the spirit of the forest, thrived in harmony with their surroundings. And so, as the twilight sky painted the village in hues of purple and gold, Lyra knew that she was part of something much greater than herself, a living tapestry of life and magic, woven together by the whispers of the woods and the hearts of those who called it home. Story 6. The Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, nestled between rolling hills and a lake that shimmered like 1,000 diamonds under the moonlight, there was a village called Elderglen. Elderglen was a place where the air always smelled of wild lavender, and the gentle breeze carried with it the sound of laughter and the scent of fresh-baked bread. The villagers lived in harmony with nature, celebrating the seasons with joyful festivals and stories passed down through generations. In this idyllic village lived a young girl named Amara. Her auburn curls bounced with every step as she danced through the meadows, always with a book tucked under her arm. Amara had a curious mind and an imagination as vast as the sky, and she cherished the stories her grandmother told her about the Whispering Woods, a magical forest that bordered the village. The Whispering Woods was said to be a place where the ordinary world met the extraordinary. It was whispered that if one listened closely, the trees would share secrets, and the streams would hum tunes from forgotten times. But it was also said that the woods were a place of mystery, guarded by unseen forces that only revealed themselves to those who were pure of heart. Amara's grandmother often spoke of a hidden world within the woods, a place where animals conversed like old friends and the flowers glowed with a light of their own. Amara dreamed of exploring this world, her heart yearning for adventure and the chance to uncover the truths behind her grandmother's tales. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the landscape in hues of amber and gold, Amara set out towards the Whispering Woods. The air was cool, and the ground crunched beneath her feet. As she entered the forest, the canopy above seemed to close around her, casting the world in a gentle green glow. Amara walked deeper into the woods, her senses alive with the rustling of leaves and the scent of pine mixed with the earthy aroma of damp soil. The path ahead was dappled with sunlight, guiding her like a trail of breadcrumbs. She moved with the quiet excitement of someone stepping into a new story. As she wandered, Amara noticed something peculiar, a delicate silver feather glistening on the path. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, catching the light in a way that made it seem almost alive. Gently picking it up, Amara felt a warm tingle spread through her fingers, as if the feather was whispering to her in a language only her heart could understand. With the feather tucked into her hair, Amara continued her journey. Soon she came upon a glen where a small stream cut through the earth, its waters babbling softly like a mother soothing her child to sleep. She sat by the stream, dipping her fingers into the cool water, and listened. It was then she heard it, a soft, melodic tune drifting through the air. Following the sound, Amara came to a clearing where the trees formed a natural amphitheater. In the center stood a small creature, unlike any she had ever seen. It was a fox, but not an ordinary one. Its fur was a deep, rich gold, and its eyes sparkled with the wisdom of ages. It played a tiny flute carved from a twig, and the music was as enchanting as a lullaby. The fox paused, looking up at Amara with a knowing smile. "Hello, traveler," it said, its voice as smooth as the autumn breeze. "I am Lyric, the guardian of this grove." Amara blinked in amazement, words momentarily escaping her. She had never spoken to an animal before, and yet somehow it felt as natural as the rhythm of her heart. "Hello, Lyric," she replied, her voice a soft whisper, still laced with wonder. Lyric's eyes twinkled. "You are not the first to wander into the whispering woods in search of magic, but tell me, what is it you truly seek?" Amara thought for a moment, her gaze drifting to the silver feather. "I seek to understand the stories my grandmother told me, to find the hidden world where dreams and reality dance together." Lyric nodded thoughtfully, the flute resting at its side. "The world you seek is here, Amara, but it reveals itself only to those who look with their hearts. Come, I will show you." With that, Lyric bounded off, leading Amara deeper into the woods. They moved through thickets and over streams, the forest alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant bird calls. The air was filled with a sense of anticipation, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath, waiting for the secrets they guarded to be revealed. Eventually they arrived at a place where the trees stood tall and proud, their trunks wrapped in vines that glowed with a gentle luminescence. It was as if the very heart of the forest beat here, a sacred place untouched by time. In the center of the grove stood a stone altar, adorned with flowers and offerings left by those who had come before. Lyric gestured towards the altar. "This is the heart of the Whispering Woods, the place where the past and present meet, where the stories of old come to life." Amara approached the altar, her heart pounding with a mix of excitement and reverence. She placed the silver feather atop the stone, and as she did, the air around her shimmered, as if the veil between worlds was lifting. Suddenly, the forest sprang to life. The trees swayed in a dance only they knew, their leaves rustling like a chorus of whispers. The flowers around the altar bloomed with a light that pulsed gently, casting the grove in a warm glow. In that moment, Amara understood. The Whispering Woods was not just a place of magic, it was a testament to the power of stories and the bonds of friendship. It was a reminder that the world was full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to seek them. Lyric watched, its eyes filled with gentle wisdom. The stories we tell, the dreams we chase, they shape the world around us, Amara. Remember this, and you will never be lost. With a heart full of newfound understanding, Amara thanked Lyric and the woods for the gift they had given her. She knew she would carry this moment with her always, a guiding light in times of uncertainty. As she made her way back to Elderglen, the silver feathers still nestled in her hair, Amara felt the warmth of the Whispering Woods within her. She had found the hidden world she sought, not through magic alone, but through the kindness of a friend and the courage to believe in the impossible. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began their nightly dance, Amara returned home. She knew that the stories of the Whispering Woods would live on, whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that sometimes the greatest adventures begin with a single step into the unknown. And that, dear listener, is the tale of Amara and the Whispering Woods, a story of friendship, discovery, and the magic that lies within us all. As you drift into dreams, may you find your own hidden worlds and the courage to explore them, knowing that the whispers of the woods will always guide you home. Story 7. Once upon a time, there lived a young adventurer named Arya. She had a heart brimming with curiosity and a spirit that yearned for the unknown. One warm summer evening, as the fireflies danced in the twilight, Arya stumbled upon a trail she had never noticed before. It seemed to beckon her, winding through a thicket of ancient oaks draped in moss and wildflowers. Arya couldn't resist the call of the unknown. She ventured down the trail, her footsteps crunching on the fallen leaves. The trees grew thicker, their branches intertwining like emerald archways, filtering the golden sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. As she walked deeper, the air grew fragrant with the scent of honeysuckle and pine. Strange, melodic chirps echoed through the trees, as if the forest itself was singing a secret song. Arya's eyes widened as she caught glimpses of tiny, iridescent creatures flitting among the fern's sprites, she realized, with gossamer wings and glowing auras. The sprites seemed unbothered by Arya's presence, continuing their playful dance. One even landed on her outstretched hand, its delicate feet tickling her skin. It chirped a cheerful tune before taking flight once more, leading Arya further into the enchanted woods. Soon she came upon a clearing where sunbeams pierced the canopy, illuminating a crystal-clear pool. Arya gasped in wonder as she watched ripples dance across the water's surface, forming ever-changing patterns of light and shadow. In the depths of the pool, she glimpsed glimpses of colorful fish darting to and fro, their scales shimmering like jewels. As Arya knelt by the water's edge, she noticed a peculiar flower blooming nearby. Its petals shone with a soft, otherworldly radiance, and as she reached out to touch it, the flower unfurled to reveal a miniature guardian spirit nestled within. The tiny being smiled at Arya, bowing its head in greeting. Though Arya couldn't understand the spirit's language, she sensed no malice, only a warm welcome and a gentle warning to tread carefully in this wondrous realm. With a newfound sense of reverence, Arya continued her journey, marveling at the ethereal beauty that surrounded her. She encountered wondrous sights at every turn, towering mushrooms with spotted caps that seemed to sway in an invisible breeze, glowing tree trunks that pulsed with an inner light, and butterflies with wings that shimmered like stained glass. As night fell, the forest took on a dreamlike quality. Bioluminescent blooms unfurled their petals, casting a soft, blue-green glow over the woodland floor. Arya settled beneath a willow tree, its trailing branches creating a cozy cocoon around her. She gazed up at the canopy, where thousands of fireflies danced among the stars, their lights flickering in intricate patterns like a celestial ballet. A sense of peace washed over her, and she realized that this enchanting place had taught her an invaluable lesson. The world is full of magic and beauty, if only one has the courage to seek it out. As her eyelids grew heavy, Arya knew that her journey had only just begun. She would return to this wondrous realm time and time again, her heart forever filled with the spirit of exploration and wonder. The next morning, as the first rays of dawn filtered through the trees, Arya awoke with a smile on her face. She felt refreshed, as if the enchanted forest had rejuvenated her very soul. With a contented sigh, she retraced her steps, already eager to share the tales of her magical adventure with her friends and family. Though the path back to the familiar world was long, Arya carried the enchantment of the forest within her heart, a constant reminder to seek out the extraordinary in even the most ordinary of places. And from that day on, she vowed to live her life with boundless curiosity and a deep appreciation for the wonders that lie just beyond the beaten path. Story 8. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and lush, whispering forests, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Her home was a charming cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by vibrant wildflowers and towering, wise old trees. Each morning the sun would peek through her window, casting a warm, golden glow on the well-worn wooden floors and the collection of delicate trinkets she had gathered over the years. Leora was known throughout the village for her kindness and her ability to see the beauty in the smallest of things. She spent her days tending to her garden, where the flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, each petal a testament to her gentle care and nurturing spirit. Her evenings were often spent in front of a crackling fireplace, weaving tales of wonder and magic that captivated the hearts of those who listened. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves fell in a tapestry of red and gold, Leora decided to wander into the forest that bordered her village. The forest was a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees whispered secrets to those who would listen, and the streams sang melodies that could soothe even the weariest of souls. It was in this hidden world that Leora found solace, a place where her imagination could take flight. As she walked deeper into the forest, the air filled with the scent of pine and earth, Leora's attention was caught by a peculiar glimmer beneath a bed of fallen leaves. Kneeling down, she brushed the leaves aside to reveal a small, ornate box, etched with intricate patterns and shimmering with an ethereal light. Intrigued, Leora carefully opened the box, revealing a delicate, silver key nestled with it. The key was unlike anything she had ever seen, its surface covered in symbols that seemed to dance and shift in the dappled sunlight. Holding it in her hand, Leora felt a gentle warmth emanate from the metal, as if it were alive with a soft, pulsing energy. She knew at once that this was no ordinary key, and that it held the promise of an extraordinary adventure. With the key tucked safely in her pocket, Leora continued her journey through the forest, her heart beating with anticipation. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the forest floor, she stumbled upon a hidden glade where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Guided by a feeling she couldn't quite explain, Leora approached the archway. As she stepped beneath the entwined branches, a gentle breeze whispered through the leaves, carrying with it the faintest hint of music. It was a melody both haunting and beautiful, a song of forgotten times and dreams yet to come. On the other side of the archway lay a hidden world, one that seemed to shimmer with magic and possibility. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and jasmine, and the ground was carpeted in soft emerald moss. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its bark silvered with age, its branches spreading wide like a guardian watching over its realm. As Leora approached the tree, she noticed a small, intricate lock embedded in its trunk, perfectly shaped to fit the key she had found. With a deep breath, she inserted the key into the lock and turned it gently. There was a soft click, and the air around her hummed with energy. The tree's bark shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden door that slowly swung open, inviting her to step inside. Beyond the door lay a world of wonder and enchantment, a place where time seemed to stand still. The path before her was lined with glowing lanterns, their light casting a warm, golden glow on the cobblestones that wound through this magical realm. The air was alive with the sound of laughter and music, and the sky above was a tapestry of swirling stars. As Leora ventured deeper into this hidden world, she encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes, each more wondrous than the last. There were tiny winged sprites that danced through the air, their laughter like the tinkling of bells, and majestic unicorns that roamed the meadows, their coats shimmering in the starlight. But it was not just the creatures that captured Leora's heart. It was the sense of belonging and connection that filled the air, a feeling of being part of something greater than herself. It was a world where kindness and friendship were the threads that wove the fabric of existence, and where every being, no matter how small, had a place and a purpose. As Leora explored this enchanting realm, she met a wise old owl named Orion, who perched high in the branches of a great oak tree. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to hold the secrets of the universe. "Welcome, dear Leora," Orion hooted softly, his voice a gentle breeze that rustled through the leaves. "You have found your way to the Vale of Echoes, a place where dreams and reality intertwine, and where the heart sees what the eyes cannot." Leora smiled, feeling a sense of warmth and comfort in Orion's presence. "It's a place of wonder," she said, her voice filled with awe. "But how did I come to be here?" Orion tilted his head, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "The key you found is one of many scattered throughout the world, waiting for those with open hearts and minds. It unlocks not just doors, but the potential within each of us to see beyond the ordinary and embrace the extraordinary." As the days turned into weeks, Leora found herself growing more at home in the Vale of Echoes. She forged deep friendships with the creatures who dwelled there, learning from their wisdom and sharing her own stories and songs. Each day was a new adventure, a chance to explore the wonders of this hidden world and discover the magic that lay within her own heart. But as much as she loved the Vale, Leora knew that she could not stay forever. The village she called home was never far from her thoughts, and she felt a gentle tug in her heart, reminding her of the life she had left behind. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted in hues of pink and gold, Leora sat beneath the great oak tree with Orion by her side. "I know it's time for me to return," she said softly, her voice tinged with both sadness and resolve. "But how can I leave this place, knowing all the wonders it holds?" Orion nodded, his eyes filled with understanding. "The magic of the veil is not bound by its borders, dear Leora. It lives within you, in your heart, and in the stories you carry. Wherever you go, the magic goes with you, ready to be shared with those you meet." Leora smiled, comforted by Orion's words. She knew that her journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined, filling her with a sense of wonder and possibility that would never fade. As she prepared to leave the Vale of Echoes, her friends gathered to bid her farewell, their eyes filled with both sorrow and joy. They knew that Leora's journey was far from over, and that her path would lead her to new adventures and discoveries. With a heart full of gratitude and love, Leora stepped through the archway once more, the gentle breeze carrying her back to the forest she knew so well. The sun was rising, casting a warm, golden light on the world around her, and she felt a sense of peace and hope that filled her soul. Returning to her village, Leora found herself filled with a renewed sense of purpose. She shared the stories of her journey with those she met, weaving tales of wonder and magic that opened hearts and minds to the beauty of the world around them. And so the magic of the Vale of Echoes lived on, carried by the stories and songs that flowed from Leora's heart, touching the lives of all who heard them. The hidden world she had discovered was not just a place she had visited, but a part of her that would forever guide her on her journey, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship and love. And in the quiet moments when the world was still and the stars shimmered in the night sky, Leora would close her eyes and feel the warmth of the silver key in her hand, a reminder that the magic was always within her, ready to be shared with the world. Story 9. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a sleepy village where the cobblestone streets whispered secrets of old, there stood a small, ivy-clad cottage. It was here that a young girl named Lily lived, her heart brimming with curiosity and dreams as vast as the starry sky above. Every night she would lie in her cozy bed, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight filtering through her window, wondering about the world beyond her garden gate. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and crimson, Lily set out on an adventure, her woolen scarf trailing behind her like a banner. She ventured into the woods where the trees stood tall, their leaves rustling in a gentle symphony. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and the promise of secrets hidden within the forest's embrace. As Lily wandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a path she had never seen before. It was lined with mushrooms that glowed softly, casting a warm, inviting light. Curiosity danced in her eyes as she followed the path, each step taking her further into a world that felt both new and familiar. The path led her to a clearing where a pond lay still and serene, its surface a mirror reflecting the vibrant canopy above. As Lily approached, she noticed a ripple spreading across the water, and from its depths emerged a creature unlike any she had seen. It was a water sprite, shimmering with hues of blue and silver, its laughter like the tinkling of bells. "Welcome, brave traveler," the sprite chimed, its eyes twinkling with mischief and kindness. Few have ventured this far. What brings you to our hidden realm? Lily smiled, her voice steady and sure as she replied, I seek adventure and the wonders it holds. The sprite nodded approvingly, sending a gentle wave across the pond. To discover new wonders, one must have the heart of a dreamer and the courage to explore the unknown. Follow the path beyond, and you shall find what you seek. With a grateful nod, Lily pressed on, her heart buoyed by the sprite's words. The path wound through the forest, leading her to a meadow where the grass was soft as a whisper and dotted with wildflowers that swayed in the breeze. Here she met a fox with fur like russet autumn leaves and eyes that gleamed with wisdom. The fox spoke, its voice a melodic murmur, In this world not all is as it seems, but with kindness and courage you shall find your way. Lily thanked the fox, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. She realized that the journey was not just about finding new places, but also about discovering the strength within herself. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with twilight's gentle brush, Lily arrived at the edge of a vast, sparkling lake. The water was a tapestry of colors, shifting with the sky's changing hues. On the shore, a small boat awaited, its sails unfurled like the wings of a bird ready to take flight. Without hesitation, Lily stepped into the boat. As she set sail, the lake's surface shimmered like liquid glass, reflecting a world where dreams flowed freely with the current. She felt a sense of peace, knowing that the courage to explore had led her to a place of wonder and tranquility. Guided by the gentle breeze, Lily sailed back to the forest's edge, her heart full of stories and newfound courage. The forest bid her farewell with a rustle of leaves, and the path she had taken shimmered briefly before fading into the tapestry of the woods. When Lily returned home, the moon hung high, casting its silvery glow upon her little cottage. She curled up in her bed, her heart light and her spirit aglow with the magic of the day. As she drifted into dreams, she knew that the world was full of hidden wonders, waiting for those with the bravery to seek them out. And so, in the warmth of her dreams and the comfort of her home, Lily slept soundly, the gentle song of the night wrapping around her like a cozy blanket, reminding her that courage and exploration could uncover the most enchanting of places, even within the heart. Story 10. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees spoke in hushed tones and the flowers hummed lullabies to the night, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and thatched-roof cottages, nestled among the gentle hills and shimmering streams. Each evening the sky blushed with hues of pink and gold, casting a warm glow over the land as the villagers settled in for the night. In this peaceful village there was a peculiar occurrence that had recently stirred curiosity among the villagers. Every morning as the first rays of dawn kissed the village awake, they would find the village square adorned with intricate patterns of flowers and leaves, forming elaborate designs that seemed to whisper secrets from the forest itself. The villagers, though puzzled, were never frightened, for the designs carried a sense of calm and beauty, as if crafted by a gentle hand. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, whose heart was as curious as it was kind. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise old woman known for her stories of the forest and its magical inhabitants. Each night by the glow of the fireplace, Lila would listen with wide eyes as her grandmother spun tales of fairies and woodland creatures, of hidden magic and ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced to the ground in a cascade of amber and gold, Leela decided it was time to solve the mystery of the floral patterns. With a satchel filled with snacks and a heart full of determination, she set off towards the forest, her trusty companion, a fluffy squirrel named Pippin, perched on her shoulder. The Whispering Woods was a place of soft enchantments, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in beams of liquid gold, and the air was rich with the scent of pine and earth. Leela walked along the winding paths, her steps cushioned by the fallen leaves, as Pippin chattered merrily in her ear. They followed the trail of flowers and leaves deeper into the woods, guided by a sense of wonder and adventure. As they ventured further, they came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center stood a circle of ancient stones, worn smooth by time and covered in moss. It was here that Leela met a creature unlike any she had seen before. Perched atop one of the stones was a diminutive figure, no taller than a mushroom, with wings that shimmered like opal in the sunlight. It was a forest sprite, a guardian of the woods. "Greetings, young psyker," the sprite spoke, its voice a gentle breeze that rustled the leaves. "I am Thistle, keeper of the forest's secrets. What brings you to our enchanted grove?" Leela, her heart fluttering with excitement, explained the mystery of the floral patterns that appeared each dawn in the village square. Thistle listened intently, nodding with understanding. "The patterns are a gift," Thistle explained, "woven by the forest's magic as a token of peace and harmony. But lately the balance has been disrupted, and the patterns have become messages for the wise to decipher." Intrigued, Leela asked how she might restore the balance. Thistle's eyes twinkled with ancient wisdom as it replied, "The answer lies within the heart of the forest, where the oldest tree stands. She is the mother oak, and her roots run deep with knowledge." With Thistle's guidance, Leela and Pippin journeyed further into the woods, their path illuminated by shafts of moonlight that slipped through the canopy. The air grew cooler, and the sounds of the forest softened to a gentle lullaby. Eventually they arrived at the heart of the forest, where the mother oak stood, her branches reaching out like welcoming arms. The mother oak was a sight to behold, her trunk as wide as a cottage, her bark etched with the lines of countless seasons. Her leaves whispered secrets in the breeze, and her roots cradled the earth with loving care. "Welcome, child of the village," the mother oak spoke, her voice a deep, resonant hum that resonated in Leela's bones. "I sense your quest for understanding." Leela stepped forward, her eyes wide with awe. "I seek to understand the messages written in flowers and leaves, and to restore the balance of the forest's magic." The mother oak swayed gently, considering Leela's words. "The balance has been disturbed by a change in the forest's song," she explained. "A new creature has arrived, unfamiliar with our ways, and their presence has stirred the magic." Leela listened closely, her mind racing with thoughts of how she might help. "What can I do to bring harmony back to the forest?" she asked earnestly. "The creature is a nightingale lost from its flock," the mother oak revealed. "Find it and help it understand our song. Only then will the balance be restored." With a newfound sense of purpose, Leela and Pippin set off once more, guided by the mother oak's wisdom. They listened for the nightingale's song, following its sweet, melancholy notes through the forest. At last they found the nightingale perched on a branch, its feathers a soft blend of twilight blues and silvers. The bird sang a beautiful yet mournful tune, its eyes reflecting the stars above. "Hello, little one," Leela greeted softly, her voice gentle and reassuring. "We wish to help you find your place in the forest." The nightingale paused its song, regarding Lila with curious eyes. "I am lost," it confessed, its voice a musical whisper. "I cannot find my flock, and the forest's magic confuses me." Understanding the bird's plight, Lila reached into her satchel and offered a handful of seeds, which the nightingale accepted gratefully. As it ate, Layla explained the harmony of the forest and the importance of joining its song. Encouraged by Leela's kindness, the nightingale practiced its song, weaving its voice with the forest's whispers. Gradually, its melody transformed, resonating in harmony with the woodland symphony. As the nightingale's song blended seamlessly with the forest, a warm glow enveloped the trees. The balance was restored, and the magical patterns in the village square would once again speak of peace and beauty. With gratitude in its heart, the nightingale took flight, its song a joyous echo in the night. Layla and Pippin watched as it disappeared into the starlit sky, their hearts filled with a sense of accomplishment and wonder. Returning to the village, Lila shared her adventure with her grandmother, who listened with a knowing smile. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Leela felt a deep sense of peace. In the days that followed, the villagers marveled at the floral patterns that continued to grace the square, now brighter and more intricate than ever. They spoke of the girl who had ventured into the woods and brought harmony to the land, her story woven into the fabric of village lore. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where magic and nature intertwined, the village of Willowbrook thrived, nurtured by the gentle hands of those who understood the power of friendship and the beauty of balance. As Leela drifted to sleep each night, she dreamed of the forest and its secrets, her heart forever intertwined with the magic of the whispering woods, knowing that sometimes the answers we seek are found in the quiet places, where nature speaks in whispers and the world is woven together with threads of kindness and wonder. Story 11. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering oaks and whispering pines wove a tapestry of emerald and gold, the creatures of the wood lived in a delicate balance. This was a place where sunlight danced upon the forest floor in dapples of warm light, and the air was filled with the symphony of rustling leaves and trickling brooks. In this verdant sanctuary there lived a gentle old tortoise named Thistle. His shell, worn and weathered by centuries, was as much a map of the forest as it was a testament to his wisdom. Thistle was the keeper of stories, the guardian of the ancient lore passed down through generations. His home lay at the base of a great oak, its roots twining around his snug burrow, where mosses and ferns grew in silent companionship. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest donned its cloak of fiery reds and shimmering yellows, Thistle awoke to the gentle patter of rain upon leaves. The scent of damp earth and fresh rain filled the air, a promise of renewal and life. As he emerged from his burrow, he was greeted by a gathering of creatures, all seeking his guidance. There was Nettle, the bright-eyed squirrel, her bushy tail twitching with excitement. Beside her stood Wren, the diminutive bird with feathers as vibrant as the autumn leaves, and near them Moss, the quiet hare with fur soft as the forest floor. They had come to Thistle with a concern that had been whispered through the forest. The rains were not as they should be. The rains, which usually came with a gentle persistence, had become infrequent and harsh. The streams were running low, and the once lush undergrowth was beginning to wither. The balance of their world was shifting, and the creatures sensed the change, a discordant note in the symphony of their lives. Thistle listened with the patience of the ancient stones, nodding slowly. "The forest speaks to us," he murmured, his voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "It is in the rhythm of the seasons we must find our answers." With a soft rustle, Thistle led the group through the forest. As they walked, he spoke of the old ways, of the harmony that held the world together. "Long ago," he began, "the forest was watched over by the spirits of the seasons, guardians who ensured the ebb and flow of nature's cycles. They are the breath of the wind, the warmth of the sun, the nurturing rain, and the cool embrace of the earth." The creatures listened intently as they made their way to the heart of the forest, where the great stone circle stood. Each stone was covered in lichen and carved with runes that glowed faintly, even in the dim light. Here, Thistle explained, was where the spirits once gathered to weave the magic of the seasons. "We must call upon them," Thistle decided, "to seek their guidance and restore the balance." As the rain pattered softly around them, the creatures formed a circle, hearts open and hopeful. Thistle spoke the ancient words, a song older than memory, and as he did, the air shimmered with a gentle magic. Colors danced like the aurora, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. From the heart of the circle, the spirits emerged, ethereal figures of light and shadow, each embodying a season. Spring with her gown of blossoms and the scent of new beginnings, summer warm and vibrant with the golden glow of the sun, autumn draped in her fiery mantle of leaves, and winter serene and still with the crisp bite of frost upon her breath. The spirits listened to Thistle's plea, their eyes shimmering with understanding. It was Autumn who spoke first, her voice like the rustling of leaves. "The balance has indeed shifted," she said, "for the world beyond the forest has forgotten the harmony we once shared." Spring nodded, her touch like a gentle breeze. "We must remind them of the beauty in balance," she whispered, "of the gift of the seasons and the life they nurture." Summer smiled, his presence like the sun's embrace. "Together we can restore the flow of life," he promised, "but we will need your help." Winter, with her calm, steady gaze, added, "Let us teach them the wisdom of the forest, of patience and care." The creatures nodded, their hearts filled with a newfound resolve. They understood now that the task ahead was not just for the spirits, but for all who called the forest home. It would take the kindness and cooperation of every living thing, a tapestry woven with threads of friendship and understanding. And so, under the watchful eyes of the spirits, Thistle and his companions set out to share their newfound wisdom. They traveled to every corner of the forest, where they spoke of the season's dance and the harmony that sustained life. They planted seeds of knowledge, teaching others the importance of nurturing the earth and respecting its rhythms. As the days turned to weeks, the rains returned, gentle and life-giving, restoring the streams and reviving the forest floor. The balance was slowly restored, and with it, a sense of peace and gratitude. In time, the creatures of the forest came to understand that they were all part of a greater whole, bound by the same cycles that turned the seasons. And though the forest would face challenges again, they knew that with wisdom and friendship they could overcome anything. As the first snowflakes of winter began to fall, Thistle watched from his burrow, content. The forest was a symphony once more, each note in harmony with the next, a testament to the power of unity and the timeless dance of the seasons. And so, under the gentle glow of a winter moon, the forest slept, cradled in the arms of a promise that come spring, life would begin anew, a cycle unbroken, a world in balance. Story 12. Title: The Whispering Woods and the Locket of Dreams. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a sprawling emerald forest, lay the quaint village of Elderglen. It was a place where the air was always filled with the sweet scent of pine and wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of the babbling brook played a constant lullaby. The villagers, known for their kind hearts and generous spirits, lived in harmony with the land, drawing sustenance and strength from the enchanted woods that surrounded them. In this village lived a young girl named Leora, whose bright eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. Leora was known for her gentle nature and her love for the forest, where she spent her days exploring the winding paths and listening to the whispers of the trees. Her grandmother, an old woman with stories as deep as the ancient forest itself, would often tell her tales of magic and mystery that lay hidden within the woods. One chilly autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of orange and purple, Leora sat by the crackling fireplace in her grandmother's cozy cottage. The warm glow of the fire danced across the walls, casting flickering shadows that seemed to tell stories of their own. "Grandmother," Leora began, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves outside, "tell me again about the hidden world within the forest." Her grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair that shimmered like moonlight, smiled gently. "Ah, the whispering woods," she said, her voice a soothing melody. "They say it is a place where time stands still, and the trees guard secrets older than the stars. But remember, my dear, the forest only reveals its magic to those who seek it with a pure heart." Leora listened intently, her imagination weaving visions of enchanted glades and mystical creatures. She knew the stories by heart, yet each retelling ignited a spark of excitement within her. That night, as she lay in bed beneath a quilt as soft as a cloud, a longing tugged at her heart, a desire to uncover the mysteries of the whispering woods for herself. The following morning, the forest was cloaked in a silvery mist, and the air was crisp and invigorating. Leora set out with a basket filled with provisions, her heart full of anticipation. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a narrow trail lined with ferns and wildflowers. The trees stood tall like ancient sentinels, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only they understood. The deeper Leora journeyed, the more the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns of light and shadow that danced on the forest floor. The air was filled with the songs of birds and the gentle hum of insects, creating a symphony that resonated with the rhythm of the earth. Suddenly, Leora's attention was drawn to a soft, melodic sound that floated through the trees. It was a tune unlike any she had ever heard, haunting and beautiful, like a lullaby sung by the forest itself. Entranced, she followed the music, her heart guiding her steps. As she ventured deeper, the woods began to change. The trees grew taller and more majestic, their trunks covered in moss that glowed with an ethereal light. The air felt charged with magic, and Leora's heart beat in time with the forest's pulse. Finally, she arrived at a small clearing where the sunlight poured down like liquid gold. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky as if in supplication. Beneath its sprawling canopy sat a small wooden chest, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change in the dappled light. With a sense of awe, Leora approached the chest. As she lifted the lid, she discovered a delicate silver locket nestled within. It was exquisitely crafted, with a design of swirling leaves and stars that seemed to twinkle in the light. The locket felt warm in her hand, as if it pulsed with a life of its own. Curiosity piqued, Leora gently opened the locket. Inside was a small, shimmering crystal that glowed with a soft, iridescent light. As she gazed into its depths, she felt a wave of warmth and peace wash over her, as if the locket held the essence of the forest itself. At that moment, Leora understood the true magic of the locket. It was the key to unlocking the hidden world within the forest, a world where dreams and reality intertwined, and where the boundaries of the possible were blurred. With the locket safely clasped around her neck, Leora continued her journey through the forest. As she walked, the landscape transformed around her, revealing hidden glades and secret paths that had been invisible before. She encountered creatures of legend, graceful deer with antlers like branches, shimmering butterflies that glowed with the colors of the rainbow, and tiny, luminous fairies that flitted through the air like sparks of light. Each step took her deeper into the heart of the whispering woods, where the air hummed with magic and the trees whispered tales of ages past. Leora felt a profound sense of connection to the forest, as if she had become a part of its timeless dance. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Leora arrived at a tranquil glade where a crystal-clear spring bubbled up from the earth. The water sparkled like diamonds, and the air was filled with the scent of jasmine and honeysuckle. It was here that Leora met a new friend, a gentle fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that shone with wisdom. The fox approached her with a curious gaze, and Leora felt an instant bond form between them. "You have found the Locket of Dreams," the fox said in a voice as soft as a breeze. "It is a gift from the forest, a reminder of the magic that lies within and around us. With it, you can see the world as it truly is, full of wonder and possibility." Leora smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude. "Thank you," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I will cherish it always." The fox nodded, his eyes twinkling with kindness. "Remember, Leora, the true magic of the forest lies not in the locket, but in the heart of the one who wears it. As long as you hold on to your wonder and kindness, the whispering woods will always welcome you." With those words, the fox turned and disappeared into the shadows, leaving Leora alone with her thoughts. As she sat by the spring, watching the stars emerge one by one in the twilight sky, she felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. Leora's journey had changed her in ways she could not fully understand. She had discovered a world of magic and beauty that lay hidden within the forest, and in doing so, she had found a part of herself that she never knew existed. As the night deepened, Leora made her way back through the forest, following the path illuminated by the moon's silver light. The trees seemed to whisper their farewells, their leaves rustling gently in the breeze. When she finally emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglen lay before her, bathed in the soft glow of the moon. Her heart was full of joy and wonder, and she knew that the magic of the whispering woods would stay with her always. From that day forward, Leora shared the stories of her adventures with the villagers, igniting their imaginations and inspiring them to seek out the magic in their own lives. And though she would often return to the forest, Leora understood that the true magic lay not in the woods themselves, but in the way they had opened her heart to the beauty and wonder of the world. And so, with the locket of dreams around her neck and the whispers of the forest in her heart, Leora lived her days in harmony with nature, forever changed by the journey that had led her to the hidden world within. The end. Story 13. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and lush, whispering forests, there stood a small, time-worn shop known to the locals as Whimsy's Wonders. The shop was filled to the brim with all manner of peculiar trinkets and baubles, each with its own story waiting to be uncovered by those curious enough to listen. The air inside was a blend of cinnamon and old parchment, a scent as comforting as a grandmother's embrace. The shopkeeper, a gentle soul named Mr. Finn, was a man of few words but many smiles, with twinkling eyes that seemed to hold the secrets of the universe. One chilly autumn afternoon, a young girl named Lily wandered into the shop, her cheeks flushed from the crisp air outside. She was a thoughtful child with a heart full of dreams and a mind eager for adventure. As Lily explored the aisles, her fingers brushed lightly over the objects until she came upon a peculiar, dusty globe resting on a polished mahogany table. It was unlike any globe she had ever seen, with oceans that shimmered like liquid starlight and continents that seemed to shift and change under her gaze. Intrigued, Lily reached out, and as her hand made contact, the globe began to glow softly, casting a warm, golden light across the room. Mr. Finn, observing from a distance, approached with a knowing smile. "Ah, you found the globe of Gossamer," he said in a voice as smooth as honey. "It's said to reveal hidden paths and guide those with pure hearts toward their true desires." Lily's eyes widened with wonder. "Can it truly show me the way to my dreams?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. Mr. Finn nodded. "But remember, the journey it takes you on will require courage and wisdom. Are you ready for such an adventure?" Lily nodded, determination shining in her eyes. With Mr. Finn's guidance, she placed both hands on the globe, and in an instant the shop around her faded away, replaced by a breathtaking expanse of rolling fields and twinkling skies. The journey had begun. Lily found herself walking along a winding path that seemed to stretch endlessly before her, flanked by towering sunflowers that nodded gently in the breeze. The path was soft underfoot, woven from the very fabric of dreams. Her heart danced with excitement and a touch of trepidation as she ventured further into this enchanted world. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lily came across a small, sparkling brook. Perched on its bank was a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a plump, cheerful frog with a crown of lily pads nestled atop its head. Its skin glistened like dew in the morning light. "Greetings, young traveler," croaked the frog in a voice that was both regal and kind. "I am Ribbit, the keeper of the waters. What brings you to this land of wonder?" Lily smiled, her heart warmed by the frog's friendly demeanor. "I'm following the globe's guidance to find my true desires," she explained. "But I could use some help along the way." Ribbit nodded sagely. "The path to one's dreams is often winding and filled with unexpected turns. But fear not, for I shall accompany you, and together we shall find the wisdom needed to overcome any challenge. With Ribbit by her side, Lily continued her journey. They passed through meadows that sang with the hum of bees and forests where the trees whispered ancient secrets. Their laughter mingled with the rustling leaves as they shared stories and dreams beneath the canopy of stars. Their journey was not without its trials. At one point they encountered a vast, tangled thicket that blocked their path, its thorny branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. But rather than forcing their way through, Lily paused to consider the challenge. Perhaps there's a way around it, she mused, recalling Mr. Finn's words about wisdom over force. Ribbit nodded in agreement, his eyes twinkling with approval. Indeed, sometimes the simplest solutions are the most profound. Together they circled the thicket, discovering a hidden path that wound gently around it, leading them forward with ease. Lily felt her confidence grow with each step, her heart lighter than the breeze that whispered in her ears. As the days turned into nights and back into days, their journey brought them to the foot of a majestic mountain, its peak crowned with snow that glimmered like diamonds in the moonlight. At its base stood a wise old owl, its feathers as soft and gray as twilight mist. "Welcome, dear travelers," hooted the owl, its voice deep and melodic. "I am Orin, the watcher of the peaks. To reach the summit, you must answer a riddle, for only then will you find what you truly seek." Lily nodded, her mind sharp and ready. "What is your riddle, Orin?" The owl blinked slowly, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "I am taken from a mine and shut up in a wooden case from which I am never released, and yet I am used by almost every person. What am I?" Lily pondered the riddle, her brow furrowing in concentration. Then, as the first light of dawn kissed the mountain's peak, a smile spread across her face. "A pencil," she answered confidently. Orin hooted in delight. "Indeed, you are wise beyond your years. You may pass." With the owl's blessing, Lily and Ribbit climbed the mountain, each step bringing them closer to the summit and the realization of Lily's dreams. As they reached the top, the world unfurled before them, a tapestry of possibilities stretching as far as the eye could see. In that moment, Lily understood that true magic lay not in the destination, but in the journey itself. The friends she had made, the challenges she had faced, and the wisdom she had gained along the way. With a heart full of gratitude, Lily placed her hands on the globe once more, and with Ribbit by her side, she was gently whisked back to Whimsy's wonders. The shop was just as she had left it, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. "Mr. Finn greeted her with a knowing smile. "Did you find what you were looking for, dear Lily?" She nodded, her eyes shining with newfound understanding. "I found so much more than I ever dreamed possible." And so, with her heart light and her spirit renewed, Lily stepped out into the cool evening air, ready to embrace the wonders of the world with open arms and an open heart. As she walked home under a sky dusted with stars, she knew that the true magic of the globe was not in its ability to show the way, but in its reminder that the journey itself was the greatest adventure of all. And so, with a contented sigh, Lily drifted into dreams that night, her rest as peaceful as the whispering leaves outside her window, knowing that she carried the wisdom of her journey within her always. Story 14. In a distant galaxy where stars shimmered like jewels scattered across an indigo velvet sky, there existed a planet known as Lumina, famed for its ethereal light fields and gentle, pulsing rivers of luminescence. Here lived the luminarians, beings of shimmering light, their forms ever shifting with hues that mirrored their emotions. They were a peaceful species, known for their wisdom and their songs that floated like silver threads through the air. Across the cosmos lay the craggy, tempestuous world of Thundara. The Thundarians, with their stormy tempers and robust physiques, were as formidable as the lightning storms that perpetually danced across their skies. They thrived on the energy of their planet, their eyes crackling with electricity, and their voices booming like thunder itself. One fateful day, a luminarian named Lysara found herself aboard a sleek starship, the Starlit Wanderer, embarking on an intergalactic journey to foster understanding among the species of the universe. Her companion on this mission was a Thundarian named Kale, chosen for his leadership and strength. Their mission was simple yet profound, to learn from each other and share their cultures. The Starlit Wanderer glided silently through the star-studded abyss, its sails catching the cosmic winds. Within the ship, Lysara and Kale sat on opposite sides of the observation deck, the silence between them as vast as the space outside. Lysara's form glowed a soft lavender, a color of curiosity, while Kale's eyes flickered with the electric blues of cautious intrigue. Their journey was not without its challenges. Lysara, accustomed to the gentle tranquility of her home, found Kale's booming voice and abrupt manner overwhelming. Conversely, Kale struggled with Lysara's serene, indirect way of speaking, often mistaking her calmness for detachment. These misunderstandings built a wall of silence between them, each retreating into their own thoughts, unsure how to bridge the gap. One evening, as the ship sailed through a meteor shower, its hull resonating with musical pings, Lysara found herself mesmerized by the spectacle. She hummed an ancient luminarian melody, her light shifting to a warm, golden hue. Drawn by the soothing sound, Kale approached, his footsteps heavy on the metallic floor. "What is that song?" Kale asked, his voice softened by curiosity. "It's a lullaby from my home," Lysara replied, her form flickering with the gentle green of welcome. "It speaks of the stars and how they guide us through the dark." Kale nodded, feeling the resonance of the melody deep within. On Thundara we have songs of the storms, teaching us strength and resilience. As Lysara listened, she began to see the beauty in the Thundarian way of life, their songs echoing the power and majesty of nature. Meanwhile, Kale started to appreciate the subtlety of the luminarian light, its calming presence soothing his stormy spirit. With every passing day, they shared more of their worlds with each other. Lysara taught Kale the art of luminescent painting, creating images that floated like radiant dreams. Kale, in turn, introduced Lysara to the thrill of Thundarian storm dances, movements that harnessed the ship's energy fields, leaving trails of electric sparks in their wake. Their friendship deepened as they navigated through celestial phenomena and cosmic challenges. When a rogue asteroid field threatened their course, it was Lysara's quick thinking and Kale's strength that guided them safely through the perilous dance of rocks and debris. In moments of doubt and despair, they found comfort in each other's presence, their bond growing stronger with each shared victory. One quiet night, as the Starlit Wanderer floated through the endless expanse, Lysara and Kale stood together on the deck, gazing at a supernova unfolding in the distance, its vibrant colors painting the void with a tapestry of life. Lysara's light mingled with the colors of the explosion, while Kale's eyes mirrored the brilliance of the spectacle. "Thank you for teaching me that calmness can be as powerful as a storm," Kale murmured, his voice carrying the warmth of newfound understanding. "And thank you for showing me that strength can be gentle," Lysara replied, her glow embracing the hues of gratitude and joy. As they continued their journey, Lysara and Kale realized that despite their differences, they were united by the same desire to understand and be understood. Their friendship was a testament to the power of openness and the willingness to learn from one another, transcending the boundaries of light and storm. The stars welcomed them with silent applause, and the universe seemed to hum with approval as the starlit wanderer sailed on, a beacon of friendship and hope in the vast, endless sky. Together, Lysara and Kale discovered that the true essence of friendship lay not in similarities, but in the embrace of differences, and the journey they had embarked upon was only the beginning of a wondrous adventure. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of ancient constellations, two unlikely companions found their place among the stars, their hearts forever connected by the light of understanding and the thunder of shared dreams. Story 15. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the ink-black tapestry of space, there existed a small, verdant planet named Virlia. Virlia was known for its lush, emerald jungles and sprawling lavender fields that seemed to sway in eternal harmony with the gentle breezes. On this serene planet lived a creature named Lyra, a gentle Virlian with skin that shimmered like the surface of a tranquil pond under the moonlight. Lyra's eyes were large and expressive, mirroring the soothing hues of her beloved world. Though her life was filled with the music of chirping creatures and the fragrance of blooming flora, Lyra often found herself gazing at the stars, dreaming of adventures beyond her serene home. One particular night, as the two moons of Virlia cast their silvery glow, Lyra's gaze was drawn to a bright streak of light slicing through the sky. It was a spacecraft, a rare sight for the peaceful inhabitants of Virlia. The vessel, a small, sleek craft, landed with a gentle thrum in the lavender field not far from Lyra's home. With a heart full of curiosity, Lyra approached the craft, her feet barely making a sound upon the soft, fragrant ground. As she neared, the door of the spaceship opened with a soft hiss, and out stepped an alien unlike any Lyra had ever imagined. He was a towering figure clad in a suit that shimmered with iridescent colors. His name was Zerk, and he hailed from the crystalline world of Galaxis, where beings were more accustomed to the cold embrace of starlight than the warmth of a sunlit day. Zerk's features were sharp and angular, his skin a deep, glistening azure. His eyes, however, held a distant sadness, as if echoing the icy solitude of his home world. He was a traveler, yearning to understand the warmth of worlds beyond his own. As Lyra and Zerk stood facing each other, an awkward silence enveloped them, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the lavender. Lyra, with her natural warmth and curiosity, stepped forward and extended a hand, a gesture of welcome and peace. Zerk, unfamiliar with such customs, recoiled slightly, mistaking her intention for something else. This misunderstanding might have widened the chasm between them, but Lyra's kindness was as patient as it was boundless. She smiled softly, her eyes conveying what words could not. Zerk, sensing her sincerity, tentatively reached out, and their hands met in a quiet pact of friendship. Days turned into weeks as Zerk repaired his spacecraft, and during this time he and Lyra began to know each other. They explored the verdant jungles and lavender fields, Zerk marveling at the vibrant life that thrived under Vyrlia's warm sun. Lyra, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Zerk's tales of Galaxis, a world of ice and crystal, where the skies shimmered with auroras that sang in the silence of the night. Their friendship blossomed, yet it was not without its trials. One afternoon, as they ventured deeper into the jungle, a sudden storm swept in, its fierce winds and torrential rain a rare but powerful force on Vyrlia. The pair sought refuge in a hollowed-out tree, its ancient trunk offering shelter against the storm's fury. As the rain lashed against the tree, Zerk, unused to such weather, grew anxious. The chill of the storm seeped into him, reminding him of the solitude he had left behind. Sensing his unease, Lyra wrapped her arms around him, her warmth a gentle reminder of the friendship they had forged. "Look," Lyra whispered, pointing to the canopy above where tiny droplets clung to the leaves, catching the light like 1,000 twinkling stars. "Even in the storm there is beauty." Zerk, feeling the warmth of Lyra's presence and the beauty she had shown him, softened. The storm outside gradually ebbed, mirroring the calm that settled within him. The misunderstanding that had once distanced them was now a memory, replaced by a bond forged in shared experiences and understanding. As the skies cleared and the sun peeked through the clouds, casting rainbows across the lavender fields, Zerk knew that his journey had gifted him something far more precious than exploration, true friendship. Lyra, with her gentle heart, had shown him the warmth he had sought among the stars. When the time came for Zerk to depart, the farewell was bittersweet. They stood in the lavender field, the fragrance a comforting embrace. Zerk promised to return, to share more stories and explore new worlds together. Lyra nodded, her eyes bright with the promise of future adventures. As Zerk's spacecraft rose into the sky, Lyra waved, her heart full of gratitude for the friend who had come from the stars. The lessons they had learned together, of patience, understanding, and the beauty of shared experiences, would remain with them, a guiding light in the vastness of the galaxy. And so, under the vast, starry sky of Vyrlia, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds and bridged the gap between distant stars. Story 16. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight dripped through the canopy like liquid gold and shadows played hide-and-seek upon the forest floor, there existed a world unseen by most. This was a realm where the whispers of the trees carried secrets of old, and the murmurs of the brook sang tales of nature's harmony. The forest was a tapestry of life, vibrant with the colors and textures of every season. In the spring, the air was perfumed with the delicate scent of cherry blossoms, their petals a soft blush against the vivid green of new leaves. Summer brought a symphony of cicadas, their rhythmic songs merging with the rustling leaves, while the sun's warmth painted dappled patterns upon the earth. In this enchanted forest, beneath the sprawling boughs of an ancient oak, there lived a community of woodland creatures who were the caretakers of a delicate balance. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Balthazar, whose shell was etched with the stories of 100 summers and winters. Balthazar had seen the forest through many changes, and his wisdom was sought by all. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was rich with the scent of earth and fallen leaves, a young squirrel named Pippa scampered through the underbrush, her bushy tail flicking excitedly. She darted around tree trunks and leapt over moss-covered stones, her tiny paws barely making a sound on the soft forest floor. Pippa was known for her curiosity and her boundless energy, always eager to learn about the world around her. As Pippa paused to nibble on an acorn, she noticed something unusual. The usually vibrant leaves of the maple trees were turning brown and brittle too soon. Concerned, she decided to visit Balthazar, whose home was nestled at the base of the great oak, surrounded by a blanket of ferns and wildflowers. When Pippa reached the wise Tortoise, she found him basking in a patch of sun, his eyes half closed in peaceful contemplation. "Balthazar," she called softly, "I have seen something strange. The maple leaves are withering before their time. What could it mean?" Balthazar opened his eyes slowly, a gentle smile curving his lips. "Ah, young Pippa," he said in a voice as deep and reassuring as the forest itself, "the forest speaks to those who listen. The early withering of the leaves is a sign that the balance has been disturbed." Pippa's whiskers twitched with concern. "What can we do?" she asked, her voice a blend of worry and determination. "The harmony of our world depends on the seasons flowing as they should," Balthazar explained. "Each season carries with it magic that nourishes the land. When this harmony is disrupted, we must find the source and restore it." Together, Balthazar and Pippa set off to discover the cause of the imbalance. As they journeyed through the forest, they were joined by others, an owl named Luna, whose keen eyes could see what others could not, and a gentle deer named Rowan, whose silent steps carried him swiftly through the underbrush. The companions traveled through the forest, their senses attuned to every rustle and whisper. They ventured past the babbling brook, its waters cool and clear, and into the deeper woods, where ancient pines stood like sentinels against the sky. It was Luna who first spotted the source of the trouble. In a secluded glade, hidden beneath the shadow of towering firs, there lay a strange stone, unlike anything the creatures had seen before. It pulsed with an eerie light, casting an unnatural glow upon the surrounding foliage. "This must be it," Luna hooted softly, her feathers ruffling with unease. "The stone is disrupting the natural order." Balthazar nodded, his gaze thoughtful. "Such stones are rare and powerful. They draw energy from the earth, but when left unchecked, they can upset the balance." Rowan stepped forward, his gentle eyes filled with understanding. "We must find a way to neutralize its influence," he said, his voice a soft murmur. The group gathered around the stone, their hearts united in purpose. It was Pippa who remembered the tales of old, stories passed down through generations of woodland creatures. "The elders once spoke of a song," she said, her eyes bright with hope. "A song of the seasons that can restore harmony." With Balthazar's guidance, the friends began to hum the ancient melody, their voices rising and falling with the wind. The song told of the dance of spring's renewal, summer's vibrant life, autumn's gentle decline, and winter's quiet slumber. It was a lullaby of the earth, a reminder of the cyclical nature of all things. As the song filled the glade, the stone's glow began to fade, its light softening until it was no more than a gentle shimmer. The leaves of the maples rustled as if in a sigh of relief, their colors returning to their rightful hues. With the balance restored, the companions sat in the peaceful glade, the evening sun casting long shadows around them. Balthazar spoke softly, his words like the rustling of leaves. "We have learned much today, my friends. It is the wisdom of the forest that guides us, and it is our duty to listen and act with care." Pippa nestled against the tortoise's shell, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. "Thank you, Balthazar," she said, her voice a gentle whisper, "for teaching us the ways of the forest." The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of rose and gold. The forest settled into evening, the creatures returning to their homes with hearts at peace. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the creatures continued their lives, ever watchful, ever caring, preserving the delicate balance of their world. For in the whisper of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the song of the brook, the wisdom of the ages endured, a testament to the harmony of nature and the gentle power of friendship. Story 17. Once upon a starry night, deep in the heart of an ancient forest, a young rabbit named Willow found herself drawn to the soft glow of the moonflower dell. This secluded glade, nestled between towering oaks and babbling streams, was a place of wonder and enchantment. As Willow hopped closer, her nose twitched at the sweet fragrance of night-blooming jasmine. Pale moonbeams danced across the petals of luminescent flowers, casting an ethereal glow upon the clearing. It was here, under the watchful eye of the full moon, that the forest's most wondrous secrets were revealed. Willow settled beneath a twisted willow tree, its branches swaying in the gentle breeze. She listened intently as the elder rabbits began to speak, their words carrying the weight of generations past. "Little ones," whispered Grandmother Time, her voice as soft as the moss beneath her paws. "Tonight we gather to honor the delicate balance that binds us to this forest, for it is not merely our home, but a living, breathing tapestry woven by the very hands of nature herself." Willow's eyes widened as Grandmother Time recounted the ancient tales of the forest's guardians, the wise old oak trees, the playful sprites that danced among the wildflowers, and the gentle brook that carried the melodies of the wind. "Each season brings its own magic," Grandmother Time continued. "In the spring the earth awakens from its slumber, and new life bursts forth in a symphony of color and song. The summer sun warms the forest floor, nurturing the vibrant greens that shelter us all. As if on cue, a soft rain began to fall, the droplets glistening like diamonds in the moonlight. Willow watched in wonder as the rain seemed to take on a life of its own, swirling and dancing in intricate patterns before being absorbed by the thirsty earth. "Ah, the gentle summer rain," Grandmother Time sighed contentedly. "A gift from the clouds, quenching the thirst of our woodland kin, and nourishing the roots that bind us all together." Willow felt a deep reverence for the forest's delicate cycle, her heart swelling with gratitude for the abundance that surrounded her. She knew that without the harmony of the seasons, the vibrant tapestry would unravel, and the magic would fade. "And when autumn's chill embraces the forest," Grandmother Time continued, "we celebrate the bounty of the harvest and give thanks for the sustenance that will carry us through the winter's slumber." As if on cue, a crisp breeze rustled through the golden leaves, carrying the earthy scent of decaying foliage. Willow shivered, but not from the cold. She trembled with anticipation for the icy magic that was yet to come. "Winter's bite may seem harsh," Grandmother Time said, her eyes twinkling. But beneath the frozen earth, life lies dormant, gathering strength for the grand awakening to come. Suddenly, a flurry of snowflakes began to swirl around the dell, each one a delicate crystalline marvel. Willow gasped as the flakes danced and swirled, coalescing into intricate shapes: a soaring eagle, a leaping deer, a towering tree. "You see, little ones," Grandmother Time whispered, her voice carrying the weight of the ages. "The magic of the forest is eternal, a cycle of birth, life, and renewal. As long as we respect and honor the balance, our woodland home will continue to thrive, cradled in nature's loving embrace." As the enchanting snowflake sculptures melted away, Willow felt a profound sense of peace and belonging. She knew that her role, no matter how small, was vital in maintaining the delicate tapestry that bound all living things together. From that night on, Willow carried the wisdom of the elders close to her heart, sharing the ancient tales with each new generation. And as she gazed up at the twinkling stars, she whispered a silent thanks to the forest for its boundless magic and eternal lessons of harmony and balance. Story 18. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the edge of a lush, whispering forest, lived a young girl named Lila. She was a curious soul, with eyes the color of twilight and a heart that beat to the rhythm of the gentle breeze that often swept through her village. Lila loved to explore, always finding wonder in the simplest of things: a dew-kissed spiderweb, the warm glow of the sun filtering through the leaves, or the cheerful chatter of the village birds. One misty morning, as the sun began to paint the sky with soft hues of pink and gold, Layla set off on a new adventure. Her path led her into the depths of the forest, a place filled with stories that spoke of magic and mystery. The villagers often warned of its enchantments, but Leela's heart was drawn to the unknown. As she ventured deeper, the forest unfolded around her like a living tapestry. Trees with trunks as thick as ancient tales rose high above, their leaves whispering secrets to one another in the gentle breeze. The earthy scent of moss and pine filled the air, mingling with the sweet aroma of blooming wildflowers that lined her path, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest. It wasn't long before Leela stumbled upon a peculiar sight: a shimmering archway made of intertwined branches and vibrant, glistening leaves that seemed to hum with a melody only the heart could hear. With a deep breath, she stepped through the archway, her spirit buoyed by a sense of adventure. On the other side, she found herself in a world quite unlike her own. The sky was a brilliant shade of lavender, dotted with fluffy clouds that floated like gentle whispers across the heavens. The ground beneath her feet was soft and springy, covered in a carpet of tiny, luminescent flowers that twinkled like stars in the dusky light. As Leela wandered further, she encountered creatures that sparkled with whimsy. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass, each fluttering past her with a gentle, almost musical rustle. She marveled at the sight of a family of foxes with fur that shimmered in shades of silver and gold, their eyes twinkling with mischief and kindness. Her heart filled with joy when she encountered a group of tiny, jovial creatures no taller than her knee, dressed in garments woven from petals and leaves. They introduced themselves as the Lumina, guardians of this enchanted realm. They twirled around her in a joyful dance, their laughter like the tinkling of distant bells. Leela spent her days exploring this magical world, her heart growing lighter with each new discovery. She learned to listen to the songs of the trees and understood the language of the wind. The Lumina shared their wisdom, teaching her that courage and curiosity were the keys to unlocking the wonders that lay hidden in the world. One day, as she sat by a sparkling brook that babbled sweetly over smooth stones, a gentle challenge presented itself. The Lumina needed help retrieving a special crystal that lay at the bottom of a deep, clear pool. It was said to hold the power to light up the night sky with the most beautiful auroras, a gift from the heart of the forest itself. However, the pool was guarded by a gentle but shy creature, a water sprite who feared strangers. Layla's heart swelled with kindness and understanding. She approached the pool slowly, speaking softly to the sprite, her voice as soothing as the lullaby of the brook. She spoke of the wonders she had seen and the beauty of the world shared by all its creatures. Gradually the sprite emerged, its form shimmering like sunlight on water, and offered the crystal to Layla, trusting her with its precious gift. With the crystal in hand, Layla returned to the Lumina, who celebrated her courage and friendship with a grand feast under the stars. As the crystal's light danced across the sky, painting it with ribbons of color, Layla knew that she had found her place among the wonders of the world, both seen and unseen. When the time came for Layla to return to her village, she did so with a heart full of gratitude and memories that would forever light her path. The forest, once a place of mystery, had become a cherished friend, its secrets now a part of her story. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon, Layla returned home, her spirit forever touched by the magic of courage and exploration. She knew that no matter where she roamed, the enchantment of discovery would always be with her, guiding her like the stars that twinkle in the vast, wondrous sky. And with that thought warming her heart, Layla drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the world and the gentle whispers of the forest. Story 19. In the heart of a lush, emerald forest where the leaves rustled softly like whispered secrets, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. This was no ordinary village, for it nestled beneath the boughs of towering ancient trees, their branches entwined with twinkling fairy lights that glowed warmly as dusk descended. The air was filled with the faint scent of blooming night jasmine, creating a fragrant, soothing blanket over the village. Willowbrook was known far and wide for its harmony and serenity, where magical creatures lived alongside the villagers in peaceful coexistence. However, one evening, as the golden sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was awash with hues of lavender and rose, a peculiar thing happened. The shimmering lights that usually danced in the trees began to flicker erratically, casting strange patterns upon the cobblestone paths. In the heart of the village, where a gentle stream gurgled and wound its way through the meadows, stood a cozy little cottage. It belonged to an elderly woman named Marigold, who was as wise as she was kind. Her home was filled with the comforting aroma of herbs and spices, and shelves lined with books that contained the knowledge of ages. Marigold was known to be a friend to all, a gentle guide who helped solve the village's problems with her wisdom and warmth. That night, as the unusual flickering lights cast shadows that danced along her walls, Marigold knew something was amiss. With a soft sigh, she wrapped herself in a woolen shawl, the color of ripe plums, and stepped out into the cool evening air. Her steps were light and deliberate, her senses attuned to the mysteries of the world around her. As she meandered through the village, she met young Finn, a bright-eyed boy who had a knack for noticing the little things others often missed. Finn had been watching the lights with curiosity, noting that they seemed to flicker in a pattern, almost like a message waiting to be deciphered. "Good evening, Marigold," Finn greeted her with a smile. "Have you seen the lights? They seem to be trying to tell us something." Marigold nodded, her eyes twinkling with intrigue. "Indeed, Finn, the forest is speaking, and we must listen carefully to understand its tale." The two of them, with Finn's eager enthusiasm and Marigold's seasoned wisdom, decided to investigate the mystery of the flickering lights. As they wandered deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to lean in closer, their leaves whispering secrets carried by the gentle breeze. Along their path they encountered Willow, a gentle deer with eyes as soft as polished chestnuts. Willow was known for having a special connection with the forest, understanding its moods and rhythms. "Willow, dear friend," Marigold said in her soothing voice, "what do you make of these flickering lights?" Willow lowered her graceful head, her velvety ears twitching as she listened to the forest. "The lights are in distress," she said softly, "for something has disturbed the balance of our home." With this clue, the trio continued their journey, guided by the flickering lights that seemed to form a trail leading them deeper into the heart of the forest. The air grew cooler, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthiness of the moss underfoot. Marigold's keen eyes spotted small, glowing footprints, like embers left by a tiny creature. "Look, Finn," she pointed out gently, "these footprints might belong to a fire sprite. They are mischievous but kind-hearted beings. If we can find them, perhaps they can explain the disturbance." Following the glowing trail, they soon came upon a clearing where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver. There, amidst the ferns, was a small, shimmering creature, its body aglow with a soft, golden light. It was indeed a fire sprite, its wings fluttering like delicate flames. The sprite looked up as they approached, its eyes wide with surprise and relief. "Oh, kind Marigold and clever Finn," it chimed in a voice like tinkling bells, "I am glad you found me. I have been trying to communicate with the village, but my lights have been out of sync." Marigold smiled warmly, kneeling beside the sprite. "What troubles you, little one? How can we help?" The sprite explained that a gentle breeze spirit had accidentally tangled its delicate wings in the branches high above, causing the natural flow of magic to stutter and falter. This disruption was manifesting as the flickering lights throughout Willowbrook. With understanding in their hearts, Marigold, Finn, and the sprite made their way to the grand oak tree where the breeze spirit was ensnared. The tree stood tall and majestic, its bark rough yet comforting to the touch. High up in its branches they could see the soft glow of the breeze spirit, its gentle presence trapped and unable to move freely. Finn, with his nimble fingers and youthful agility, climbed the tree carefully, guided by Marigold's gentle words and Willow's reassuring presence below. As he reached the tangled branches, he spoke soothingly to the breeze spirit, calming its flutters and gently freeing its wings. Once released, the breeze spirit twirled gracefully around Finn, its touch as soft as a whisper, before it soared into the night sky, restoring the harmony of the forest. The lights in the trees steadied, their warm glow returning to its usual gentle radiance. As they made their way back to the village, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, the air filled with a renewed sense of peace. The villagers who had gathered in curiosity greeted them with smiles and gratitude, and the fire sprite danced joyfully in the air, its light twinkling like 1,000 tiny stars. Thank you, Marigold and Finn, the sprite sang, its voice carrying through the night. You have restored balance to our home. Marigold wrapped her shawl tighter around her shoulders, her heart filled with warmth as she watched the villagers and creatures together, their bond strengthened by this shared adventure. As the night deepened and the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Marigold returned to her cozy cottage, the crackle of the fireplace welcoming her home. She sat in her favorite chair, the flickering flames casting gentle shadows that danced along the walls and reflected on the day's events. In Willowbrook, where the magical and mundane intertwined, the power of friendship and understanding had once again prevailed, leaving a comforting glow that would linger in the hearts of all who called this enchanted village their home. And so, with the forest at peace and the village aglow with harmony, the night wrapped Willowbrook in a gentle embrace, lulling it into a dreaming silence where mysteries were solved and hearts were forever entwined in kindness and light. Story 20. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering sapphire sea, there lived a young woman named Lina. Her home was a charming cottage blanketed with ivy, where the scent of lavender danced on the breeze and the gentle murmur of the ocean sang her to sleep each night. Despite the idyllic surroundings, Lina found herself at odds with change, feeling like a leaf in the wind, unsettled and unsure. Lina's days were spent tending to her vibrant garden, the petals and leaves her familiar friends. Yet as the seasons shifted, she noticed a restlessness within her heart, a yearning for something more than the routine that bound her. Change loomed like the clouds gathering before a storm, and Lina felt small beneath their shadow. One evening, as the sun melted into the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lina wandered down a narrow path leading into the nearby woods. The air was cool and fragrant with pine, and the soft crunch of fallen leaves underfoot was a comforting melody. She wandered deeper, seeking solace among the ancient trees, her thoughts swirling like the autumn wind. As dusk settled, Lina stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a glade bathed in silver moonlight, where a circle of mushrooms formed a perfect ring. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, she stepped inside the circle. The air shimmered with a gentle magic, and a soft, warm light enveloped her, whispering secrets of the forest. Suddenly, a voice as gentle as the rustling leaves spoke, "Welcome, Lina." Startled, she turned to see a small, ethereal creature perched on a moss-covered log. Its eyes sparkled like dew-kissed grass, and its wings were delicate as spider silk. "Who are you?" Lina asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am Thistle," said the creature, a smile playing at its lips. "Guardian of the glade and keeper of its magic, you have come seeking change, but fear holds you in its grasp." Lina lowered her gaze, her heart heavy with the truth of Thistle's words. "Change feels like a storm I cannot weather," she confessed, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Thistle fluttered closer, its presence comforting as a friend's embrace. "Change is not to be feared but embraced," it said softly. "It is the dance of life, where each step leads to new beginnings." With a flick of its wing, Thistle conjured a vision in the air. Lina saw herself planting seeds in her garden, nurturing them with care and patience. As the seasons passed, the seeds blossomed into a kaleidoscope of color, vibrant and alive. "You see," Thistle continued, "just as your garden thrives, so too can you. Growth takes time, but with patience and love, you will bloom into something beautiful." As the vision faded, Lena felt a warmth blossom within her, a tiny seed of hope taking root. "But how do I begin?" she asked, seeking guidance. "Trust in yourself and lean on those who care for you," Thistle advised, gesturing to the shadows at the edge of the glade. There Lena saw the familiar faces of her friends and neighbors, each one offering a smile of encouragement and understanding. One by one they stepped forward, their presence a gentle reminder of the strength found in friendship. There was Mara, the village baker, who offered Lena fresh bread and warm tea whenever the days felt heavy. And Tomas, the kind-hearted blacksmith, whose laughter could light up even the darkest of nights. And dear old Agnes, who shared stories of her own journeys, weaving wisdom into every tale. With their support, Lena felt a newfound courage stirring within her. She realized that change was not a solitary path, but a journey filled with companionship and love. As the moon climbed higher, casting its silvery glow upon the glade, Lena thanked Thistle for its wisdom. "I understand now," she said, her voice steady and filled with resolve. "Change is like tending to a garden. It requires patience, care, and the willingness to grow." Thistle nodded, its eyes twinkling with approval. "Go forth, Lena, and embrace the transformation that awaits you." With a heart lightened by understanding, Lena left the glade, her steps sure and purposeful. The path home was no longer shadowed by uncertainty, but illuminated by the gentle light of self-discovery. In the days that followed, Lena embraced the changes life presented. She took up painting, allowing her creativity to flow across canvases, capturing the beauty of her world. She joined in village celebrations, her laughter mingling with the music and joy of her friends. And most importantly, she learned to trust herself, to believe in her ability to weather any storm. As the seasons turned, Lena found herself blossoming in ways she never imagined. Her garden flourished, a testament to her journey, each flower a reminder of the beauty found in growth and transformation. And while the winds of change continued to blow, Lena no longer felt like a leaf adrift. Instead, she soared, buoyed by the strength of her roots and the support of those who loved her. And so, under the gentle gaze of the moon, Lena's story of personal growth and magical transformation unfolded, a tale of beauty, wisdom, and the enduring power of friendship. The end of one chapter marked the beginning of another, as Lena embraced the endless possibilities of her ever-unfolding journey. Story 21. In the heart of the gentle whispering woods, where the air hummed with the songs of hidden streams and the leaves danced to the soft music of the wind, nestled the small village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its quaint cottages, each with a garden full of blossoming flowers that seemed to hold secrets of their own. It was a place where magic was as natural as the sunshine, and as comforting as a warm blanket. In this village lived a kind-hearted young girl named Leora. Leora had a knack for noticing the little things that others might overlook, a curious bird call, the pattern of dew on a leaf, or the way the shadows stretched long and thin at dusk. Her eyes were always wide with wonder, and her heart was open to the mysteries of the world around her. One evening, as the sky painted itself with hues of lavender and gold, a peculiar thing happened. The villagers noticed that the usually bright and cheery glow of the moonflowers, which bloomed in every garden, had dimmed to a muted silver. This was strange indeed, for the moonflowers were known to shine like tiny stars, lighting up the night with their gentle luminescence. Concerned whispers filled the air as the villagers gathered in the square, their faces lit by the flickering glow of lanterns. Why have the moonflowers grown so dim? They wondered aloud. Could it be a sign of trouble? Leora, with her insatiable curiosity, felt a gentle tug at her heart to uncover the mystery. She set out on a path through the village, her steps light and her mind open to the whispers of the night. Her first stop was the cottage of old Thistle, the village's wise herbalist. Thistle was a kindly old woman with eyes as sharp as a hawk's and a heart as warm as fresh-baked bread. Her garden was a riot of colors and scents, each plant carefully tended with love and wisdom. "Ah, Leora," Thistle greeted, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "What brings you here at such an hour?" Leora explained the mystery of the dim moonflowers, her eyes filled with both wonder and concern. Thistle nodded thoughtfully, her fingers brushing the petals of a nearby blossom. She mused, there is a tale old as these woods that speaks of such an occurrence. The moonflowers, you see, are said to draw their light from the laughter of the forest creatures. If their laughter is stilled, the flowers grow dim. Then we must find out why the laughter has stopped, Leora said with resolve, her eyes bright with determination. Thistle smiled, seeing the determination in Leora's eyes. Perhaps the magical creatures of the forest can help. Seek out the lunar owls, they are wise and may offer guidance. With a nod of gratitude, Leora set off towards the forest, where the shadows of the trees reached out like friendly hands. The path was soft beneath her feet, cushioned by moss and fallen leaves, and the air was sweet with the fragrance of jasmine. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the moonlight filtered through the canopy in silvery streams, guiding her steps. Soon she heard the gentle hoot of an owl, a sound that seemed to blend with the rustling leaves and the distant babble of a brook. She followed the sound until she reached a clearing where the trees formed a natural circle, their branches intertwined like old friends. Perched on a low branch was a lunar owl, its feathers shimmering with a soft, silvery glow. Its eyes were large and kind, filled with the wisdom of the ages. Leora approached with a respectful bow, her heart filled with hope. "Wise owl," she began, "I seek your guidance. The moonflowers in our village have dimmed, and I believe it is because the laughter of the forest creatures has ceased. Can you help me understand why?" The lunar owl regarded her with a gentle gaze, then spoke in a voice as soft as the night breeze. "Dear child, the laughter has dwindled because the fireflies of the glade have forgotten their dance. Without their light, the joy of the forest creatures has faded." Leora listened intently, her mind racing with possibilities. How can we help the fireflies remember their dance? The owl spread its wings, the soft rustle like a sigh. There is an ancient melody, a song of the stars, that can awaken their memory, but it must be sung with a heart pure and true. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora thanked the owl and hurried back to the village. She gathered the villagers in the square, their faces reflecting the flickering lantern light, and shared what she had learned. Together they stood beneath the night sky, their voices rising in a gentle chorus. The melody was soft and sweet, weaving through the air like a ribbon of starlight. As they sang, the night seemed to hold its breath, the world listening to the ancient song. Slowly, one by one, tiny lights began to flicker in the glade. The fireflies, drawn by the music, emerged from their hiding places, their lights twinkling like scattered diamonds. They began to dance, their movement like a gentle breeze stirring the petals of a flower. As the fireflies danced, the laughter of the forest creatures returned, a soft, joyful sound that filled the night with life. The moonflowers, sensing the renewed joy, began to glow brighter, their petals shining with a light that warmed the hearts of all who beheld it. The villagers watched in awe, their spirits lifted by the beauty of the scene. Leora, standing among them, felt a deep sense of peace and happiness. She had helped bring back the light, not just to the moonflowers, but to the hearts of her village and the forest itself. That night, as the village settled into sleep, the air was filled with a gentle harmony, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to solve a mystery is a little curiosity, a lot of heart, and the willingness to listen to the world around you. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, beneath the watchful glow of the moonflowers, dreams were sweet and peaceful, wrapped in the comforting knowledge that even the smallest voice can bring about the brightest change. Story 22. In the gentle embrace of the moonlit countryside, nestled amidst rolling hills blanketed with the softest of grass, lay a quaint village known as Willspring. This village was tenderly cradled by an ancient forest that whispered secrets of old to those who cared to listen. The villagers often spoke of the forest's magic, passed down through generations, and how it protected and nourished the land. In a small cottage on the edge of Willspring lived a young woman named Clara. Her days were filled with the comforting routine of tending to her garden and listening to the stories her grandmother, Nane, would weave by the fireside each evening. Nane's tales always seemed to dance around the edges of some deeper truth, hinting at a legacy that Clara couldn't quite grasp. One crisp autumn morning, as the first frost kissed the earth, Nane handed Clara an old, intricately carved wooden box. The box was adorned with symbols of leaves and stars, and its surface was worn smooth by the touch of many hands. This was passed down to me by my mother, and her mother before her, Nane said, her voice warm and full of history. Inside, you'll find a key to your roots. Curious and a little apprehensive, Clara opened the box to reveal a delicate pendant shaped like a crescent moon, nestled on a bed of velvet. It shimmered softly as though it held the light of the night sky. This pendant, Nane explained, connects you to the ancient ways of our family. It's said to guide its wearer to the truths they seek. That evening, as the sun melted into the horizon and stars began to prick the velvet sky, Clara decided to explore the forest, hoping to uncover more about her heritage. She wore the pendant around her neck, feeling its subtle warmth against her skin. The forest path was dappled with moonlight, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to part for her, revealing an ancient stone circle she had never seen before. The stones stood like silent sentinels, each covered in moss and etched with symbols similar to those on the pendant. Clara felt a comforting hum resonate through the circle, as if it recognized her presence. Seated among the stones, Clara closed her eyes and listened. It was then that she heard it, a soft, melodic whisper, like a lullaby carried on the wind. The voice seemed to speak not to her ears, but to her heart, weaving images of her ancestors, their hands tending the land, their laughter echoing through time, their wisdom carried in gentle smiles and knowing eyes. From the stories shared through the whispering breeze, Clara learned of her people's deep connection to the land, of traditions that honored the earth and the sky, and of a legacy that thrived on harmony and respect. She saw how these traditions had been quietly nurtured by her grandmother and were now a part of her. In that moment, Clara understood that her journey wasn't just about uncovering the past. It was about embracing it, letting it guide her as she walked her own path. The pendant, she realized, was not just a symbol of her ancestry, but a reminder of the strength and wisdom she carried within her. With newfound clarity and a heart full of belonging, Clara returned to her cottage, where Nane awaited her by the fire. The warmth of the hearth wrapped around her like a familiar hug, and as she shared her experience, Nane listened with eyes that shone with pride and love. As the flames danced in the fireplace, Clara felt a peace she had never known. She understood now that the legacy of her family was not just in the stories or the pendant, but in the love and connection they shared. It was a living tapestry of moments and memories, woven together by the threads of time. And so, with the embers softly glowing and the night whispering its lullaby outside, Clara drifted into a gentle sleep, cradled by the legacy of her ancestors and the promise of all that was yet to come. Story 23. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the sunlight filters through a canopy of emerald leaves, there lay a hidden world brimming with life and gentle magic. This was a place where the rustling of leaves was said to be the murmurs of ancient trees sharing secrets with the wind, and where the vibrant tapestry of flora and fauna wove tales of harmony and balance. Within this enchanted forest, a small, clear brook babbled over smooth stones, its waters sparkling like liquid crystal as it danced beneath the dappled light. Along its banks, wildflowers of every hue swayed in a gentle breeze, their sweet fragrance mingling with the earthy scent of moss-covered logs and damp earth. This was the home of many creatures, each playing their part in the symphony of life. Among these inhabitants was a wise old turtle named Thistle, whose shell bore the markings of countless seasons. Thistle had lived longer than most could remember, and it was said that he knew every inch of the forest and every creature within it. His slow, deliberate journey through the woods was a familiar sight, his presence a comforting reminder of the enduring wisdom of the natural world. One balmy afternoon, as the sun began its slow descent beyond the treetops, Thistle set out on a journey to a gathering place known as the Circle of Seasons. This sacred clearing was where the creatures of the forest came together, especially when the balance of their world seemed uncertain. Today, the air seemed to hum with anticipation, as if the very forest was aware that something important was about to unfold. As Thistle made his way along the well-trodden path, he was joined by a lively squirrel named Pippin, whose bushy tail flicked with excitement. Pippin was known for her curiosity and boundless energy, always eager to learn from the older, wiser creatures. "Good evening, Thistle," Pippin chattered, her eyes bright with youthful enthusiasm. "What stories will you share with us today?" Thistle chuckled, his voice as deep and soothing as the forest itself. "Patience, dear Pippin, all shall be revealed in time." The two companions continued their journey, joined by others along the way, a family of rabbits with soft, twitching noses, a pair of owls whose eyes glimmered with the wisdom of ages, and a gentle deer named Briar, whose steps were as quiet as a whisper. As they arrived at the Circle of Seasons, the clearing was already abuzz with the presence of many creatures. In the center stood the elder oak, its mighty branches spreading out like a protective embrace, casting long, intricate shadows on the forest floor. The gathering began with a chorus of birds, their melodious songs weaving through the air like a delicate tapestry. Thistle took his place at the heart of the circle, his eyes reflecting the golden glow of the setting sun. "Dear friends," Thistle began, his voice carrying a calm, steady resonance, "we have come together today to remember the wisdom of our ancestors and to renew the bonds that unite us with this land." As he spoke, the air seemed to shimmer with a gentle magic, and the forest held its breath in anticipation. Thistle shared tales of the seasons, of spring's gentle awakening, summer's vibrant abundance, autumn's quiet reflection, and winter's peaceful rest. Each story was a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained their world and the responsibility they all shared to protect it. Pippin listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with a newfound understanding of her place in the grand tapestry of the forest. She realized that every creature, no matter how small, played a vital role in maintaining harmony. As the gathering drew to a close, a soft rain began to fall, its droplets like tiny jewels upon the leaves. It was a gentle reminder of nature's cycles and the promise of renewal. Under the sheltering branches of the elder oak, the creatures of the forest nestled close, their hearts warmed by the bonds of friendship and the enduring wisdom passed down through generations. And as the rain whispered its lullaby over the whispering woods, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled in the embrace of harmony and balance. And so the hidden lives of the natural creatures continued, their stories woven into the very fabric of the forest, a testament to the power of unity, wisdom, and the gentle magic that resides in the heart of nature. Story 24. In a cozy little village nestled among the rolling hills, a curious phenomenon had been unfolding. Each morning the residents awoke to find their windows frosted over with the most intricate, swirling patterns, little crystalline masterpieces that glistened in the early light. Young Emma was particularly fascinated by these icy artworks. She would press her nose against the frosty panes, tracing the delicate whorls and flourishes with her fingertips, marveling at their complexity. One crisp morning, Emma decided to investigate. She bundled up warmly and tiptoed outside just before dawn, her breath puffing out in little clouds. Settling onto the front step, she waited patiently, watching and listening. As the first rays of sun peeked over the horizon, Emma heard a faint tinkling sound, like wind chimes made of icicles. She strained her eyes, and there, darting between the trees and bushes, were tiny, glowing figures. Emma gasped in delight as she realized they were frost fairies, their gossamer wings leaving a shimmer in the air. With deft little movements, they traced their icy patterns onto every surface, transforming the village into a glistening wonderland. Suddenly, one of the fairies noticed Emma watching. With a squeak of surprise, it flitted over, hovering at eye level. Its delicate features regarded her curiously. "Please, don't be afraid," Emma whispered. "Your artwork is so beautiful. I've been admiring it every morning." The frost fairy seemed to consider her words, its wings beating slowly. Then gently it reached out and brushed Emma's cheek with its tiny hand, leaving a faint, frosty trail that made her shiver with delight. From that day on, Emma became fast friends with the frost fairies. They taught her their secrets, how to coax the most intricate patterns from a single breath of frosty air, how to imbue the ice with layers of shimmering color. On cold winter evenings, Emma's parents would tuck her into bed, and she would drift off to sleep surrounded by the fairies' dazzling handiwork on her bedroom windows. Each icy design was like a glimpse into the fairies' wonderful, hidden world, a cozy reminder that magic was all around, if you knew where to look. And though the frost would inevitably melt away with the warmth of spring, in Emma's heart the fairies' gifts remained, sparkling like gems waiting to be rediscovered when winter's chill returned once more. Story 25. In a realm untouched by time, nestled deep within the verdant arms of an ancient forest, lay a world where the whispers of the wind carried secrets of the ages and the earth hummed with the gentle pulse of life. This was a sanctuary where the boundaries between reality and magic wove together like the intricate patterns of a spider's web, creating a tapestry of wonder that cocooned all within its embrace. As twilight descended, the forest awoke with a symphony of sounds. The chirping of crickets mingled with the rustling leaves, each note a delicate thread in the fabric of the night. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the sky above, a canopy of inky blue, was dotted with stars that twinkled like distant lanterns. In the heart of this enchanted woodland, nestled among the roots of a towering oak tree, lived a wise old turtle named Thistle. His shell was as weathered as ancient stone, etched with the stories of countless seasons. Thistle had seen the forest through the eyes of a hatchling, and now, in his twilight years, he served as its gentle guardian. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves began their slow descent to the earth, Thistle received a visitor. It was Fen, a spirited young fox with a coat that glimmered with the fiery hues of the season. Fen was known for his curiosity and his boundless energy, and he often sought Thistle's counsel on matters that weighed upon his nimble mind. "Good evening, Thistle," Fen greeted, his eyes alight with both wonder and concern. "The winds whisper of a change, one that unsettles the heart of the forest. Tell me, what do they say to you?" Thistle, with his deep, knowing eyes and a voice as soft as the breeze through the leaves, replied, "Ah, young Fen, the winds carry tales both old and new. They speak of balance, a dance as old as the stars. Yet sometimes the steps falter, and it is up to us to mend them." Fen's ears perked up, his curiosity piqued. "How do we restore this balance, dear Thistle?" "Through harmony, my friend," Thistle answered, his words wrapping around Fen like a warm blanket. "Each creature, each leaf and stone plays a part in the symphony of life. We must listen, learn, and lend our voices to the song." Fen pondered these words as he watched the leaves swirl in the gentle breeze, their colors a riot of gold and crimson. He knew the forest was more than just a home. It was a living, breathing entity, and each being within it, from the smallest ant to the mightiest bear, had a role to play. The next morning, as the forest awoke in a golden glow, Fen set out on a journey across the woodland. His paws pressed softly against the carpet of fallen leaves, each step a silent promise to heed Thistle's wisdom. The forest was alive with the chatter of squirrels and the melodic songs of birds, a reminder of the vibrant life that thrummed beneath its canopy. Fen's journey led him to the banks of a sparkling stream, its waters as clear as the sky reflecting in its depths. Here he found Willow, a gentle deer whose grace and kindness were known throughout the forest. Her large, soulful eyes met Fen's, and she greeted him with a nod. "Willow," Fen began, "Thistle speaks of a balance we must restore. Will you help me understand the harmony we seek?" Willow dipped her head, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves. The seasons guide us, Fen. Each has its purpose, its gifts and challenges. We must learn to move with them, to flow like the stream and bend like the willow. As they spoke, the sun climbed higher, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow across the forest floor. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers, a reminder of the beauty that surrounded them. Together, Fen and Willow wandered through the forest, their journey a tapestry of discovery and understanding. They visited the wise old owl, who spoke of the wisdom in silence and the stories written in the stars. They listened to the songs of the river, which spoke of patience and persistence, and they marveled at the dance of fireflies, a reminder that even the smallest light can guide the way. With each encounter, Fen felt the threads of the forest symphony weave through his heart, a melody of harmony and peace. He understood now that balance was not a destination but a journey, a dance that required both wisdom and friendship. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Fen and Willow returned to Thistle. The old turtle sat beneath the oak, the gentle glow of fireflies illuminating his serene face. "Thistle," Fen said softly, "I have learned much today. The forest sings a song of life, and we are but one note in its melody." Thistle nodded, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "And a beautiful note indeed, young Fen. Remember, wisdom is not in knowing all the answers, but in seeking them with an open heart." The night settled around them, wrapping the forest in a tranquil embrace. The stars above twinkled like knowing eyes, and the gentle hum of the earth sang a lullaby to all who dwelled within its bounds. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality danced hand in hand, the creatures of the woodland found peace in the symphony of life. Through friendship and understanding, they learned to cherish the balance that bound them together, each note a testament to the harmony of nature. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, the forest slumbered, cradled in the arms of the night, its heart beating softly with the promise of another day. Story 26. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the leaves seemed to hum gentle lullabies, there lay a small village that twinkled like scattered stars on a dark velvet night. The village, known simply as Willowmere, was a place of enchantment, where cozy cottages nestled among towering trees, and moonlight danced upon the cobblestone paths. The villagers of Willowmere were no strangers to magic, for in this serene haven, magic was as abundant as the morning dew. Fireflies that glowed like miniature lanterns fluttered by day and night, and the air was perpetually filled with a sweet, floral fragrance that hinted at the presence of unseen wonders. Yet for all its charm, Willowmere was not without its mysteries. On a particularly crisp autumn evening, when the leaves were a riot of crimson and gold, a curious thing began to happen. A gentle, silvery mist began to roll in each night at twilight, blanketing the village in an otherworldly sheen. It wasn't the mist itself that puzzled the villagers. Mist was common enough, but what occurred within it? Each morning, as the first rays of sun pierced through the lingering haze, the villagers would discover peculiar gifts left upon their doorsteps. A perfectly round pebble that glimmered like moonstone, a feather as soft as a whisper and as blue as a sapphire sky, or a twig twisted into the shape of a heart. These tokens were beautiful, but they were also unfathomable, leaving the villagers both delighted and bewildered. Among those pondering these strange occurrences was young Lila, a girl with a heart as gentle as the summer breeze. Leela lived with her grandmother in a cottage at the edge of the whispering wood, where the wildflowers grew in a riot of colors, and a gentle brook sang softly as it meandered through the garden. Leela was known for her keen sense of observation and her insatiable curiosity, a curiosity that was now piqued by the mysterious gifts and the nightly mist. Determined to unravel the mystery, Leila decided to seek the wisdom of the village's oldest and wisest resident, Elder Tanwin, who lived in a quaint, ivy-clad tower at the heart of Willowmere. Elder Tanwin was a kindly soul with a twinkle in his eye and a beard as white as the winter snow. He welcomed Leila into his cozy study, where the warm glow of the hearth cast dancing shadows on the walls, and shelves were lined with books that seemed to whisper secrets of their own. Elder Tanwin, Leila began, her voice hushed with the weight of her quest. "Have you heard about the gifts left by the mist?" The old man nodded, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Indeed I have, dear Lila. The forest has its way of sharing its wonders. But tell me, what do you think these gifts mean?" Leela pondered for a moment, her brow furrowed in thought. "I think the mist is trying to tell us something," she said slowly. "But I don't know what." Elder Tanwin smiled gently, his gaze resting on the dancing flames. "In mysteries such as these, the answers often lie in the heart of the forest. Have you considered seeking the help of the creatures who dwell within?" Leela's eyes brightened at the suggestion. The forest creatures, of course they would know. Bidding Elder Tanwin farewell, Leila set off into the whispering wood, following the brook's song deeper into the forest. The air was crisp and cool, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth. As she walked, Leila kept her eyes and ears open, hoping to spot a familiar friend. It wasn't long before she heard the soft rustling of leaves, and from behind a gnarled oak tree appeared a small, furry creature with eyes like polished amber. It was Bramble, a wise old hedgehog known for his vast knowledge of the woodland and its secrets. "Good day, young Lila," Bramble greeted, his voice as warm as a summer afternoon. "What brings you to the heart of the forest?" Leela knelt beside the hedgehog, her gaze earnest. "Bramble, do you know anything about the gifts left by the mist?" Bramble chuckled softly, his spines rustling like autumn leaves. "Ah, the gifts. Yes, I have seen them. The mist is woven by the mistweavers, gentle spirits who dwell in the hidden glades. They leave these tokens as a reminder of the connection between the forest and the village." "But why now?" Leila asked, her curiosity deepening. "Why have the mistweavers chosen this time to share their gifts?" Bramble's eyes twinkled as he spoke. "The forest has sensed a change, a shift in the balance. The mistweavers wish to remind us all of the harmony that must be maintained between our worlds." With newfound understanding, Leela thanked Bramble and made her way back to Willowmere, her heart light with the knowledge she had gained. She shared her discoveries with Elder Tanwin, who nodded in agreement. "The mistweaver's gifts are indeed a precious reminder," he said. "We must cherish and protect the bond between our village and the forest." That evening, as the silvery mist rolled in once more, Leila gathered the villagers together in the village square, beneath the gentle glow of lantern light. She shared the story of the mistweavers and the gifts they left, explaining their purpose and the importance of the connection between the village and the forest. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their hearts touched by the gentle reminder. Together, they resolved to honor the forest and its magic, ensuring that the harmony between their worlds would endure. As Leela returned to her grandmother's cottage, the mist began to lift, revealing a sky studded with stars. She felt a sense of peace and comfort, knowing that the mystery had been unraveled and the lesson learned. And so Willowmere continued to thrive, its villagers living in harmony with the whispering wood. The mist still rolled in from time to time, bearing gifts of beauty and wonder, but now they were no longer a mystery. Instead, they were a cherished reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the village, waiting to be discovered by those with the heart to seek it. As Leela drifted off to sleep that night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant song of the brook lulled her into dreams of moonlit glades and whispering trees, where the mysteries of the forest unfolded like a story told by the stars. And in her heart she knew that the bond between Willowmere and the Whispering Wood would endure for generations to come, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enchanting magic of the world around them. Story 27. In the twilight of a distant galaxy, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on velvet, there existed a crossroads of cosmic paths known as the Nebula Nexus. Here, travelers from every corner of the universe gathered, their ships docking at the bustling terminal that floated gracefully in space like a grand celestial castle. Amidst this vibrant convergence of life, two unlikely companions found themselves intertwined by fate's delicate weave. One was a gentle, azure-skinned being named Leora, hailing from the planet Aquilara, where the ocean sang lullabies to the moon. Her people, the Aquilarans, were known for their wisdom and their ability to harmonize with the water's whispers. The other was a spirited creature named Rivok, from the fiery terrains of Pyronia. Rivok's kind, the Pyronians, were beings of flame and heat, with skin that shimmered like molten metal and eyes that gleamed with the intensity of the sun's core. They thrived on energy and were infamous for their impulsive nature. When Leora and Rivok first encountered one another in the bustling marketplace of the Nebula Nexus, it was a meeting destined for misunderstanding. Leora, accustomed to the fluidity and calm of her home, found Rivok's fiery demeanor overwhelming, while Rivok saw Leora's serene nature as a sign of aloofness. Yet, as the universe often designs, a twist of fortune bound them together. A sudden malfunction in the Nebula Nexus's central energy core threatened to plunge the entire station into darkness. Amidst the rising panic, Leora's calm demeanor and Rivok's energetic drive made them an unexpected team. "Let's try to synchronize our efforts," Leora suggested gently, her voice like a soothing stream. "Together, we can stabilize the energy core." Rivok, though skeptical, nodded. "All right, but we'll need speed and precision. I'll provide the energy boost, and you can guide the flow." They worked side by side, merging their strengths. Leora's knowledge of energy harmonics and Rivok's raw power created a symphony of balance. As they toiled, a mutual respect began to form, each recognizing the unique gifts the other brought to the task. Despite their initial differences, they soon found themselves laughing at small mishaps, a spurt of energy that singed Leora's seaweed-like hair, or the gentle splash that doused Rivok's flames. These moments, once sources of irritation, now sparked joy and understanding. As the crisis abated and the energy core hummed back to life, the two stood amidst the grateful applause of the station's inhabitants. Rivak turned to Leora with a newfound warmth. I never imagined water and fire could work together so well. Leora smiled, her eyes twinkling like starlit waves. Nor did I, but perhaps we were meant to teach each other something. Friendship, like the universe, is vast and ever-expanding. Their bond deepened as they continued their journey through the nebula nexus, facing challenges that tested their growing friendship. They navigated asteroid fields and deciphered cryptic star maps, each trial strengthening the trust between them. When Leora found herself trapped in a labyrinthine asteroid, it was Rivak's flame that illuminated the path to safety. And when Rivak faced the chill of a solar eclipse, Leora's calm presence shielded him from the cold. Through these shared adventures, they learned that true friendship was not about perfect harmony, but about embracing differences and finding strength in unity. They discovered that even the most unlikely companions could forge a connection as profound and enduring as the stars themselves. As they stood together, gazing at the infinite tapestry of the universe, Rivak spoke softly, his voice touched with wonder. I think I've found a home beyond my fiery lands, Leora. It's here, in the spaces we create together. Leora nodded, feeling the truth of his words resonating within her heart. And I, Rivak, have found a warmth beyond the ocean's embrace. It's in the laughter and light we share. And so, under the celestial canopy, amidst the gentle hum of the nebula nexus, their friendship became a beacon, a reminder that in the vast expanse of the cosmos, it is the bonds we forge that light our way, guiding us through the darkness, bringing warmth and understanding to all the worlds we touch. Story 28. In a quaint village cradled between emerald hills and gentle streams, there lived a young woman named Leora. Her home was a tapestry of wooden beams and stone, nestled beside a field of lavender that swayed under the tender touch of the wind. Every evening as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of soft gold and rose, the fragrance of lavender would drift through the air, wrapping the village in its calming embrace. Leora had always felt a deep connection to the land and its stories, whispered through the rustle of leaves and the murmur of the brook that wound its way through the village. Her grandmother, a wise and gentle soul, often shared tales of their ancestors, who were said to be keepers of an ancient legacy. These stories spoke of a time long past, where magic flowed as freely as the rivers, and the earth's secrets were known to those who listened with open hearts. One crisp autumn morning, while exploring the attic of her family's old stone cottage, Leora discovered an ornate wooden box, its surface intricately carved with swirling vines and celestial motifs. The box seemed to hum with an energy that was both familiar and mysterious. As she dusted off the lid and carefully lifted it open, she found nestled within a collection of artifacts. A delicate silver pendant shaped like a crescent moon, a small vial filled with shimmering sand, and an ancient scroll penned in a language she could not read. Intrigued, Leora took the scroll to her grandmother, whose eyes sparkled with a knowing gleam as she unfurled the parchment. "These are the words of our ancestors," her grandmother explained, tracing the elegant script with her fingers. "They speak of a tradition that binds us to the earth and to each other, a reminder of the strength that lies in unity and understanding." Together, they set out to learn more about these heirlooms and their meanings. The village elder, an old friend of her grandmother's, welcomed them into his home filled with the scent of burning sage and the soft glow of candlelight. As they sat together by the hearth, he shared the story of the Crescent Keepers, a lineage of guardians who protected the balance of nature and nurtured the bonds between all living things. The silver pendant, he revealed, was a symbol of their connection to the cycles of the moon, a reminder of the ebb and flow of life's challenges and blessings. The vial of sand, gathered from the sacred dunes of their ancestors' homeland, represented the passage of time and the enduring strength of their heritage. And the scroll contained a song of healing and harmony, sung in the language of the heart. Inspired by the beauty of this legacy, Leora felt a profound sense of belonging and purpose. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering her roots, but also about embracing the wisdom of the past to guide her present and future. She began to weave the teachings of her ancestors into her daily life, cultivating a garden where wildflowers danced in the breeze, and tending to the needs of her community with compassion and care. As the seasons turned and the village celebrated the cycles of nature with joyous festivals and quiet reflection, Leora found herself surrounded by a circle of friends and family who shared in the richness of their shared heritage. Together they honored the traditions of the Crescent Keepers, their voices rising in song beneath the moonlit sky, a chorus of unity and hope. And so, in the gentle glow of the hearth, Leora's heart swelled with gratitude. She understood that the true magic of her legacy lay not in the artifacts themselves, but in the enduring connections they fostered, the whispered stories, the shared laughter, and the loving bonds that enriched their lives. As the village settled into a peaceful slumber, the lavender fields continued to sway in the moonlight, a soothing lullaby to all who dreamed of the past and the promise of tomorrow. And in that tranquil moment, Leora knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, embraced by the warmth of her heritage and the love of her community. Story 29. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stars burn like flickering candles against the velvet darkness of space, there existed a small planet known as Luminara. Luminara was a place where the air shimmered with luminescent particles, casting a gentle glow over the pastel skies and verdant landscapes. It was here that the story of two unlikely companions began, a tale of friendship forged in the fires of misunderstanding and adversity. On a bright morning, the sky was painted with hues of lavender and gold. A sleek silver spacecraft descended from the heavens, its hull glistening like a polished gem. This was the ship of Zephyr, a traveler from the wind-swept plains of Ethuria, a planet of soaring towers and endless skies. Zephyr was a being of air and light, his form ethereal and ever-changing, with eyes like swirling nebulae. As Zephyr touched down, he marveled at Luminara's beauty, unaware that his presence would soon entangle him in a serendipitous encounter. Not far from where he landed, beneath the boughs of a tree that whispered secrets in the gentle breeze, sat a creature unlike any he had ever seen. Her name was Kira, a resident of Luminara, with skin that shimmered like moonlit water and eyes as deep and wise as the universe itself. Kira was a creature of the earth and sea, attuned to the rhythms of her planet. Her world was one of peace and harmony, a place where every creature had its role and purpose. Yet she was curious about the stars and the stories they might hold. The meeting of Zephyr and Kira was not without incident. As Zephyr explored the surroundings, his presence disturbed a colony of luminescent butterflies, sending them fluttering into the air like a cascade of shimmering jewels. Kira, who had been tending to the butterflies, was startled by the sudden flurry and turned to see the source of the disturbance. Their eyes met, and for a brief moment there was silence, a pause in which the universe seemed to hold its breath. Zephyr, with his airy grace, drifted closer, and Kira, cautious but intrigued, watched him with a mixture of wonder and apprehension. "I apologize," Zephyr said, his voice like a gentle breeze. "I did not mean to disturb your world." Kira studied him, sensing the sincerity in his words. "You are not from here," she observed, her tones soft and melodic. "No," Zephyr replied, "I am a traveler, seeking knowledge and stories from the stars." Kira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Then perhaps, traveler, you would like to learn the stories of my world." And so began their unlikely companionship. At first it was a tentative bond, fraught with misunderstandings. Zephyr, accustomed to the vast, open spaces of Etheria, found the dense forests of Luminara confining. Kira, with her deep connection to the land, struggled to understand Zephyr's need for constant movement and change. One afternoon, as they sat by a tranquil lake, Kira shared tales of Luminara's origins, of how the luminescent flora and fauna came to be. Zephyr, in turn, spoke of the winds of Etheria, of how they sang across the plains and carried with them the whispers of ancient stories. Their conversations were filled with moments of confusion and discovery. Zephyr did not understand how Kira could find peace in stillness, while Kira marveled at Zephyr's restless spirit. Yet with each shared story, each exchange of ideas, they began to see the world through each other's eyes. One day a challenge arose that would test the strength of their burgeoning friendship. A storm, unlike any Luminara had seen, swept across the land, darkening the skies and sending the luminescent creatures into hiding. The winds howled with a ferocity that threatened to uproot trees and scatter the delicate balance of life. Kira, with her deep understanding of the land, knew that the storm could bring devastation. Zephyr, feeling the turmoil in the air, realized that his presence might be able to quell the tempest. Together, they devised a plan. Kira, drawing on her bond with the earth, would stabilize the roots and hold the ground firm. Zephyr, embracing his nature, would ride the winds, guiding them away from the fragile ecosystem. In the heart of the storm, where lightning danced like wild spirits and thunder rumbled like a distant drum, Kira and Zephyr worked as one. Kira's presence was a calming force, her energy flowing into the land, anchoring it against the gale. Zephyr soared through the tempest, his form a blur of light and air, weaving among the turbulent currents, calming them with his touch. As the storm began to subside, the skies cleared to reveal a tapestry of stars. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of rain, and a profound silence settled over the land, a silence that spoke of peace and renewal. Exhausted but triumphant, Kira and Zephyr returned to the lakeside where they had first shared their stories. There, beneath the starlit sky, they realized the depth of the bond they had forged. "You showed great courage today," Kira said, her voice filled with gratitude. "And you showed great wisdom," Zephyr replied, his eyes reflecting the starlight. In that moment they understood that their differences were not barriers but bridges, pathways to understanding and friendship. Zephyr's restlessness and Kira's serenity, once sources of misunderstanding, had become strengths that complemented one another. Their journey together continued, marked by shared adventures and quiet moments of reflection. They learned to appreciate the beauty in their contrasts, finding comfort in the knowledge that true friendship transcends the boundaries of worlds and species. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Zephyr and Kira's friendship blossomed like the luminescent flowers of Luminara, casting a gentle glow into the universe. They became a testament to the power of connection, proof that even the most unlikely companions can discover the true meaning of friendship. And so, beneath the ever-watchful stars, they journeyed on, their hearts bound by the stories they shared and the challenges they overcame, forever changed by the friendship that had illuminated their paths. Story 30. The Whispering Woods and the Locket of Secrets. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and emerald forests stood a small cottage with ivy creeping up its stone walls. A gentle stream meandered through the garden, singing a soft lullaby as it traveled onward. This was the home of young Clara, a girl with eyes the color of twilight skies and hair as dark as the midnight sea. Clara's days were spent in curious exploration, wandering the fields and woods that surrounded her home. She had a knack for finding the extraordinary in the ordinary, whether it was a pebble shaped like a heart or a particularly fragrant wildflower. Her heart, though, held a longing for adventure that extended beyond the boundaries of her familiar world. One golden morning, as the sun cast its first rays upon the dew-kissed earth, Clara set out with her wicker basket to gather berries for her mother's famous pies. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and fresh earth. The path she took wound through the whispering woods, named for the gentle murmurs that seemed to drift from the trees themselves. As Clara stepped lightly along the leaf-strewn path, she hummed a tune that matched the birdsong overhead. Suddenly her foot caught on something hard, sending her tumbling to the ground. There, half buried in the soil, glinted a tiny object. Clara brushed away the earth to reveal a locket, its surface intricately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to shift under her gaze. Curiosity piqued, Clara opened the locket, revealing a small, perfectly round mirror inside. To her surprise, the mirror's surface shimmered with a light that seemed to come from within. As she gazed into it, the reflection was not her own but a swirling mist, forming images that danced and beckoned. The locket, she realized, held a magic far beyond her understanding. That evening, as the stars twinkled in a velvet sky, Clara sat by the hearth, the locket warm in her hand. She could feel a gentle pull, an invitation to step beyond the world she knew. With a soft sigh, she resolved to follow this mysterious call, hoping the locket would guide her to whatever lay beyond. The next morning, with the locket safely around her neck, Clara ventured deeper into the whispering woods than she had ever dared. The forest seemed alive with anticipation, each rustle of leaves a whisper of encouragement. As the sun climbed higher, she found herself standing before a towering oak, its branches stretching like welcoming arms. Clara reached out to touch the ancient bark, and the tree responded with a low, resonant hum. The air shimmered, and she felt herself being drawn into a world hidden within the folds of reality. The forest around her faded, replaced by a vibrant landscape that pulsed with magic. Flowers glowed with ethereal light, and streams flowed with water so clear it seemed to sing. In this hidden realm, Clara met creatures of all shapes and sizes. Friendly foxes with luminous fur, and wise old owls with feathers that sparkled like stardust. But most enchanting of all was the company she soon found, a small, spirited sprite named Nyla, with wings like dragonfly glass and a laugh like tinkling bells. Nyla, it seemed, was the guardian of this magical world, and she greeted Clara with a curious, knowing smile. "You've found the Locket of Secrets," Nyla said, her voice as light as the breeze. "It has chosen you for a special journey." Clara felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of belonging she had never quite felt before. "What kind of journey?" she asked, her voice filled with wonder. Nyla gestured to the world around them. "This realm is connected to your own, hidden yet intertwined. The Locket lets you see what others cannot, but it also seeks to heal and protect. There's a task here that only you can complete." Intrigued and a little nervous, Clara nodded. She had always believed in the magic of the natural world, and now it seemed she was part of it in a way she had never imagined. As days turned into weeks, Clara and Nyla explored the hidden wonders of this enchanted realm. They danced with the fireflies under the moonlit sky and listened to the stories the wind whispered through the trees. Each day was a lesson in the delicate balance of this world and the one she had left behind. Through it all, the Locket guided her, revealing secrets of the forest and its creatures. Clara learned to listen to the subtlest of signs, a drooping flower, a restless stream, and understand the needs and desires of this magical land. One day, as they sat by a bubbling brook, Nyla grew solemn. "A great shadow is spreading in the far corners of this realm," she said, her eyes clouded with worry. "It threatens to consume the light and joy of our world." Clara felt a pang of fear, but also a stirring of courage. "What can I do?" she asked, her voice steady despite the uncertainty. Nyla's smile returned, bright and reassuring. "The Locket has chosen you for a reason. It sees the light within you, a light strong enough to banish the shadows. You must journey to the heart of the forest and awaken the elder tree. It holds the power to restore balance." Clara nodded, determination lighting her eyes. She had found a purpose greater than any she had known before, and with Nyla by her side, she felt ready to face whatever lay ahead. Their journey to the heart of the forest was filled with challenges that tested Clara's resolve. They crossed rivers guarded by playful sprites and navigated meadows where the flowers sang in harmony. Each obstacle taught Clara more about herself and the magic she wielded. At last they arrived at the heart of the forest, where the elder tree stood in majestic splendor. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its branches stretching up to touch the sky. Clara felt its ancient wisdom resonate through her, filling her with a profound sense of peace. She approached the tree, the locket glowing warmly against her chest. As she placed her hand on the rough bark, she could feel the heartbeat of the forest, slow and steady. Closing her eyes, Clara reached deep within herself, calling upon the light she carried. A gentle warmth spread from the locket, flowing through her and into the elder tree. The tree responded, its branches trembling as if waking from a long slumber. A radiant light spread from its core, washing over the forest and dispelling the shadows that had gathered. Clara opened her eyes to find the world transformed. The forest was alive with color and light, each leaf and petal shimmering with renewed vitality. She felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing she had played a part in restoring this magical realm. Nyla hovered beside her, her eyes shining with gratitude. "You have done it, Clara," she said, her voice filled with joy. The balance is restored, and the forest will thrive once more. Clara smiled, her heart light with happiness. She knew she would always carry a piece of this world with her, no matter where her journey took her. As the sun set on the enchanted realm, she bid farewell to her newfound friends, promising to return whenever the forest called. Returning to her own world, Clara found it unchanged, yet profoundly different in her eyes. She carried the wisdom and magic of the hidden realm within her, a secret she cherished deeply. As the days passed, Clara shared her tales with her village, weaving stories of wonder and adventure that captivated all who listened. The locket, its magic fulfilled, rested quietly in a place of honor, a reminder of the journey that had changed her forever. And so, as the seasons turned and the stars danced in the night sky, Clara's spirit remained ever curious and kind, her heart forever touched by the magic of the whispering woods. The gentle harmony of her two worlds lingered in her soul, a melody that would guide her through the adventures yet to come. Story 31. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a village, where rooftops were crowned with thatch and cobblestone paths wove their way through fields of wildflowers, there stood a small, unassuming cottage. This cottage was home to a young girl named Miri, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and whose heart was as open as the endless sky. Miri spent her days exploring the meadows and forests surrounding her village, always on the lookout for the hidden wonders of the natural world. One crisp autumn afternoon, as leaves danced down from the trees in a shower of gold and copper, Miri stumbled upon something rather peculiar. Tucked beneath a gnarled old oak, she found a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer faintly in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Miri gently lifted the box and felt a warm, gentle hum resonate through her fingertips. She carried it home where she sat by the hearth, the comforting crackle of the fire filling the room. As she carefully opened the box, a soft, luminescent glow spilled out, revealing a collection of tiny, delicate seeds nestled with it. That night, as the moon cast its silvery light across her room, Miri dreamt of a lush, enchanted garden filled with flowers she had never seen before, each one more vibrant and beautiful than the last. When she awoke, she felt a deep sense of connection to the mysterious seeds. She knew without a doubt that they held a magic unlike anything she had encountered. Determined to unlock their secrets, Miri set out the next day with the box tucked safely in her satchel. Her journey began with a visit to the village elder, a wise and gentle woman named Greta, whose knowledge of the land and its mysteries was renowned. Greta greeted Miri with a warm embrace, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of many years. As Miri shared her discovery, Greta's expression turned thoughtful. "These are not ordinary seeds, my dear," she said in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "They are the seeds of possibility, capable of growing whatever is most needed in the world, but they can only be nurtured with care and the right intentions." Miri listened intently, her heart filling with awe and responsibility. Greta advised her to seek guidance from the creatures of the forest, who were known to possess great wisdom. And so, with a grateful heart, Miri set off into the woods, the seeds safely in her keeping. As she ventured deeper into the forest, she was greeted by the gentle rustle of leaves and the melodious songs of birds. Soon she came upon a clearing where she found a group of animals gathered. There was Bramble, the mischievous fox with a coat like russet velvet, Luna, the graceful deer with eyes as deep and gentle as a twilight sky, and Willow, the wise old owl perched serenely atop a branch. Together they listened to Myri's tale, their eyes filled with understanding. Bramble, with a playful flick of his tail, suggested a game to uncover the seed's potential, while Luna, ever composed, advised patience and observation. Willow, with a thoughtful tilt of her head, proposed a journey of discovery, where each step would reveal a new truth. Guided by the forest friends, Myri embarked on her journey. She planted one seed in a sunlit glade, waiting patiently as it sprouted into a wondrous tree bearing fruits that shimmered like the dawn. From another seed a stream of crystal-clear water emerged, meandering gently through the forest, bringing life wherever it flowed. With each new creation, Myri's understanding deepened. She realized that the true power of the seeds lay not in the magic they possessed, but in their intentions behind their planting. It was the love and care she infused into the earth, the hope and dreams she whispered to the soil, that brought forth their wonders. As the days turned to weeks, Myri's enchanted garden flourished, becoming a sanctuary of beauty and peace. The villagers, drawn by its magic, came to marvel at the sight, their hearts filled with joy and inspiration. They too began to see the world through a lens of possibility, finding magic in the everyday and nurturing it with kindness. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Myri sat with her forest friends in the heart of the garden. She thanked them for their guidance and wisdom, her heart brimming with gratitude. "You have shown us the true magic, Myri," Willow hooted softly, her eyes reflecting the glow of the fireflies that danced in the twilight. "The magic that resides within each of us, waiting to be awakened by love and compassion." Myri smiled, her spirit light and content. She knew that her journey had just begun, that there were endless possibilities to explore and share with the world. As she lay down to sleep, the gentle lullaby of the night wrapped around her, and she dreamt of gardens yet to be discovered, nurtured by the seeds of her heart. And so, in a world where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Myri's garden stood as a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the endless magic of possibility. It was a reminder that the most wondrous things could be found not through force, but through the gentle touch of love and understanding. In the glow of the moonlight, the garden thrived, whispering its secrets to those who were willing to listen, and promising that in every heart lay the seeds to change the world. And as the night cradled the village in its embrace, the gentle, steady rhythm of life continued, a symphony of dreams and hopes carried on the wings of the stars. Story 32. Once upon a time, in a village nestled on the edge of a sprawling forest, there lived a young girl named Layla. Layla had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. The villagers loved to tell tales about their enchanted glade, a place deep within the forest that shimmered with magic and mystery. It was said that only those with the purest intentions and the bravest hearts could find their way there. One sunny morning, as the first rays of dawn danced upon the leaves, Layla felt a gentle pull in her heart. She wrapped herself in a soft woolen cloak her grandmother had made and set off towards the forest, her spirit buoyed by the crisp, fragrant air of early spring. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the rustle of leaves under the gentle caress of the wind. Sunlight trickled through the canopy, casting dappled shadows that playfully leapt across the forest floor. As Leela ventured deeper, she noticed that the trees grew taller and their bark seemed to glimmer faintly, as if kissed by stardust. Leela soon came across a babbling brook, its waters as clear as crystal. She knelt beside it and cupped her hands to take a sip, finding the water cool and refreshing. It was then that she noticed a small creature peeking at her from behind a moss-covered rock. It was a squirrel, but unlike any she had seen before. Its fur was a brilliant shade of blue, and its eyes sparkled like tiny sapphires. "Hello there," Leela said softly, smiling at the squirrel. "Are you from the enchanted glade?" The squirrel tilted its head and chattered animatedly, as if understanding her words. Then, with a flick of its bushy tail, it scampered off along a narrow path that wound its way through the trees. Leela followed, her heart racing with excitement and wonder. As she walked, she encountered more whimsical creatures, a pair of rabbits with fur that shimmered like silver, a family of deer whose antlers glowed with a gentle luminescence, and a cluster of butterflies with wings that sparkled like precious gems. Each creature greeted her with warmth and curiosity, guiding her further into the heart of the forest. The path led Leela to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling majestically, adorned with leaves that seemed to whisper secrets of the ages. Beneath the tree, the grass was soft and lush, sprinkled with wildflowers that filled the air with their sweet, intoxicating fragrance. Leela approached the tree, feeling a sense of awe and peace wash over her. She noticed a small wooden door nestled in the trunk, intricately carved with symbols of the moon and stars. As she reached out to touch it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a cozy chamber within. Inside, the chamber was filled with the soft glow of lanterns, their light casting a warm, inviting ambience. Shelves lined the walls, brimming with books and trinkets from lands far and wide. In the center of the room sat a small, round table, upon which rested a steaming pot of herbal tea and a plate of freshly baked scones. As Leela entered, she was greeted by a voice as soft as a summer breeze. "Welcome, dear traveler," it said. Leela turned to see an elderly woman seated in a rocking chair, her eyes twinkling with kindness and wisdom. Her hair was as white as snow, and she wore a cloak of deep green, embroidered with delicate patterns of leaves and vines. "I am the guardian of the enchanted glade," the woman continued, gesturing for Leela to sit beside her. "You have journeyed far and shown great courage to find this place." Leela sat down, feeling a warm glow of pride and gratitude. "I have always dreamed of exploring the wonders of the forest," she admitted. "But I never imagined I would find something so magical." The guardian smiled, pouring Leela a cup of tea. "The forest holds many wonders for those who dare to explore with an open heart. It is a place of learning and growth, where challenges reveal our true strengths." As they sipped their tea, Leela shared stories of her adventures and the creatures she had met along the way. The guardian listened with delight, occasionally offering gentle words of wisdom that wrapped around Leela like a comforting embrace. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Leela knew it was time to return to her village. The guardian walked her to the edge of the clearing, where the path back home awaited. "Remember, dear Leela," the guardian said, her voice tender and reassuring, The courage to explore the unknown is a gift that will guide you throughout your life. Trust in yourself and you will always find your way. With a heart full of warmth and a newfound sense of confidence, Lila bid farewell to her newfound friend and the enchanting world she had discovered. She walked back through the forest, the setting sun casting a gentle glow upon her path. When Lila emerged from the forest and returned to her village, the stars were beginning to twinkle in the night sky. She carried with her the magical memories of her journey and the lessons she had learned. From that day on, whenever she looked towards the forest, Lila felt a sense of peace and wonder, knowing that the enchanted glade was always there, a place where courage and kindness opened the door to endless possibilities. And so, with a heart full of dreams and the wisdom of the forest guiding her, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the enchanting beauty of the world she had discovered. And as the night embraced the village in a gentle lullaby, all was well and magical in Lila's world. Story 33. In the sleepy village of Elderglen, where the cobblestone streets whispered tales of yore and the old oak trees stood as ancient sentinels, there existed a secret known only to a few. Beyond the village borders, past the meandering river that sang a lullaby to those who cared to listen, lay a forest where the ordinary world and the extraordinary entwined like the threads of a beloved tapestry. The forest was called Whisperwood, and it was said to be alive with magic. Trees with trunks as wide as cottages stood shoulder to shoulder, their branches stretching towards the sky like arms yearning for the stars. The leaves, vibrant and lush, shimmered in hues of emerald and jade, and when the wind swept through, it carried with it the forest's secrets, spoken in a language of rustling and sighs. In this village, nestled comfortably in a cottage draped with creeping ivy, lived a young girl named Lyra. Lyra was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She could find wonder in the way sunlight danced upon the river's surface and mystery in the patterns left by the morning dew upon the grass. Her heart was a lantern of curiosity, illuminating the world around her with a warm, inviting glow. Lyra's best friend was an elderly man named Finn. Finn was the village storyteller, his silver hair a cascade of moonlight, his eyes twinkling like stars caught in the depths of a night sky. He was a gentle soul who wore kindness like a cloak and possessed a voice that could weave tales so vivid they seemed to paint themselves into reality. Every evening Lyra would visit Finn, and they would sit by the fireplace that crackled softly in his cozy cottage. There, under the watchful gaze of the fire's flickering light, Finn would tell tales of worlds hidden and wonders unfathomed, of bravery and friendship, of lessons learned and hearts healed. But one tale was special to Lyra, the tale of the Star Branch, a magical object said to be hidden deep within Whisperwood. It was a branch from the mythical star tree, which only appeared under the light of a full moon. The Star Branch, according to legend, could grant the heart's deepest wish, but only to those who were pure of heart and true of spirit. As the days drifted by like clouds upon a summer sky, Lyra's fascination with the Star Branch grew. She dreamed of finding it, of seeing its ethereal glow and feeling its power warm her hands. Yet despite her longing she hesitated, for the forest was vast and its secrets were guarded by time and nature. One evening, as the harvest moon cast its golden glow upon the world, Lyra sat by the fire with Finn, her thoughts lingering on the tale of the Star Branch. Finn, noticing her pensive expression, placed a comforting hand upon her shoulder. Lyra, he said, his voice as soothing as the whisper of leaves, the forest is a place of wonder, but also of wisdom. It teaches us to listen, to see beyond what is shown, to find strength in our hearts. Lyra nodded, her heart fluttering like a bird on the wing. I want to find the star branch, Finn. I want to see if the stories are true. Finn smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners like the pages of a well-loved book. Then you must go with an open heart and a clear mind. Remember, it is not just the destination, but the journey that matters most. With Finn's words echoing in her mind like a gentle refrain, Lyra resolved to venture into Whisperwood. The next morning, as dawn painted the sky in soft pastels, she set out, her heart a compass guiding her way. As she entered the forest, Lyra felt a sense of awe wash over her. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and the light that filtered through the canopy was soft and dappled, like liquid gold. Birds sang a melodious chorus, and somewhere in the distance, the river murmured its eternal song. Lyra walked with purpose, her footsteps light upon the forest floor, her eyes alight with wonder. She marveled at the way the sunlight transformed the leaves into a kaleidoscope of colors, at the delicate beauty of the wildflowers that dotted the undergrowth like stars scattered across a night sky. As she journeyed deeper into Whisperwood, Lyra encountered creatures both familiar and strange. Squirrels chattered merrily as they scurried up tree trunks, their bushy tails a blur of motion. A family of deer paused to watch her with gentle eyes, their presence as serene as the forest itself. But it was not only the animals that captivated Lyra. She discovered hidden groves where the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and clearings where the sun kissed the earth in a warm embrace. She found a babbling brook that laughed as it tumbled over smooth stones, and a meadow where butterflies danced in a riot of color. It was in this meadow that Lyra met an unexpected friend, a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with mischief. The fox watched her with a curious tilt of its head, and Lyra, sensing no danger, smiled in return. "Hello, little fox," she greeted, her voice gentle as a breeze. "Are you here to guide me?" The fox, as if understanding her words, trotted forward and nudged her hand with its nose. Lyra laughed, a sound as bright as sunlight, and together they continued their journey, the fox leading the way with a nimble grace. As day gave way to twilight, the forest transformed. The air cooled and shadows stretched long and languid across the ground. The sky began to deepen to a rich indigo, and the first stars blinked awake, their light a promise of magic yet to come. Lyra and the fox arrived at a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In the center stood the star tree, its branches reaching skyward like the arms of an ancient guardian. The bark shimmered with a silvery sheen, and the leaves glowed softly, as if lit from within by the light of the stars themselves. Lyra's breath caught in her throat, her heart swelling with awe. She stepped forward, each footfall a whisper upon the grass, and reached out to touch the tree. The bark was cool and smooth beneath her fingertips, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a feeling of peace and belonging. The fox, watching from the edge of the clearing, gave a soft bark, as if encouraging her. Lyra smiled, her soul alight with wonder, and turned her gaze upward. There, nestled among the branches, was the star branch, its glow a soft, ethereal light that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. With a heart full of hope, Lyra reached for the star branch. As her fingers closed around it, a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of joy and fulfillment. She closed her eyes, letting her heart speak its deepest wish, a wish for wisdom and kindness, for the strength to always see the magic in the world. When she opened her eyes, the star branch had vanished, its magic woven into the very fabric of her being. She turned to the fox, who regarded her with eyes full of understanding, and together they began the journey home, the forest whispering its secrets in their wake. As they walked, Lyra felt a change within her, a sense of clarity and purpose. She knew that the magic of the star branch was not in the granting of wishes, but in the journey itself, in the friendships forged and the wisdom gained. When Lyra returned to Elderglen, she found Finn waiting for her by the fire, his eyes twinkling with warmth and pride. She sat beside him, her heart full of stories yet to be told, and together they watched the flames dance, the crackling of the fire a soothing lullaby. In the days that followed, Lyra shared her tale with the village, weaving the magic she had found into the lives of those around her. She learned that the true gift of the star branch was not in the granting of a single wish, but in the ability to see the wonder in every moment, to find beauty in the smallest of things, and to cherish the bonds of friendship that defy all expectations. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oaks and the starlit sky, Lyra lived her life with a heart full of magic and a soul alight with wonder, forever grateful for the journey that had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. Story 34. In a cozy valley nestled between mist-capped mountains, there was a quaint village where wonderful and whimsical things often occurred. The villagers were a kind-hearted sort, living in harmony with the magical folk who made their homes in the surrounding forests and streams. One crisp autumn evening, young Willow was gathering dried leaves and pine cones to stoke the hearth fire when she noticed something peculiar. The acorn caps she had collected were slowly spinning around in her basket, whirling in a tiny cyclone. She watched in amazement as they spun faster and faster until they suddenly froze in place. Willow blinked and the acorn caps tumbled back down, completely still once more. The next morning over porridge, Willow described the strange event to her mother. "How odd," exclaimed Mother. Perhaps the forest sprites were playing a trick. But Willow felt there was more to it than that. Over the following days, other unsettling occurrences manifested around the village. Old Oak, the toy maker, found his wooden figurines had magically swapped outfits overnight. The miller's daughter opened her wardrobe to find all her dresses hovering a foot off the floor. And the baker watched in surprise as an uncooked loaf of bread spontaneously formed a smiley face in its crust before baking into a crusty grin. The villagers grew perplexed and a little unsettled by these mysterious happenings. What magic was afoot? Finally, they decided to seek the counsel of Mother Aspen, the eldest tree keeper who watched over the great cypress forest. Willow and a few others journeyed through the golden autumn woods until they found the ancient, gnarled cypress where Mother Aspen dwelled. The warm-hearted tree spirit emerged from the bark, her leafy tresses rustling pleasantly. "Greetings, my friends," she said in her creaky timber voice. "What riddles vex your minds this day?" The villagers described the strange events that had been occurring. Mother Aspen listened intently, gently stroking her mossy beard. "Ah, I see. These seem to be the antics of the Funtilizer," she declared at last. The villagers looked at each other in confusion. "The fun, what?" asked Willow. Mother Aspen laughed, her branches shaking with mirth. The Funtilizer is an impish nature spirit who loves playing harmless jokes and causing moments of wonderment. It flits unseen from place to place, using its frivolous magic to stir up merriment and remind us to not take ourselves too seriously. The villagers mulled this over. The recurrences had been odd, but mostly just startling and funny in an innocent way once they thought about it. "So how do we stop these funcers, or whatever you called them?" asked the cantankerous baker, still sour over his grinning bread loaf. "Stop them," Mother Aspen exclaimed. "Why, you must embrace them. The Funtilizer's antics are born of joyful mischief, not malice. It means no harm and will move along once it has had its fun. Let its jolly magic wash over you with lightness. The more you resist, the more determined it may become." The villagers considered the tree-keeper's wise words. Perhaps they had been taking this unsettling string of events too seriously. Willow thought about the spinning acorn caps and realized she had felt a bubbling of innocent delight watching their whimsical dance. "You make a fair point, Mother Aspen," Willow said, smiling up at the tree spirit's warm, mossy face. "We shall greet these magical pranks with cheerful curiosity from now on." And so it was that when the villagers returned home, they regarded the Funtilizer's lingering spells with humor and lightness rather than consternation. If their soup bowls started singing soapy tunes at dinner, they joined in with laughter and made up silly lyrics. When petals began raining down from clear skies, they looked up with wonder and caught them on their tongues. The magical jests gradually grew smaller and more subtle until, at last, the Funtilizer's mischief faded away into memory like a contented sigh. From then on, the villagers remembered to take moments of enchantment and delight whenever they appeared amid their humble, hard-working lives. For Mother Aspen was right, a little touch of whimsy can do a world of good, especially in the coziest of valleys. Story 36. The Whispering Glade. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and sun-dappled forests, the days unfolded like a soft melody. The village was a haven, where cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze. The sun painted the sky in delicate hues of rose and amber every dawn, and the air was rich with the scent of blooming honeysuckle. In this peaceful place lived a boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky above. Finn had tousled chestnut hair and eyes the color of freshly turned soil. He was a gentle soul, with a heart as open as the meadows he loved to explore. His constant companion was a small, clever fox named Bramble, whose rust-colored fur blended perfectly with the autumn leaves. Together they wandered the village and beyond, driven by an insatiable thirst for adventure. One crisp morning, when the dew clung to the grass like tiny jewels, Finn and Bramble set out on a journey that would change their lives forever. They followed a narrow path that twisted through the forest, its canopy a mosaic of golden leaves. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the rustle of unseen creatures. Every now and then a sunbeam would pierce through the branches, illuminating the path ahead like a guiding star. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they stumbled upon an ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots burrowing deep into the earth. Beneath the tree, nestled in a bed of moss, lay a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled light, and it emitted a soft, warm glow that beckoned to them. With a sense of wonder, Finn gently picked up the box. Bramble sniffed it curiously, his nose twitching. As Finn traced his fingers over the carvings, the box seemed to hum with a faint, melodious tune. It was a sound that filled the air with warmth and possibility, as if whispering secrets of the universe. Intrigued, Finn opened the box. Inside, he found a delicate silver pendant shaped like a leaf, its surface etched with the same mysterious symbols. As he held it, the pendant glowed softly, and Finn felt a gentle breeze swirl around him, carrying with it the scent of distant seas and forgotten dreams. "What do you suppose it is?" Finn mused aloud, his voice barely a whisper. Bramble tilted his head, his bright eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. "Perhaps it's a key," he suggested with a hint of mischief, "a key to a hidden world." The idea thrilled Finn, and together they sat beneath the old oak, pondering the pendant's purpose. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the forest in shades of gold and crimson, Finn and Bramble drifted into a peaceful sleep, the pendant clutched tightly in Finn's hand. That night Finn dreamt of a world unlike any he had known, a world where the sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, where rivers sang as they danced over pebbles, and trees whispered ancient tales. In this dream he saw creatures of all shapes and sizes, each more wondrous than the last. And in the heart of this world stood a glade, a place of serene beauty, where time seemed to stand still. When Finn awoke, the memory of the dream lingered, vivid and real. Bramble stretched beside him, yawning widely. "I had the most peculiar dream," Finn said, his voice tinged with awe. "So did I," Bramble replied, his eyes bright with excitement. A world of magic and wonder. They exchanged a knowing glance, and in that moment they understood that the pendant held the power to unveil the hidden world they had glimpsed in their dreams. Determined to uncover its secrets, Finn and Bramble set out once more, guided by an unspoken promise. The pendant hung from a chain around Finn's neck, its glow a soft beacon in the dim forest light. As they journeyed deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, and the forest around them seemed to hold its breath. The path twisted and turned, leading them to a clearing where a gentle stream murmured over smooth stones. The water was so clear that it sparkled like liquid crystal, and the scent of fresh pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil. Finn felt drawn to the stream, and as he knelt beside it, the pendant began to pulse with a gentle light. He touched the water's surface, and the stream's song grew louder, its notes weaving a melody that resonated deep within him. Bramble watched with keen interest, his ears perked up. "Listen," he whispered, "the stream is speaking." Finn closed his eyes, allowing the melody to fill his senses. Slowly he began to understand the stream's song. It was a tale of the whispering glade, a hidden sanctuary where the forest's magic thrived. The glade was said to be a place where dreams took flight, where those who entered with open hearts could find answers to their deepest questions. The stream's song faded, and Finn opened his eyes, his heart brimming with wonder. "We must find the whispering glade," he said, his voice resolute. "It holds the key to our journey." With renewed purpose, Finn and Bramble continued their quest. The forest seemed to shift around them, the trees whispering encouragement as they passed. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the path grew steeper, leading them to the foot of a towering hill. The climb was arduous, but Finn and Bramble persevered, driven by the promise of discovery. At last they reached the summit, where the world unfurled before them in a breathtaking panorama. The forest stretched out like an emerald sea, its waves of green undulating in the breeze. But it was not the view that captured their attention. It was the glade nestled in the valley below, a circle of light amidst the shadows. The whispering glade beckoned to them, its magic palpable even from a distance. With hearts full of anticipation, they descended the hill, their steps guided by the pendant's glow. As they approached the glade, the air grew sweet with the fragrance of wildflowers, and the sound of laughter echoed softly through the trees. The glade was a place of ethereal beauty, its grass a carpet of emerald velvet dotted with blossoms of every hue. In the center stood a majestic willow tree, its branches swaying gracefully in the breeze. Sunlight filtered through its leaves, casting a dappled pattern on the ground. Finn and Bramble stepped into the glade, their senses alive with wonder. The pendant glowed brightly, and a gentle voice seemed to rise from the earth itself, welcoming them to this sacred space. "Welcome, travelers," the voice said, as warm and soothing as a summer breeze. "You have found the Whispering Glade, a place of magic and dreams." Finn felt a sense of peace wash over him, and he knew that they had arrived at the heart of their journey. "We seek answers," he said, his voice steady. "We seek to understand the magic of this place." The willow tree seemed to nod, its branches rustling like a soft lullaby. "The glade offers wisdom to those who listen with their hearts," the voice replied. "But first you must face a challenge of trust and friendship." Finn glanced at Bramble, whose eyes shone with determination. They had faced many challenges together, and he knew that their bond was strong enough to overcome whatever lay ahead. As if in response to their resolve, the ground beneath them began to shimmer, and a gentle mist rose from the earth. The air was filled with the scent of lavender and sage, and the world around them seemed to blur and shift. When the mist cleared, Finn and Bramble found themselves in a different part of the forest. The trees were taller here, their trunks thick and ancient. The forest floor was blanketed in a layer of soft moss, and the air was cool and still. They stood before a path that wound through the trees, its surface dappled with sunlight. At the path's entrance stood a figure, a tall, graceful being with eyes like starlit skies and hair that flowed like a silver waterfall. She wore a cloak of midnight blue, and her presence filled the air with a sense of calm. "Greetings, travelers," she said, her voice like the whisper of the wind. "I am Selene, guardian of the Whispering Glade. Your journey has brought you here, and now you must face the challenge of the heart." Finn and Bramble exchanged a glance, their resolve unwavering. "What must we do?" Finn asked, his voice strong. Selene smiled, her eyes twinkling with wisdom. "The path before you leads to the heart of the forest, where a choice awaits. You must trust in each other and in the magic that guides you." With that, Selene stepped aside, allowing them to pass. Finn and Bramble took a deep breath and began their journey along the path, their hearts filled with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. The forest around them was alive with the sounds of nature, a symphony of birdsong and rustling leaves. The path wound through groves of towering oaks and fields of wildflowers, the air rich with the scent of earth and pine. As they walked, Finn felt a sense of calm settle over him, as if the forest itself was guiding their steps. He knew that whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. After what felt like hours, the path led them to a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a stone pedestal, atop which rested a second pendant, identical to the one Finn wore. Its glow was a soft, inviting light, and Finn felt a pull towards it. "This is the choice," Finn said softly, understanding dawning in his eyes. "One of us must take the pendant, and the other must trust in their decision." Bramble nodded, his eyes full of understanding. "We've always trusted each other," he said, his voice steady. "We can do this." With a deep breath, Finn reached for the pendant. As his fingers closed around it, he felt a surge of warmth and light, as if the world itself was holding its breath. In that moment, the forest seemed to come alive. The trees swayed gently, their leaves rustling like a soft applause. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers, and the sky above them was a brilliant tapestry of colors. Finn turned to Bramble, his heart full of gratitude. "Thank you," he said, his voice filled with emotion, "for trusting me and for being my friend." Bramble's eyes shone with warmth. "Always, Finn." With the second pendant in hand, they returned to the whispering glade, where Selene awaited them. Her eyes were bright with approval, and she nodded in acknowledgement of their success. "You have passed the challenge of the heart," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "The whispering glade is now open to you, its secrets yours to discover." As Finn and Bramble stood beneath the willow tree, they felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. The glade was a place of magic and wonder, a sanctuary where dreams could flourish and hearts could heal. Over the days that followed, Finn and Bramble explored the glade, learning its secrets and listening to the whispers of the forest. They discovered that the glade was a place where the past and future intertwined, where time was fluid and possibilities endless. They met creatures of extraordinary beauty and wisdom, each with stories to tell and lessons to share. They learned of the magic that flowed through the world, a magic that connected all living things in a dance of unity and harmony. And through it all, Finn and Bramble grew closer, their friendship deepening with each shared experience. They learned the value of trust and the power of love, and they understood that true magic lay not in objects or places, but in the bonds they forged with others. As the days turned to weeks, Finn and Bramble knew that their journey had changed them in ways they could never have imagined. They had found a world of wonder and enchantment, a world that existed not only in the glade but in their hearts as well. When it was time to return to their village, they did so with hearts full of gratitude and joy. The whispering glade had given them more than they could ever repay, and they vowed to carry its magic with them always. As they walked the familiar path back to their village, the forest seemed to hum with a gentle, knowing melody. The sun cast a warm glow over the landscape, and the air was alive with the promise of new adventures. Finn glanced at Bramble, a smile playing on his lips. "We did it," he said softly, his voice filled with awe. Bramble nodded, his eyes bright with happiness. "We did, and there's so much more to discover." Together they walked into the sunset, their hearts light and their spirits soaring. The world was a place of endless possibility, and they knew that as long as they had each other, they could face whatever challenges lay ahead. And so, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and sun-dappled forests, the days continued to unfold like a soft melody. The village was a haven where dreams took flight and adventures awaited just beyond the horizon. And in the heart of this peaceful place, Finn and Bramble found their own kind of magic, a magic woven from the threads of friendship, trust, and love. A magic that would stay with them always, guiding them on their journey through life. The end. Story 37. In a lush and verdant valley kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, nestled amongst rolling hills and whispering streams, lay the village of Bramblebrook. It was a place untouched by the rush of the outside world, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and lavender. The cobblestone paths wound gracefully between quaint, thatched-roof cottages, each adorned with vibrant flower boxes overflowing with blooms of every imaginable hue. The heart of Bramblebrook was its market square, a lively yet serene hub where villagers gathered to exchange goods, stories, and laughter. In the center stood a grand old oak tree, its branches stretching wide, offering shade and a sense of timelessness. Beneath this ancient tree sat an equally ancient bench, worn smooth by countless tales told and secrets shared. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of peach and gold, a peculiar event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that the twinkling lights of the fireflies, which usually danced merrily in the dusk, were nowhere to be seen. Instead, a soft, shimmering mist curled through the air, weaving its way like a silken ribbon through the village. The villagers, though curious, were not alarmed, for they were accustomed to the mysterious wonders of their magical world. However, the absence of the fireflies was indeed unusual, and so they turned to their beloved friend and guide, an elderly woman named Anwen, known for her wisdom and gentle spirit. Anwen lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden brimming with herbs and wildflowers. Her presence was as calming as a lullaby, and her eyes twinkled with the knowledge of 1,000 stars. The villagers approached her with their concerns, and she listened intently, nodding as they spoke. "It seems we have a little mystery on our hands," Anwen said with a soft chuckle, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "Fear not, for mysteries are like puzzles, and every puzzle has its pieces." Intrigued, a small group of villagers offered to assist Anwen in uncovering the puzzle's solution. Among them was a young boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky, and a thoughtful girl named Isla, who had a knack for noticing the smallest of details. Together, they formed a merry band, ready to explore the strange happenings. Anwen suggested they begin their exploration at the edge of the village, where the forest of Eldergrove began. Eldergrove was a magical place, home to many wondrous creatures, some known and some yet to be discovered. As the group made their way into the forest, the air filled with the soft sounds of crickets chirping and leaves whispering secrets. Finn and Isla, walking side by side, marveled at the beauty around them. The trees were wrapped in moonlight, their leaves shimmering like silver coins. They caught sight of a family of rabbits peeking curiously from their burrows, and a pair of owls hooting softly from a high branch. "Look," Isla, pointing to the ground where faint, glowing footprints appeared, leading deeper into the forest. Anwen, following their gaze, smiled knowingly. "We are on the right path," she said. "These are the tracks of the glow mice, gentle creatures who often know more than they let on." With renewed determination, they followed the luminous trail, which led them to a clearing bathed in the light of the crescent moon. There, amidst the clover and wild thyme, they found a gathering of glow mice, their small forms aglow with a soft, golden light. The glow mice chattered excitedly at the sight of the villagers, their tiny voices like the tinkling of bells. Anwen knelt down, her gentle presence calming the creatures, and asked them about the missing fireflies. The leader of the glow mice, a wise old creature with whiskers as white as snow, stepped forward. "The fireflies have taken shelter in the Whispering Cavern," he explained, drawn by a strange song that echoes through the night. "A song?" Finn echoed, his eyes wide with wonder. "What kind of song?" "It is a melody both beautiful and enchanting," the glow mouse replied. But it is not of this world, and it unsettles the fireflies, drawing them away from their dance. The group thanked the glow mice for their help and set off towards the Whispering Cavern, a place known for its echoes and mysterious acoustics. As they approached, the air grew cooler, and the sound of the strange melody reached their ears, a haunting yet lovely tune that seemed to weave its way into their very souls. At the entrance of the cavern, they paused, listening intently. The song was indeed captivating, like the gentle lapping of waves upon a shore, and it seemed to come from deep within the heart of the earth. Anwen, ever wise, suggested they proceed with care. "Let us find the source of this melody," she said, "for it may hold the key to our mystery." With lanterns casting warm pools of light, they ventured into the cavern. The walls glimmered with crystals, capturing the light and reflecting it in a dazzling display. The melody grew stronger, guiding them deeper, until they reached a vast chamber where a small, luminous pool lay at its center. Hovering above the pool was a creature unlike any they had ever seen, a spirit of the water, its form shifting like liquid moonlight. It sang softly, its voice the very essence of tranquility. The spirit noticed the villagers and paused, its song fading into silence. "Welcome, kind travelers," it spoke, its voice echoing softly. "I did not mean to trouble the fireflies. I sang to remember my home, far beyond the stars." Anwen stepped forward, her heart full of compassion. "We understand," she said gently. "Perhaps you might share your song with the world above, where all can hear and join in your melody." The spirit considered her words, its form shimmering with thought. "That would be lovely," it replied at last, "to sing under the open sky, where the moon and stars can hear my song." With the villagers' encouragement, the spirit rose from the pool, its song swelling once more, this time with joy and gratitude. Together, they returned to the village, where the spirit's melody filled the air, a harmonious blend with the night. The fireflies, drawn by the new harmony, returned to their dance, their lights twinkling like stars fallen to earth. The villagers gathered in the market square, their hearts lifted by the beauty of the night. And so the mystery was resolved, not through force or fear, but with understanding and kindness. The spirit found a new home in Bramblebrook, where it sang each night, accompanied by the fireflies, the glow mice, and the whispers of the ancient oak. As the villagers retired to their homes, the world outside their windows was a symphony of light and song. Finn and Isla, nestled beneath warm quilts, closed their eyes, their dreams filled with the magic of the night. And in the heart of Bramblebrook, beneath the starlit sky, the spirit sang on, its melody a gentle promise of peace and wonder, weaving through the dreams of all who listened. In a lush and verdant valley kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, nestled amongst rolling hills and whispering streams, lay the village of Bramblebrook. It was a place untouched by the rush of the outside world, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and lavender. The cobblestone paths wound gracefully between quaint, thatched-roof cottages, each adorned with vibrant flower boxes overflowing with blooms of every imaginable hue. The heart of Bramblebrook was its market square, a lively yet serene hub where villagers gathered to exchange goods, stories, and laughter. In the center stood a grand old oak tree, its branches stretching wide, offering shade and a sense of timelessness. Beneath this ancient tree sat an equally ancient bench, worn smooth by countless tales told and secrets shared. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of peach and gold, a peculiar event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that the twinkling lights of the fireflies, which usually danced merrily in the dusk, were nowhere to be seen. Instead, a soft, shimmering mist curled through the air, weaving its way like a silken ribbon through the village. The villagers, though curious, were not alarmed, for they were accustomed to the mysterious wonders of their magical world. However, the absence of the fireflies was indeed unusual, and so they turned to their beloved friend and guide, an elderly woman named Anwen, known for her wisdom and gentle spirit. Anwen lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden brimming with herbs and wildflowers. Her presence was as calming as a lullaby, and her eyes twinkled with the knowledge of 1,000 stars. The villagers approached her with their concerns, and she listened intently, nodding as they spoke. "It seems we have a little mystery on our hands," Anwen said with a soft chuckle, her voice like the rustle of leaves. Fear not, for mysteries are like puzzles, and every puzzle has its pieces. Intrigued, a small group of villagers offered to assist Anwen in uncovering the puzzle's solution. Among them was a young boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky, and a thoughtful girl named Isla, who had a knack for noticing the smallest of details. Together, they formed a merry band, ready to explore the strange happenings. Anwen suggested they begin their exploration at the edge of the village, where the forest of Eldergrove began. Eldergrove was a magical place, home to many wondrous creatures, some known and some yet to be discovered. As the group made their way into the forest, the air filled with the soft sounds of crickets chirping and leaves whispering secrets. Finn and Isla, walking side by side, marveled at the beauty around them. The trees were wrapped in moonlight, their leaves shimmering like silver coins. They caught sight of a family of rabbits peeking curiously from their burrows, and a pair of owls hooting softly from a high branch. Look, Elis, pointing to the ground where faint, glowing footprints appeared, leading deeper into the forest. Anwen, following their gaze, smiled knowingly. We are on the right path, she said. These are the tracks of the glow mice, gentle creatures who often know more than they let on. With renewed determination, they followed the luminous trail, which led them to a clearing bathed in the light of the crescent moon. There, amidst the clover and wild thyme, they found a gathering of glow mice, their small forms aglow with a soft, golden light. The glow mice chattered excitedly at the sight of the villagers, their tiny voices like the tinkling of bells. Anwen knelt down, her gentle presence calming the creatures, and asked them about the missing fireflies. The leader of the glow mice, a wise old creature with whiskers as white as snow, stepped forward. The fireflies have taken shelter in the Whispering Cavern, he explained, drawn by a strange song that echoes through the night. A song? Finn echoed, his eyes wide with wonder. What kind of song? It is a melody both beautiful and enchanting, the glow mouse replied. But it is not of this world, and it unsettles the fireflies, drawing them away from their dance. The group thanked the glow mice for their help and set off towards the Whispering Cavern, a place known for its echoes and mysterious acoustics. As they approached, the air grew cooler, and the sound of the strange melody reached their ears, a haunting yet lovely tune that seemed to weave its way into their very souls. At the entrance of the cavern, they paused, listening intently. The song was indeed captivating, like the gentle lapping of waves upon a shore, and it seemed to come from deep within the heart of the earth. Anwen, ever wise, suggested they proceed with care. Let us find the source of this melody, she said, for it may hold the key to our mystery. With lanterns casting warm pools of light, they ventured into the cavern. The walls glimmered with crystals, capturing the light and reflecting it in a dazzling display. The melody grew stronger, guiding them deeper, until they reached a vast chamber where a small, luminous pool lay at its center. Hovering above the pool was a creature unlike any they had ever seen, a spirit of the water, its form shifting like liquid moonlight. It sang softly, its voice the very essence of tranquility. The spirit noticed the villagers and paused, its song fading into silence. Welcome, kind travelers, it spoke, its voice echoing softly. I did not mean to trouble the fireflies. I sang to remember my home, far beyond the stars. Anwen stepped forward, her heart full of compassion. We understand, she said gently. Perhaps you might share your song with the world above, where all can hear and join in your melody. The spirit considered her words, its form shimmering with thought. That would be lovely, it replied at last, to sing under the open sky, where the moon and stars can hear my song. With the villagers' encouragement, the spirit rose from the pool, its song swelling once more, this time with joy and gratitude. Together, they returned to the village, where the spirit's melody filled the air, a harmonious blend with the night. The fireflies, drawn by the new harmony, returned to their dance, their lights twinkling like stars fallen to earth. The villagers gathered in the market square, their hearts lifted by the beauty of the night. And so the mystery was resolved, not through force or fear, but with understanding and kindness. The spirit found a new home in Bramblebrook, where it sang each night, accompanied by the fireflies, the glow mice, and the whispers of the ancient oak. As the villagers retired to their homes, the world outside their windows was a symphony of light and song. Finn and Isla, nestled beneath warm quilts, closed their eyes, their dreams filled with the magic of the night. And in the heart of Bramblebrook, beneath the starlit sky, the spirit sang on, its melody a gentle promise of peace and wonder, weaving through the dreams of all who listened. Story 38. In the heart of a serene, whispering forest, where the leaves murmured secrets to the wind, and the moss-covered stones were older than time itself, lay a quaint village known as Misty Hollow. Misty Hollow was a place where the ordinary and the magical intertwined like the strands of a spider's web, delicate and strong. The villagers were kind-hearted folk who lived in harmony with the woodland creatures and the gentle magic that flowed through their land like a soft, meandering stream. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, the villagers gathered in the town square for the annual Harvest Moon Festival. It was a time of celebration and gratitude, a time when the air was filled with the sweet scent of cinnamon and apples, and the soft glow of lanterns lit the cobblestone streets. As laughter and music echoed through the village, a peculiar thing occurred. The great oak tree at the center of the square, a revered guardian of the village, began to shimmer with an otherworldly light. Its branches, usually sturdy and strong, quivered as though whispering a forgotten tale. The villagers paused in their festivities, gazing in awe and curiosity at the spectacle before them. Amidst the crowd was a young girl named Lila, known for her keen eyes and inquisitive mind. Lila had a heart as warm as the hearth and a spirit as bright as the morning sun. She had long been fascinated by the mysteries of Misty Hollow and felt a gentle tug at her soul, urging her to uncover the reason behind the oak's strange behavior. Determined to solve the mystery, Leela set out the next morning, her satchel packed with an assortment of essentials, a notebook for observations, a small compass for direction, and a pouch of freshly baked ginger cookies for sharing. As she wandered through the forest, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot and the distant call of a nightingale accompanied her. Lila's first stop was the dwelling of the wise old owl, Orin, who resided in the hollow of an ancient willow. Orin was famed for his knowledge of both the mundane and the magical, and his golden eyes twinkled with wisdom. As Leela approached, Orin greeted her with a gentle hoot, inviting her to sit upon the mossy rock outside his home. "Dear Orin," Leela began, offering a ginger cookie as a token of friendship, "have you seen the strange light from the great oak tree? Do you know what it might mean?" Orin nibbled thoughtfully on the cookie, his feathers ruffling slightly in the cool breeze. "Ah, the light," he mused, his voice as smooth as the rustle of silk. "It is a rare phenomenon indeed. The oak is trying to communicate, but its message is hidden within the whispers of the forest." Layla listened intently, her curiosity piqued. "How can I understand what the oak is trying to say?" she asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Orin closed his eyes for a moment, as if reaching into the depths of his ancient memory. "Seek out the sprites who dwell by the crystal stream," he advised. "Their laughter carries the echoes of the forest's secrets. But remember, dear child, to listen with your heart as well as your ears." Thanking Orin for his guidance, Layla continued her journey, her path now leading her to the crystal stream that sparkled like a ribbon of stardust through the trees. As she approached, the air was filled with the gentle sound of giggles, as if the wind itself were playing a merry tune. The sprites, ethereal beings with wings that shimmered like dew-kissed petals, flitted about in playful abandon. Leela watched them for a moment, her heart swelling with the simple joy of their presence. She called out softly so as not to startle them, and they paused in their dance to regard her with bright, curious eyes. "Hello, little ones," Leela greeted, offering another cookie, which the sprites accepted with delight. "I seek the wisdom of the forest. Can you help me understand the message of the great oak's light?" The sprites exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with mischief and kindness. One of them, a tiny sprite with wings like moonbeams, fluttered closer to Lila's ear. "The oak speaks of a lost song," she whispered, her voice a delicate chime. "A melody forgotten, waiting to be found once more." With this clue, Lila pondered deeply, piecing together the information like a delicate puzzle. The lost song, she mused, must be a part of the village's heritage, a melody forgotten with the passage of time. Determined to uncover it, she thanked the sprites and made her way back to the village. As the sun began to set once more, casting a golden glow over Misty Hollow, Lila gathered the villagers by the great oak. She shared her discoveries, speaking of the light, the oak's message, and the lost song. The villagers listened, their hearts open to the mystery that had unfolded. An elder with hair as silver as moonlight stepped forward. Her eyes shimmered with the memory of long ago. "Ah, the harvest hymn," she murmured softly, her voice carrying the weight of years. It was a song sung by our ancestors, a tribute to the harmony between the earth and the sky. With the elder's guidance, the villagers began to hum the melody, their voices rising in gentle harmony. The great oak, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, seemed to sigh with contentment, its branches swaying in time with the music. The light that had once shimmered with mystery now pulsed with warmth and gratitude. As the final notes of the hymn faded into the twilight, a sense of peace and understanding settled over Misty Hollow. The villagers embraced, their hearts united by the rediscovered melody and the gentle magic of the forest. That night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Lila lay in her bed, a soft smile upon her lips. She had unraveled the mystery of the light, not through force or haste, but with patience, friendship, and a listening heart. And as she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that Misty Hollow, with its gentle wonders and quiet wisdom, would always hold a place of enchantment in her dreams. And so, the village of Misty Hollow continued to thrive, its people bound by the unspoken understanding that magic is not merely in the extraordinary, but in the connections we forge and the stories we share. And the great oak, standing tall and wise, watched over them all, its branches whispering softly to the stars. Story 39. In a far-flung corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered jewels against the velvet expanse, lay the vibrant planet of Lumina. It was renowned for its breathtaking luminescent forests and serene, emerald seas. The air was rich with the scent of sweet alien blossoms, and gentle breezes whispered through the trees, creating a symphony that only nature could compose. On this planet lived a gentle creature named Nalu. Nalu was a shimmerling, a being with skin that glistened like the surface of water beneath the moonlight, eyes as deep as the night sky, and a voice that harmonized with the winds. Shimmerlings were known for their wisdom and their ability to communicate with the natural world around them. One day, while Nalu was tending to the luminous flora of the forest, a great shadow passed overhead, followed by a resounding crash that echoed through the trees. Startled, Nalu hurried towards the source of the commotion. There, amidst broken branches and scattered leaves, lay a peculiar vessel unlike any Nalu had ever seen. The craft, sleek and metallic, was clearly not of Lumina. Emerging from it with a mix of caution and curiosity was a creature named Zorax. Zorax hailed from the technological planet of Mecca, where everything was built from metal and powered by intricate machinery. Zorax's form was mostly mechanical, with bright eyes that flickered with electric blue light and a heart that hummed with the gentle whir of gears. Nalu approached with a blend of hesitance and politeness. "Greetings, traveler," Nalu said, the words flowing like a gentle stream. "I am Nalu of Lumina. Are you in need of assistance?" Startled by the unfamiliar voice, Zorax turned sharply, misinterpreting Nalu's approach as a threat. "Stay back," Zorax exclaimed, a hint of metallic echo in the voice. "I mean no harm, but I am prepared to defend myself." Nalu raised a hand, palm open in a gesture of peace. "There is no need for conflict. I only wish to help." The misunderstanding hung between them like a dense fog. But as the moments passed, Zorax's defensive stance softened. "I apologize," Zorax said, lowering a mechanical arm. "I am unused to such organic surroundings. My name is Zorax, and my ship has malfunctioned during my exploration mission." Nalu nodded, an understanding smile playing on their lips. "Fear not, Zorax, we shall find a way to repair your vessel. But first, let me show you the hospitality of Lumina." And so the unlikely pair began their journey through the glowing forest. Nalu explained the wonders of Lumina, pointing out the luminous plants that pulsed with life and the gentle creatures that coexisted in harmony. Zorax in turn shared stories of Mecca, a world where technology reigned supreme and everything was crafted with precision and purpose. As they traversed the forest, they encountered challenges that tested their budding friendship. At one point, they faced a treacherous ravine that cut across their path. Nalu, attuned to the rhythms of the forest, suggested they wait for the bioluminescent vines, which would extend across the ravine come nightfall. Zorax, accustomed to immediate solutions through technology, was initially skeptical. "On Mecca, we would build a bridge or fly across," Zorax mused, the mechanical mind ticking over possibilities. "But here on Lumina, sometimes patience and trust in the natural world provide the answers we seek," Nalu replied gently. As the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the forest, the vines began to glow and stretch, creating a shimmering bridge. Together they crossed, with Zorax gaining a new appreciation for the quiet wisdom of Lumina. Their journey continued, punctuated by moments of laughter and mutual learning. Zorax taught Nalu the intricacies of mechanical repair, while Nalu helped Zorax understand the symbiotic relationships within the forest. Through these shared experiences, they developed a deep bond, forged through respect and understanding. One evening, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars, Zorax turned to Nalu. "I must admit, when I first landed, I was filled with apprehension, but now I see the beauty in both our worlds." "And I," Nalu replied with a serene smile, "have learned that even the most different of beings can find common ground and friendship." Eventually they reached the heart of Lumina, where the luminescent elder, a wise and ancient Shimmerling, resided. With the Elder's guidance and Zorax's technical skills, they managed to repair the damaged vessel. As the time came for Zorax to depart, a bittersweet feeling lingered in the air. "Thank you, Nalu, for your kindness and the lessons you've shared," Zorax said, a hint of emotion in the mechanical voice. "And thank you, Zorax, for showing me the beauty of your world and the strength of friendship," Nalu replied, a soft glow in their eyes. With a final embrace, Zorax boarded the vessel. As it ascended into the starry sky, Nalu watched until the ship was but a twinkle among the stars. The forest around them seemed to hum with a new melody, one of unity and peace. And so, in the vast expanse of the universe, two unlikely companions from different worlds discovered that true friendship knows no bounds. It is a bond that transcends differences and finds harmony in diversity, leaving both forever changed by the journey they shared. As Nalu returned to the quiet of the glowing forest, a gentle breeze carried the promise that they would meet again, bound by the stars and the friendship that bridged worlds. Story 40. The Whispering Woods and the Duskstone Amulet. In the quiet village of Elderwood, nestled at the edge of a vast and whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Liana. The village was quaint, with cobblestone paths that wound between cottages with thatched roofs. Each morning the air was crisp with the promise of adventure, carried by the gentle breeze that rustled through the trees, whispering secrets of the woods beyond. Liana was a curious child, with eyes that mirrored the deep emerald of the forest and hair as dark as the night sky. She spent her days exploring the boundaries of her village, where she often found herself drawn to the mysterious allure of the forest. The villagers often spoke of the Whispering Woods with a mix of awe and caution, claiming it was a realm where magic lingered in the shadows of ancient trees. One particularly golden afternoon, when the sun painted the world in hues of amber and honey, Liana ventured further than she ever had before. The forest seemed to beckon her with a gentle, unseen hand. She followed the winding trails, her heart beating in rhythm with the pulsing life of the woods. The air was alive with the chatter of crickets and the sweet song of birds, creating a symphony that accompanied her every step. As Liana wandered deeper, she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In its center stood a gnarled oak tree, its branches stretching towards the sky like the arms of a benevolent guardian. At its base lay a peculiar object partially buried in the moss, a stone of deep indigo, threaded with veins of silver that caught the waning light. Drawn by an inexplicable urge, Liana reached out and picked up the stone. As her fingers closed around it, a warmth spread through her palm, and a soft hum resonated in the back of her mind. She knew at once that this was no ordinary stone. It was the Duskstone Amulet, a relic whispered of in the village legends, a relic said to hold the power to bridge the worlds of magic and reality. With the amulet in her possession, Liana felt a gentle tug, as if the amulet itself was guiding her. She followed its light, weaving through the forest with a newfound sense of purpose. The trees whispered secrets she could almost understand, and the path beneath her feet seemed to unfurl with knowing anticipation. As night descended, Liana found herself standing before a shimmering veil of light, a portal hidden within the folds of the natural world. It pulsed softly, inviting her to step through. With a deep breath she crossed the threshold, and the world around her transformed. She emerged into a hidden realm where the air sparkled with magic. The sky was a canvas of swirling colors, painted with streaks of cerulean and violet. Luminescent flowers bloomed in vibrant clusters, casting a gentle glow that lit her path. Creatures of fantasy flitted about, tiny sprites with wings like dragonflies, and gentle deer with antlers of crystalline light. In this enchanted world, Liana met a creature unlike any she had seen before, a wise old turtle named Orin. His shell glimmered like polished jade, and his eyes held the depth of centuries. Orin greeted her with a slow, warm smile, his voice a gentle rumble. "Welcome, young traveler," he said, his words carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. "You have found the Duskstone amulet, a gift that few are chosen to bear. It is your guide and your protector, and it has brought you here for a reason." Liana listened intently as Orin shared the tale of the Whispering Woods, a tale of balance and harmony, where the natural world coexisted in delicate equilibrium with the magic that flowed through its veins. But recently, shadows had begun encroaching upon this realm, threatening to upset the balance and plunge both worlds into chaos. "The amulet has chosen you, Liana," Orin said, his gaze steady and kind. "Only through your courage and wisdom can the balance be restored." With newfound determination, Liana set forth on her journey. Orin accompanied her, his slow but sure steps a comforting presence. Together they ventured through enchanted meadows and across sparkling streams, their path illuminated by the gentle glow of the Duskstone amulet. As they traveled, Liana discovered that the amulet granted her the ability to understand the language of the forest. She listened to the murmurs of the trees and the songs of the wind, gaining insight into the challenges that lay ahead. With each step, her bond with the amulet grew stronger, and her heart swelled with a sense of purpose. Their journey led them to the heart of the Whispering Woods, where a towering obsidian spire rose towards the heavens. At its base, a shadowy figure lurked, a being of darkness that sought to consume the light of the forest and spread its tendrils into the world beyond. Liana felt a shiver of fear, but Orin's presence steadied her. Together they approached the shadow, and the amulet pulsed with a radiant light. It bathed the clearing in a warm glow, casting the darkness into retreat. The shadow hissed and writhed, its form shifting like smoke. But Liana remained resolute, her voice calm and clear. "You do not belong here," she said, her words carrying the strength of the forest itself. "Return to the darkness from whence you came, and let the light of this world remain." With a final surge of light from the Duskstone amulet, the shadow dissipated, its darkness unraveling into nothingness. The forest sighed with relief, the air filling with the sweet scent of blossoms and the gentle rustle of leaves. As dawn broke, painting the sky with shades of gold and rose, Liana and Orin stood together, their hearts light with the triumph of their journey. The balance of the Whispering Woods had been restored, and the worlds of magic and reality were once again in harmony. Liana returned to her village, the Duskstone amulet nestled against her heart. She carried with her the wisdom of the forest and the memory of her journey, a journey that had changed her in ways she could scarcely articulate. In the years that followed, Liana became a cherished storyteller, sharing her tales of the Whispering Woods with all who would listen. Her stories wove a tapestry of wonder and magic, reminding the villagers of the beauty that lay beyond the veil of the ordinary. And so the legend of the Duskstone amulet and the brave girl who wielded its power lived on, a gentle reminder that even in the quietest corners of the world, magic could be found if one only knew where to look. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. "To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen?" Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Title: The Whispering Wood's Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderglow, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering woods seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm, "and in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the ancient trees swayed gently to the melody of the wind, there lay a quaint little village called Willowbrook. This village, nestled in a valley where the mist liked to curl around the cobblestones like a cat seeking warmth, was known for its peaceful charm and magical inhabitants. Each morning, the sun would peek over the horizon, casting a golden glow that shimmered through the leaves, painting the village in hues of warmth and wonder. Willowbrook was home to all manner of delightful creatures, from the chatty squirrels who loved to gossip about the latest happenings, to the gentle deer who wandered serenely through the meadows. Among these creatures lived a wise old owl named Hoot, who perched high in the great oak that stood proudly at the village's center. Hoot had seen many a season pass and was known for his wisdom and kindness, always ready to offer guidance to those in need. One crisp autumn evening, as the villagers gathered around the common bonfire to share stories and laughter, a peculiar event occurred. The moon, usually a steadfast companion in the night sky, began to flicker like a candle in the breeze. Gasps rippled through the crowd as everyone pointed skyward, eyes wide with wonder and a hint of worry. "Fear not," Hoot hooted reassuringly from his perch. "The moon is simply playing a trick, perhaps in need of a little attention. Let us find out why." The village's youngest inhabitant, a curious young hedgehog named Thistle, piped up. "I want to help solve the mystery, Hoot." Thistle was known for his keen sense of observation and a heart as warm as the hearth in the village inn. Hoot nodded approvingly, his feathers ruffling gently in the cool night air. "Very well, Thistle. Let us embark on this little adventure together." With the moonlight guiding their path, Thistle and Hoot set off through the forest. The leaves crunched softly under Thistle's tiny paws, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they came upon a clearing where the moonlight danced playfully upon a small pond. There, they met a shimmering water sprite named Lyra, whose laughter sounded like the tinkling of silver bells. "Oh, I've been waiting for someone to visit," Lyra exclaimed, her voice bubbling with excitement. "I might know a thing or two about your flickering moon." Thistle's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Do you know why the moon is behaving so strangely, Lyra?" The water sprite nodded, her translucent wings shimmering in the moonlight. "The moon has lost its reflection, dear Thistle. Without it, the moon cannot shine as brightly. You see, the reflection is caught in a net of stardust up in the sky." Hoot ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "A net of stardust, you say? Well, we must find a way to set the reflection free." Thistle pondered for a moment, his little nose twitching with thought. "Perhaps we can use the wind to unravel the net," he suggested. Lyra clapped her hands with delight. "Why, that's a splendid idea, Thistle. The wind sprites owe me a favor. I shall call upon them." With a graceful twirl, Lyra summoned the wind sprites, tiny beings as light as feathers, who danced around her with glee. At her request, they soared into the sky, their laughter echoing like a gentle breeze. As the wind sprites worked their magic, the net of stardust began to unravel, releasing the moon's reflection back to its rightful place upon the pond. Slowly, the moon regained its steady glow, casting a serene light over the forest. The villagers, watching from afar, sighed with relief, their hearts warmed by the sight of their beloved moon restored to its full splendor. Thistle beamed with pride, and Hoot gave an approving nod. "Thank you, dear Thistle and Lyra," Hoot said, his voice filled with gratitude. "Your clever thinking and friendship have brought light back to our nights." As the night deepened, the villagers returned to their homes, comforted by the familiar glow of the moon. In the whispering woods, Thistle nestled into his cozy burrow, the scent of fallen leaves and damp earth lulling him to sleep. And so, the village of Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber, knowing that with a little wisdom and friendship, even the strangest mysteries could be unraveled, leaving behind a world filled with warmth and wonder. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. In the heart of the lush, emerald-green woods, where the golden sunbeams filtered through the canopy like threads of silk, there lay a small village named Willow Glen. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, wrapped in the gentle embrace of nature's beauty and serenity. The villagers there lived simple, harmonious lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireplace. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her kind heart and curious spirit. Lila had a way of seeing the world that others often overlooked, finding magic in the mundane and joy in simplicity. Her days were filled with exploration, as she wandered the woods, collecting wildflowers and listening to the whispers of the wind. One day, while following a particularly curious-looking butterfly with wings the color of a late afternoon sky, Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with swirling patterns, reminiscent of the dancing leaves in autumn. As she carefully picked it up, she noticed it felt warm to the touch and seemed to hum with a life of its own. Lila's heart raced with excitement as she opened the box. Inside was a shimmering, iridescent stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. It glowed softly, casting a gentle light that danced in her eyes. As she held it, a comforting warmth spread through her, as if the stone itself was whispering secrets of forgotten times. Intrigued by her discovery, Lila hurried back to the village to show her best friend, Finn. Finn was a gentle soul with a mind as sharp as a fox's and a heart as vast as the ocean. Together they had shared countless adventures, each one more thrilling than the last. "Lila, where have you been?" Finn called out as she approached, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Finn, you won't believe what I found!" Lila exclaimed, holding out the stone for him to see. As Finn took the stone in his hands, his eyes widened in awe. "It's beautiful, Lila. But what is it?" he asked, turning the stone over to admire its luminescent surface. "I don't know," Lila admitted, "but I think it's special. It feels alive." The two friends sat beneath the shade of a willow tree, discussing the stone's origins and pondering its purpose. As they spoke, the stone seemed to pulse softly, as if responding to their words. It was then that Finn noticed something remarkable. "Lila, look," he said, pointing to the ground. As they watched, the grass around them began to shimmer with the same iridescent glow as the stone, forming a delicate pathway leading deeper into the woods. With hearts full of wonder and a sense of adventure, Lila and Finn decided to follow the glowing path. It twisted and turned through the forest, leading them to places they had never seen before. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the sounds of birdsong accompanied their journey. As they walked, they noticed that the path seemed to guide them through a hidden world, one that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Trees with leaves of silver and flowers that sang in the breeze surrounded them, and they marveled at the beauty of it all. Eventually, the path led them to a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. "This must be the heart of the forest," Finn whispered, his voice filled with awe. Lila nodded, her eyes shining with wonder. "It's like a dream," she said softly. As they approached the tree, the stone in Lila's hand began to glow brighter, and a gentle voice filled the air around them. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, conveying a sense of warmth and belonging. "You have found the stone of harmony," the voice seemed to say. "It is a gift from the forest, a symbol of the bond between nature and those who cherish it." Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, understanding dawning within them. The stone was not just a magical object. It was a reminder of the harmony that existed between all living things, a connection that could be felt in every breath of wind and every rustle of leaves. As they stood beneath the tree, the stone pulsed with a gentle rhythm, and the world around them seemed to come alive. The whispers of the forest became clearer, speaking of ancient stories and timeless wisdom. "We must protect this place," Lila said, her voice filled with determination. "It's a treasure, and it needs to be cherished." Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride. "Together, we can make sure it stays safe," he agreed. With a newfound purpose, the two friends made their way back to the village, their hearts light with the knowledge of the secret world they had discovered. They shared their tale with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and vowed to help protect the forest and its hidden wonders. As the days turned into weeks, Lila and Finn continued to visit the clearing, tending to the tree and learning from the wisdom of the forest. They discovered that the stone had the power to heal and to bring peace, and they used it to help those in need, spreading kindness and harmony throughout the village. Through their actions, the forest thrived, and the bond between the villagers and the natural world grew stronger. Lila and Finn's friendship blossomed, their shared adventures bringing them closer than ever. In the heart of Willow Glen, where the sun cast its warm embrace over the land, the village flourished, a testament to the power of harmony and the beauty of friendship. And in the depths of the forest, beneath the shade of the ancient tree, the stone of harmony continued to glow, a beacon of hope and peace for all who dared to dream. As the years passed, Lila and Finn grew older, their lives rich with the memories of their adventures and the joy of the world they had helped to protect. And though they eventually passed the stone of harmony on to the next generation, its magic remained, a timeless reminder of the bonds that connected them all. And so, in the quiet moments as dusk settled over the village, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, telling tales of a young girl and her friend who had found the heart of the world and learned that true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the love and friendship that it inspired. The end. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. Why must things change? She would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic, trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind, and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. Story 86, Story 87, Story 88, Story 89, Story 90, Story 91, Story 92, Story 93, Story 94. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled at the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the golden hues of autumn leaves lingered long into winter, and the scent of warm bread and pinewood fires filled the crisp air. Leora, with her hair like golden wheat fields and eyes the color of the summer sky, found herself standing at the threshold of change, yet hesitant to cross it. Leora had always been content with the rhythm of village life. She enjoyed the gentle rustling of the trees, the melody of the brook that wound its way through the forest, and the comforting routine of daily chores. But lately, a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like a whispering breeze urging her towards something she couldn't quite see or name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and rose, Leora took a walk into the forest. The path was familiar, lined with moss-covered stones and flanked by towering oaks whose branches intertwined like old friends, sharing secrets. Yet as she wandered deeper, she felt a subtle shift in the air, a tingling sensation that made her skin prickle with anticipation. It was then she stumbled upon a curious sight. In a small clearing bathed in moonlight stood an ancient tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted like the stories of old. But what caught her breath was its leaves, each one a shimmering crystal, catching the moon's light and casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the forest floor. Drawn by an invisible thread, Leora approached the tree, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if it had been waiting for her all along. As she rested her hand upon its trunk, a gentle warmth spread from her fingertips, and she felt a soft, thrumming energy beneath her palm. "Welcome, dear one," a voice like rustling leaves whispered. Startled, Leora looked around, but saw no one. It was as if the tree itself had spoken, its voice resonating within her very soul. "Who are you?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of change," the voice replied, a soft echo in the night. "I exist to guide those who seek transformation and to mirror the growth within their hearts." Leora felt a rush of emotions, curiosity, fear, and a deep yearning for something she could not yet understand. "But I fear change," she confessed. "I am not ready to leave behind what I know." The tree's leaves shimmered, casting a gentle glow. Change is not about leaving behind, but about embracing what is to come. It is a journey of discovery, a dance between what was and what will be. As Leora stood beneath the tree's protective canopy, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the tree's wisdom seeped into her very being, whispering of courage and potential untapped. In the days that followed, Leora returned to the forest often, seeking the comfort of the guardian and the clarity that each visit brought. She spoke of her fears, her dreams, and her longing for understanding. And with each whispered word, the tree offered gentle guidance, teaching her to listen to the winds of change and to trust in the path that unfolded before her. Leora's transformation was subtle at first, like the first green shoots of spring pushing through winter's snow. She began to notice the beauty in uncertainty, the thrill of not knowing what each new day might bring. She learned to see challenges as opportunities for growth and to find strength in vulnerability. As she embraced these lessons, the magical tree responded in kind. Its crystal leaves began to change, reflecting Leora's journey. They shimmered with hues of emerald and sapphire, colors that spoke of renewal and wisdom. The forest, once a place of quiet solitude, became a vibrant tapestry of life and possibility. But Leora was not alone in her journey. Her friends, a merry band of villagers, noticed the subtle changes in her demeanor, the newfound lightness in her step. They rallied around her, offering support and encouragement. There was Tamsin, the wise herbalist whose laughter was as infectious as her healing balms were effective. Alden, the gentle blacksmith with hands as strong as his heart was kind, and little Lyra, with eyes full of wonder and questions that sparked joy in all who heard them. Together, they learned from one another, sharing stories and wisdom gleaned from the forest. They too were touched by the magic of the Guardian, finding their own paths to growth and understanding. Tamsin discovered new herbs hidden within the forest's depths, their properties unknown but powerful. Alden forged tools that sang with the harmony of the elements, and Lyra's laughter seemed to weave a spell of joy that lifted the spirits of all. As the seasons turned, Leora's journey of transformation blossomed like the vibrant wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor in spring. She found herself stepping into roles she had once feared: organizer of village gatherings, a confidant for those seeking solace, a storyteller weaving tales of the forest's magic for eager listeners. And through it all, the Guardian stood as a silent witness, its crystalline leaves reflecting the growth of those who sought its wisdom. It had become a beacon of hope and transformation, a reminder that change was not to be feared, but embraced with open arms. One evening, as the village gathered beneath the stars to celebrate the harvest, Leora stood before them. The bonfire crackled and danced, sending sparks into the velvet sky, and the villagers' faces glowed with warmth and anticipation. "My friends," Leora began, her voice steady and clear, "we are all like the leaves of the Guardian tree, ever-changing, ever-growing. Let us not fear what lies ahead, but instead embrace it with courage and joy." The villagers erupted into applause, their hearts swelling with pride and love for the young woman who had become a beacon of strength and hope. And as the celebration continued, beneath the watchful gaze of the Guardian, Leora felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. For she had learned that change, though daunting, was a gift, a chance to discover new facets of herself, to forge bonds that transcended fear, and to step into a future bright with possibility. And in that moment, as the stars twinkled above and the forest whispered secrets of its own, Leora knew she had found her true place in the world. And so the village thrived, nestled at the edge of the ancient, whispering forest. Its people, guided by the wisdom of the Guardian, embraced change not as an end, but as a beautiful beginning. And in their hearts, they carried the magic of personal discovery, a flame that would never fade, even as the seasons turned and the years unfurled like a tapestry of dreams. Story 95. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance." With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the Greyling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the Greyling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the Greyling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The Greyling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Greyling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The Greyling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the Greyling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the Greyling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the Greyling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The Greyling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm." From that day forth, the Greyling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance. Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered. Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The Grandfather Oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony." With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Leora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of Whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Leora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Leora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of Whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of Whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were two distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdantia, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Lyra, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Farum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient Ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence, a rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Lyra, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Farum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Lyra spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Lyra shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Farum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Lyra began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Lyra and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the Bridge of Light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, Under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Lyra and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Finn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Finn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lila, was his opposite in many ways, her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lila's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the Whispering Woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell, crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Finn and Lila. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lila nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. "It's like the woods are speaking to us," she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, the world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Finn and Lila. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not, its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lila made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lila studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the Whispering Woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Finn and Lila stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lila nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elderglen Fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Finn and Lila with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Finn and Lila, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. "The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic, and share its secrets with those who would cherish it." Finn and Lila listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the Whispering Woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force, their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Finn and Lila, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Finn and Lila stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the whispering woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Finn and Lila, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the whispering woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Finn and Lila grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Finn and Lila, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, the tale of Finn and Lila and the Whispering Woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. Each season brings its own gifts, Zephyr explained. Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose. Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. In the gentle embrace of twilight, when the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, the quaint village of Eldergrove nestled into its nightly slumber. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to drift softly, like the down of a dandelion blown by the summer breeze. Cobblestone paths wound through the village like silver ribbons, leading to cottages that appeared to have been woven from the very heart of the earth. Each home bore thatched roofs and ivy-clad walls, and from their chimneys, tendrils of smoke curled lazily into the cooling air. In this village there was a young boy named Finn, whose heart was as open and curious as the wide sky above. Finn had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew on fresh grass. He lived with his grandmother, a gentle soul whose stories of olden magic and hidden realms had once lulled the village children to sleep. Finn adored these tales, and as he grew, so did his yearning to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the ordinary facade of Eldergrove. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, Finn's grandmother called him to her side. Her voice, though soft, carried the weight of wisdom and love. "Finn, my dear," she began, her eyes twinkling with a secret she was about to share, "there is something you must know. In the heart of Eldergrove Forest there exists a hidden world, a place where magic dances freely, and where the old stories live and breathe." Finn's eyes widened with wonder, his heart quickening with excitement. "Is it true, grandmother? Can I find it?" His grandmother nodded, a gentle smile playing on her lips. "Yes, but remember, Finn, this world is not easily found. It reveals itself only to those who seek with a pure heart and a kind spirit. You must listen to the whispers of the trees and follow the path that your heart knows best." With these words etched in his mind and heart, Finn felt a flutter of anticipation. That night, as the village settled into the hush of sleep, Finn lay awake beneath a quilt of stars, dreaming of the journey that awaited him. The next morning, the world awoke to the soft chorus of birdsong. Finn, filled with a sense of purpose, set out towards the forest. The path wound through fields of wildflowers which swayed gently in the breeze, their petals a riot of colors. As he entered the forest, the air grew cooler, filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine needles. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Finn walked for hours, his senses alive to every rustle and whisper. He marveled at the ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and wise, as if each bore stories of the ages. Just as he began to wonder if he had lost his way, a soft melody reached his ears, a tune so sweet and elusive, it seemed to beckon him deeper into the forest. Following the music, Finn soon found himself before a small, shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the sky and trees with perfect clarity. At its edge sat an old, weathered stone, etched with runes that glowed faintly with a silvery light. It was here that Finn sensed the veil between worlds was thin, where magic breathed with quiet potency. As he knelt beside the pool, his reflection gazed back at him, intertwined with that of the ancient forest. Without knowing why, Finn reached out and touched the water. Ripples spread across the surface, and a gentle voice filled the air, as soft as the murmur of the stream. "Welcome, young seeker," it said. "You have found the gateway to the hidden world, but to enter, you must first understand the magic that binds it." Finn's heart beat with a mixture of awe and determination. "Tell me how," he whispered, his voice barely more than a breath. The voice replied, "You must give something of yourself, a gift of true intent. Only then will the path reveal itself." Finn pondered this for a moment, then realized the answer lay within him. He closed his eyes, thinking of his grandmother's stories and the love he felt for her, for Eldergrove, and for the mysteries that danced just beyond his reach. With a deep breath, he opened his heart and let his feelings flow into the pool, a silent promise of his sincerity and wonder. As his offering mingled with the water, the runes on the stone flared to life, casting a gentle glow around him. The air shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. Then, as though a veil had been lifted, the hidden world unfurled before Finn's eyes. The forest transformed into a realm of vibrant colors and ethereal beauty. Flowers bloomed in impossible hues, their petals glowing with an inner light. Creatures both familiar and fantastical flitted about, their eyes glinting with intelligence and mischief. Trees that had seemed ordinary now stood tall and majestic, their branches adorned with tiny, luminescent fruits that sang softly in the breeze. Finn took in the spectacle with wide-eyed wonder. He felt as if he had stepped into one of his grandmother's stories, where magic was as real as the ground beneath his feet. As he ventured deeper, he encountered beings of all shapes and sizes. There were gentle fauns with eyes like amber, and sprites with wings that shimmered like dragonfly glass. Each greeted him with a nod or a smile, as if they had been expecting him. Among them, Finn met a creature unlike any he had ever imagined, a small, wise-looking fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like polished obsidian. The fox approached with a graceful nod, its voice soft and melodic. "Welcome, Finn. I am called Aelwyn, and I have been chosen to guide you." Finn's heart swelled with gratitude and a sense of belonging. "Thank you, Aelwyn. I'm honored to be here." Aelwyn led Finn through the enchanted forest, showing him wonders beyond his wildest dreams. They visited a grove where the trees sang songs of old, their melodies weaving tales of the world's birth. They crossed a meadow where butterflies danced in intricate patterns, their wings brushing against Finn's cheeks like whispers. Everywhere they went, Finn felt the gentle hum of magic, a presence that filled him with warmth and joy. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, Aelwyn led Finn to a clearing where a circle of stones stood. In the center, a fire crackled merrily, its flames casting a comforting glow. Aelwyn motioned for Finn to sit, and together they watched the stars begin to twinkle in the indigo sky. "Finn," Aelwyn began, his voice thoughtful, "you have seen the beauty of this world, but there is more you must understand. Magic is a bond, a promise between beings and the land they cherish. It is not to be taken lightly, for it is as delicate as a spider's web." Finn nodded, absorbing the wisdom in Aelwyn's words. "I understand, Aelwyn. I want to protect this world and its magic." Aelwyn's eyes sparkled with approval. Then you are ready for the next part of your journey. You must find your own magic, the gift that lies within you. As Finn pondered this, the fire flickered and danced, casting shadows that seemed to take on a life of their own. In the flickering light, Finn saw images of his own life, moments of joy and kindness, instances where he had helped others and brought smiles to their faces. He realized that his magic was not in spells or incantations, but in the love and compassion he carried within him. With this understanding came a deep sense of peace. Finn felt a warmth spread through his chest, as if a gentle flame had been kindled within him. It was a magic as old as the stars, born of kindness and connection, and it flowed through him like a melody. As the night deepened, Finn and Éowyn sat in companionable silence, the fire a comforting presence between them. Finn knew that his journey had only just begun, but he felt ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. He understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be discovered, but a part of himself to be cherished and nurtured. When the first light of dawn touched the sky, painting it with soft pastels, Finn rose to his feet. Éowyn stood beside him, a loyal and steadfast companion. "Thank you, Éowyn," Finn said, his voice filled with gratitude. "For everything." Éowyn nodded, a wise smile on his lips. "Go forth, Finn, and let your magic shine. The world is waiting for you." With a heart full of hope and a spirit alight with newfound magic, Finn made his way back to Elder Grove. The journey home felt different, the forest paths familiar, yet imbued with a new sense of wonder. As he emerged from the woods, the village welcomed him with open arms, the morning sun casting a golden glow over the rooftops and gardens. Finn's grandmother awaited him at the doorstep, her eyes bright with understanding. She embraced him warmly, sensing the change within him. "Welcome home, my dear Finn," she whispered, her voice a soothing balm. Finn smiled, feeling the weight of the journey lift from his shoulders. "I'm home, grandmother, and I've found my magic." Together, they sat by the hearth, where a fire crackled softly, its warmth enveloping them in a cocoon of comfort. As Finn recounted his adventures, his grandmother listened with the patience and love of 1,000 lifetimes. The tales of hidden worlds and magical beings wove a tapestry of dreams and possibilities, a legacy to be cherished and passed down through the ages. And so, in the heart of Eldergrove, where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced hand in hand, Finn's story became part of the village's lore. A tale of discovery and friendship, of magic found in the simplest of gestures, and of a boy whose heart was as boundless as the sky. As the fire crackled and the stars watched over them, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep. His dreams were woven with the colors of the hidden world, a place where magic breathed in every leaf and laughter echoed among the trees. And in the gentle embrace of the night, Finn knew that he would always carry a piece of that world within him, a light that would guide him, and a promise that he would never forget. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the Enchanted Forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth, As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the Petal Weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The Petal Weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The Petal Weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the Petal Weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways. The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was Old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind, stood the quaint village of Lumina Hollow. This village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, winding cobblestone pathways, and gardens that shimmered with dewdrops like tiny stars. Every evening, the villagers gathered around the great fire pit in the town square, sharing stories under the blanket of twilight, while the scent of blooming night jasmine filled the air. One such evening, as the sun melted into the horizon, a peculiar event stirred the peaceful rhythm of Lumina Hollow. A soft, tinkling sound, like that of distant chimes, echoed through the village. It was gentle yet persistent, and no one could quite pinpoint its source. The sound seemed to float on the breeze, sometimes coming from the old well, other times drifting from the boughs of the ancient oak that stood proudly in the center of the square. At first, the villagers thought it to be the playful wind, but as days turned into a week, their curiosity grew. The sound was soothing, almost like a lullaby, but its mystery beckoned for an explanation. Determined to uncover the source, the villagers called upon their resident wise woman, a gentle soul named Marin, known for her deep understanding of the magical and mundane alike. With her hair as silver as moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Marin was a beloved figure in Lumina Hollow. She listened to the villagers' concerns with a kind smile and promised to look into the matter. The very next morning, with the first light of dawn, Marin set out to investigate, accompanied by her faithful companion, Bramble, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail and a penchant for acorns. Together they wandered through the village, Marin humming softly to herself, while Bramble chattered excitedly, darting here and there. As they approached the old well, the sound grew clearer, a gentle tinkling that seemed to resonate from within its moss-covered stones. Marin leaned closer, her ear to the cool, damp surface, and closed her eyes, listening intently. "Ah, it's a melody," she murmured, recognizing the rhythmic pattern. "But what could be singing from the depths of this well?" Bramble tilted his head, his tiny eyes filled with curiosity. "Maybe it's the water sprites," he suggested, his voice a whisper on the wind. Marin chuckled softly, patting Bramble on the head. "Perhaps, my dear friend, but let's see if we can find more clues." They continued their exploration, following the sound as it danced through the village. It led them to the ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like protective arms over the square. Marin ran her fingers over the bark, feeling the pulse of life within the tree. "There's magic here," she said softly, sensing the gentle hum of energy that enveloped the oak. "But it feels different." As they pondered, a rustling above caught their attention. From the depths of the oak's leafy canopy emerged a creature no larger than Bramble himself. It was a delicate being, with wings that glimmered like stained glass in the sunlight. A gentle glow surrounded it, casting a warm light on Marin and Bramble below. "Greetings, wise Marin," the creature said, its voice as soft as the chiming sound that had puzzled the village. "I am Lyra, a guardian of this oak." Marin bowed her head in respect. "Greetings, Lyra. We've been curious about the beautiful music we hear throughout our village. Could it be your doing?" Lyra nodded, her wings fluttering gently. "Indeed it is. I sing to the trees and the wind to keep the balance of magic in these woods. but I sense that my song has traveled further than intended." Marin smiled warmly. "It has become a mystery to us, one that brought much wonder and joy, yet we were eager to understand its source." Lyra's light flickered with happiness. "I am glad my song has brought joy. I shall adjust my melody so it rests more quietly upon the woods." Before Marin could respond, Bramble chirped, "But Lyra, why did the song change? It was never heard before." Lyra's glow dimmed slightly, a hint of bashfulness in her expression. "Oh, it was a new tune I've been practicing. I did not realize it would carry so far." Marin laughed, a sound as gentle as a breeze rustling through leaves. "Your song was a gift to us, even as it was a surprise. Thank you, Lyra, for sharing your magic with Lumina Hollow." With a graceful nod, Lyra promised to visit the village more often, her songs weaving joy and tranquility into the fabric of the village life. As she fluttered back into the branches, the air felt lighter, filled with a sense of camaraderie and shared understanding. Marin and Bramble returned to the village square, where the villagers awaited eagerly. Marin recounted their adventure, her words painting a vivid picture of Lyra and her enchanting melody. The villagers listened in awe, their hearts warmed by the tale of friendship and the gentle spirit of the woods. As night embraced Lumina Hollow, the villagers gathered once more around the great fire pit. The strange chimes had transformed into a cherished memory, a gentle reminder of the magical world that embraced their village. With hearts at ease and minds at peace, they settled into their homes, the night wrapping them in its comforting embrace. And so, under a canopy of stars, Lumina Hollow returned to its tranquil slumber, the whisper of Lyra's song a soft, soothing lullaby that cradled the village in dreams as sweet as the scent of night jasmine. In a village nestled between rolling hills and surrounded by the gentle murmur of whispering pines, lived a young woman named Lyra. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as deep and green as the forest itself. Lyra was known throughout the village for her skill in weaving tapestries, yet she struggled with the idea of change. Her heart was tethered to the familiar rhythms of her daily life, where she found comfort in the predictable pattern of the loom. Every morning, the sun would rise, casting a golden glow over the village, and Lyra would sit by her window with a cup of chamomile tea, savoring the quiet moments before the bustle of the day. She cherished the stillness, the way the light danced across the wooden floorboards, and the scent of fresh bread wafting from the bakery down the lane. But as the seasons turned, a restlessness began to stir within her. It was as if the very air around her whispered of adventures untold and paths not yet walked. Despite the yearning in her heart, fear of the unknown held her back, like a vine wrapping around her ankles. One crisp morning, as the first frost of autumn kissed the leaves with silver, Lyra received a peculiar letter. It was sealed with wax and bore the emblem of a crescent moon. The letter was from an old friend named Finn, who lived in a quaint cottage on the edge of the enchanted forest. Finn was a gentle soul, known for his wisdom and a garden that flourished with the most extraordinary herbs and flowers. "Dear Lyra," the letter read, "I sense a change upon the wind, a calling for those who are ready to embrace it. Come visit me, and perhaps together we can unravel the tapestry of what is to come." Intrigued yet apprehensive, Lyra decided to visit Finn. She packed a small satchel with essentials and set out at dawn, the village still wrapped in a blanket of mist. As she walked, the path wound through fields bathed in the soft glow of early morning, the dewdrops sparkling like tiny crystals. The forest soon enveloped her, its ancient trees standing like sentinels. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth. As Lyra ventured deeper, she noticed the forest seemed to hum with a quiet magic. The leaves rustled gently, and rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns that danced upon the ground. After a time, she arrived at Finn's cottage. It was a charming little abode, with ivy climbing its stone walls and vibrant flowers spilling from window boxes. Finn greeted her with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of countless lifetimes. "Welcome, dear Lyra," he said, ushering her inside. The cottage was cozy, with a fire crackling in the hearth and the aroma of herbs hanging in the air. Books and trinkets lined the shelves, each holding a story of its own. Over tea, they spoke of many things, of dreams, of fears, and the subtle dance between them. Finn listened with the patience of an old oak, and then shared a tale of his own, of a seed that dared to grow beyond the confines of its small garden. "You see, Lyra," he said, "change is the essence of life. It is in the unfurling of a leaf, the bloom of a flower, and the journey of a river. We are all part of this grand tapestry, each thread unique in its path." As they talked, Lyra noticed a peculiar plant on the windowsill. Its leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, and tiny, luminescent flowers bloomed along its stem. "This," Finn explained, "is the moonflower. It blossoms only under the light of the full moon, a reminder that even in darkness, there is beauty waiting to be revealed." Inspired by Finn's words and the moonflower's gentle glow, Lyra felt a shift within her. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but embraced as part of life's journey. It was an invitation to grow, to discover new facets of herself, and to weave a tapestry richer and more vibrant than she had ever imagined. With renewed courage, Lyra returned to her village, her heart alight with possibility. She began to incorporate new designs into her tapestries, inspired by her time in the forest. Swirls of silver thread danced across the fabric, echoing the moonflower's luminescence. Her work blossomed in ways she had never anticipated, drawing admiration from villagers and travelers alike. But more importantly, Lyra herself blossomed, her spirit unfurling like a leaf in spring. Through the gentle guidance of Finn, the wisdom of the forest, and the quiet magic of the moonflower, Lyra learned that the most beautiful transformations often begin with the simplest of changes, a single step toward the unknown, a willingness to grow. And so, as the village settled into the embrace of night, with stars twinkling like diamonds above, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her heart was light, her mind at ease, and her dreams woven with the promise of new beginnings, under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon. Once upon a dusky eve, in the quaint village of Willowtree, strange happenings began to unfold. The townsfolk, who usually spent their evenings gathered around crackling hearths swapping tales, found their firesides mysteriously extinguished one by one. Young Rowan, an inquisitive lass with sparkling eyes, was the first to notice this oddity. As she gazed out her window that night, she saw the cheery glow of firelight winking out in house after house. The next morning, Rowan set out to investigate, her worn boots crunching through the fresh snowfall. She knocked on the door of her dear friend Hazel, a kindly elder renowned for her wisdom. "Good morrow, Rowan," Hazel greeted with a warm smile, ushering the girl inside to her cozy cottage. "What brings you out on such a frosty day?" Rowan explained the bizarre occurrence, and Hazel's brow furrowed in thought. "How peculiar. Let me consult my magical companions. They may have insight we lack." With a wave of her gnarled oak staff, Hazel summoned her faithful friends, a sprightly pixie named Glow, a wise old gnome named Mosscap, and a radiant fairy called Lumina. "Our fires too have been snuffed," Glow lamented, her gossamer wings drooping, "and our lanterns sputter and fade." "A strange chill seems to have settled over the land," rumbled Mosscap, stroking his long beard, "almost as if the very light itself is being drained away." Lumina floated closer, her golden tresses shimmering. "I sense a dark presence lurking in the shadows of the bird oak grove. Perhaps the answer lies there." Hazel nodded solemnly. "Then to the grove we must venture. Stay close, my friends, and keep your wits about you." With Rowan in tow, the unlikely band made their way through the silent, snow-hushed forest. An unnatural gloom hung in the air, the shadows seeming to pool and writhe. Rowan shivered, drawing her cloak tighter. At last, they reached the twisted boughs of the ancient bird oak. A faint, sickly miasma seeped from a crevice in the trunk. Mosscap inspected it closely, his wise eyes narrowing. "Aha! I've found the source of the darkness," he proclaimed. "A penumbra sprite, a mischievous creature that feeds on light itself. It must have taken root within this oak." "But how do we banish it?" Rowan asked anxiously. "Surely such a being of shadow will not yield easily." Lumina's radiant form brightened with determination. "Leave that to me, young one. We fairies may be delicate, but our light burns ever brilliant and true." With those words, she drifted forward and hovered before the crevice. Drawing a deep breath, Lumina began to glow with a warm, golden aura. The radiance intensified until it shone like a tiny sun, banishing every wisp of darkness from the ancient oak's hollows. A piercing shriek rent the air as the penumbra sprite was driven out, recoiling from the purifying light. It writhed and contorted, finally dissipating like a puff of oily smoke on the winter breeze. As the last of the shadows melted away, Rowan felt warmth and cheer return to the forest. In windows all across Willow Tree, flickering firelight began to glow once more. That night, the village square bustled with joyous celebration. Townsfolk gathered around great bonfires, singing songs of gratitude for the return of light, and sharing tales of Rowan's bravery long into the wee hours. And whenever the embers danced and shadows stretched long across the snowy ground, Rowan would smile and remember the wise friends who had helped banish the darkness from their cherished home. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, there existed a place where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered age-old secrets. Here in a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls and a chimney that puffed lazy curls of smoke, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnuts, her eyes as bright as the morning sky, and her heart as warm as the sun-drenched meadows that surrounded her home. Lila shared her home with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories were as captivating as the twinkling stars on a clear night. The village often said that grandmother's tales were laced with magic, and perhaps they were right. For every story she told seemed to come alive, painting pictures so vivid that they lingered in the minds of those who heard them long after the fire had died down to embers. One chilly evening, as the wind murmured through the trees and the fireplace crackled warmly, Lila sat beside her grandmother, her head resting against the old woman's shoulder. "Tell me a story, grandmother," she whispered, her voice soft and sleepy. Grandmother smiled gently, her eyes twinkling with mischief and a touch of something older, something ancient. "Very well, my dear," she said, her voice wrapping around Lila like a soft woolen blanket. "Tonight, I shall tell you the tale of the enchanted compass." Lila settled deeper into her grandmother's embrace, the world outside fading to a mere shadow as the story began to unfold. "Long ago," grandmother began, "in a time when the world was young and brimming with undiscovered wonders, there was a humble toymaker named Finn. He lived at the edge of a bustling town, in a workshop filled with the scent of wood shavings and the sound of clockwork ticking. Finn was a gentle soul, his hands skilled in the art of creation, his heart rich with kindness. Among his many creations was a peculiar object, a compass that did not point north, nor in any direction known to man. Instead, it was said to guide the bearer to their heart's true desire. But it was no ordinary compass, for it could only be seen by those pure of heart and intent." As grandmother spoke, Lila imagined the toymaker's workshop, the flickering light of candles casting playful shadows on the walls, the air filled with the rich aroma of pine and cedar. She could almost hear the soft ticking of the clockwork, a gentle heartbeat in the silence. "One day," continued grandmother, "a traveler named Kai arrived at Finn's doorstep. He was a young man, weary from his journeys, but his eyes held a spark of determination, a yearning for something he could not name. Sensing the traveler's longing, Finn offered him the compass, its needle spinning in a dance known only to it. "This," Finn said, placing the compass in Kai's hands, "will lead you to what you truly seek. But be warned, the path may not be what you expect." With gratitude, Kai accepted the gift, and thus began his journey, a journey not just across lands unknown, but into the depths of his own heart. Lila could feel the pull of the compass, the weight of its promise, heavy with mystery and hope. She imagined Kai setting out at dawn, the world bathed in the soft hues of sunrise, each step carrying him further into the unknown. As Kai traveled, grandmother continued, he encountered many wonders: a forest where the trees sang with voices like wind chimes, a lake whose waters reflected not the sky, but the dreams of those who gazed into its depths. Yet the compass led him onward, its needle unwavering in its dance. Along the way, Kai met a curious creature, a small, mischievous fox with fur as white as snow and eyes as clever as a winter's night. The fox, sensing Kai's good heart, decided to accompany him, prancing by his side, offering companionship and laughter. Lila smiled at the thought of the fox, its playful antics bringing lightness to Kai's journey. She could almost hear its soft paws on the forest floor, a comforting presence amidst the vastness of the world. As the days turned to weeks, grandmother continued, her voice soft and steady, Kai began to understand that the compass was leading him not just across the land, but through the landscape of his own soul. He faced challenges that tested his courage and his kindness, teaching him the value of patience and the strength found in friendship. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, Kai found himself at the edge of a great forest, an ancient place where time seemed to stand still. The compass, for the first time, ceased its spinning, the needle pointing steadily into the heart of the woods. Lila held her breath, her imagination weaving the scene with threads of anticipation and wonder. She could feel the forest's presence, its ancient wisdom whispering through the rustling leaves, its shadows deep and inviting. Kai entered the forest, grandmother said, her voice a gentle breeze in the quiet room, his heart steady, his mind open. The fox trotted beside him, its eyes reflecting the fading light, its spirit as bright as a star. As they ventured deeper, the forest began to change. The trees, tall and majestic, stood like silent sentinels, their bark etched with runes of a language long forgotten. The air shimmered with a gentle magic, a presence that wrapped around Kai like a familiar embrace. Lila imagined the forest alive with unseen wonders, its secrets woven into the very fabric of the earth. She could hear the soft rustle of leaves, the distant call of a nightingale, the world holding its breath in anticipation. At the heart of the forest, grandmother whispered, her voice a lullaby in the night, Kai found what he had truly been seeking, a hidden grove where a spring bubbled with water clear as crystal, its surface reflecting the stars above. Here in this sacred place, Kai realized that his journey had not been about reaching a destination, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within himself. Leela felt a warmth spread through her chest, a gentle glow of understanding and peace. She imagined Kai standing by the spring, the fox at his side, the compass now still, its purpose fulfilled. With the fox's companionship and the forest's quiet grace, grandmother concluded, Kai found his heart's desire, not a place or a treasure, but a deeper connection to the world around him and a profound understanding of his own spirit. And so, with a heart full of gratitude, Kai returned to Finn, the compass in his hand, his journey complete. The toymaker welcomed him with a smile, his eyes twinkling with the knowledge that the greatest journey is often within. As grandmother's voice faded into the soft crackling of the fire, Lila sighed contentedly, her eyes drifting closed, the story weaving its magic into her dreams. She imagined the forest, eternal and wise, the compass a silent sentinel in her hand, guiding her to her own heart's desires. And as the night deepened, the cottage nestled in its blanket of stars, Lila slept, her dreams filled with the wonders of the world, the gentle laughter of a fox, and the quiet wisdom of a journey well taken. Title: The Whispering Woods Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderglow, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering woods seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm, and in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends. As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. In the serene village of Willowgrove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky, to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome. for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willowgrove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Finn. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley the wise old oak tree, and Flutter the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the Enchanted Grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. In this village, ivy-clad cottages stood under the watchful embrace of towering oak trees, their branches whispering ancient secrets to the winds. Among these cottages, at the end of a winding cobblestone path, was the home of a young woman named Eleanor. Eleanor had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the routines that shaped her days. She knew every stone in the path she walked, every note of the birdsong that greeted her at dawn. Yet, as the seasons began to shift from the vibrant energy of summer to the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor felt a growing unease, a restlessness she could not quite name. The familiar patterns of her life seemed to stifle rather than soothe, and she found herself yearning for something just beyond her reach. One crisp morning, as the first golden leaves tumbled from the trees like coins from a treasure chest, Eleanor set out for a walk in the nearby forest, seeking solace in the rustling leaves and soft earth. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight that made her heart pause. A small, glistening pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. Drawn to its tranquil beauty, Eleanor knelt at the water's edge. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface, and from its depths emerged a curious creature. It was a small, luminous fish with scales that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows. The fish spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in Eleanor's mind. "Greetings, Eleanor," the fish said with a gentle nod. "I am the Keeper of Waters. You have come seeking change, have you not?" Eleanor blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. "I suppose I have," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, "but I do not know what it is that I seek." The Keeper of Waters glided closer, its eyes wise and knowing. "Change is a river, ever flowing, ever changing," it said. "It can be daunting, yet it is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will discover your true self." As these words settled in her heart, the pond began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. Eleanor felt a gentle warmth spread through her, and when she looked around, she found herself no longer alone. The forest had transformed, and standing beside her were creatures of the wood, the spirited fox, the wise owl, and the playful squirrel, all friends she had known since her childhood. Each creature spoke in turn, their voices weaving a tapestry of encouragement and support. The fox, with eyes like amber, spoke of courage and the joy of exploration. The owl, perched with grace, shared wisdom and the importance of patience. The squirrel chattered about the delight found in small wonders and the magic of discovery. With each word, Eleanor felt a growing sense of peace and possibility. She saw her life not as a series of fixed patterns, but as a journey filled with endless potential. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to new adventures and self-discovery. In gratitude, Eleanor thanked the Keeper of Waters and her woodland friends. As she rose to leave, the pond's light faded, and the forest returned to its familiar form. Yet within Eleanor's heart, a transformation had begun, a spark of courage and curiosity that would guide her forward. Returning to Willowbrook, Eleanor found that the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive. She welcomed the changing seasons, each day an opportunity to learn and grow. She embraced new experiences, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in her newfound resilience. And so, in the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the Keeper of Waters, she learned that life, like the shimmering pond, was a mirror reflecting the endless possibilities within her. In time, Eleanor became a beacon of inspiration for others in Willowbrook, her story a reminder that change, though challenging, can lead to the most wondrous discoveries. and as the stars twinkled above the village each night, the gentle hum of the forest sang a lullaby of hope and transformation, a song that carried the promise of new beginnings for all who dared to dream. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient elderwood forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that graced this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits, glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself." And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Mistywood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, Yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Isla rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Isla awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Isla approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Isla pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Isla often visited her dear friend Aidan, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aidan had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aidan said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Isla awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Misty Wood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the Pendant of Verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The Pendant of Verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the Pendant of Verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom, that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the glade of whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the Story Keeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and sunlight filtered gently through a canopy of ancient oaks, there existed a world untouched by time. This was a land where the whispers of the wind carried secrets from one generation to the next, and every creature, from the smallest ant to the mightiest stag, played a role in the grand tapestry of life. The forest was alive with colors and sounds that danced through the senses, leaves rustling in a gentle breeze, streams murmuring over smooth stones, and the distant calls of birds that painted the sky with their graceful arcs. Here, nature was both the stage and the storyteller, weaving tales of harmony and balance that had been passed down through countless seasons. At the heart of this forest stood a great oak, its branches stretching wide, as if to embrace the sky. It was known as the Elder Tree, the guardian of the forest, and beneath its boughs, creatures of all kinds gathered to share their stories and learn from its ancient wisdom. The Elder Tree had seen the birth of stars and the passing of ages, and its deep, resonant voice was a soothing balm to all who listened. One cool autumn morning, as the sun began its lazy ascent, painting the sky with strokes of amber and gold, a gentle squirrel named Fern scurried through the fallen leaves. Her fur was the color of warm chestnuts, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Fern had long been enchanted by the stories told by the Elder Tree, and she often found herself drawn to the gatherings beneath its expansive branches. That morning, as the forest awoke in a symphony of sound and color, Fern noticed something unusual. The leaves, usually vibrant in their autumnal hues, seemed to be shimmering with a soft, golden light. It was as if the forest itself was glowing, breathing with a life more vivid than ever before. Intrigued, Fern quickened her pace, eager to reach the Elder Tree and uncover the mystery of this magical dawn. As she arrived, she found a small assembly of forest creatures already gathered. Wise old badgers, graceful deer, and a family of rabbits huddled close together. They all gazed up at the Elder Tree with a mix of awe and anticipation. The air was filled with a gentle hum, a melody that seemed to emanate from the tree itself, resonating with the heartbeat of the forest. The Elder Tree, sensing the presence of its attentive audience, began to speak in its deep, melodious voice, rich with the wisdom of ages. "Dear friends," it intoned, "today you witness a rare and wondrous phenomenon, the dance of the seasons. It is a time when the essence of the forest shifts, a sign of balance and renewal, as one season makes way for another. The creatures listened with rapt attention, their hearts swelling with a sense of unity and purpose. Fern, perched on a low branch, felt a warmth spread through her, as if she were part of something far greater than herself. The elder tree continued. Each season brings its own gifts and challenges, teaching us lessons of patience, resilience, and harmony. We must cherish these gifts and learn from them, for they are the threads that weave the fabric of our world. As the elder tree spoke, the shimmering light intensified, enveloping the forest in a gentle glow. It was as if the very soul of the forest was singing, a melody of life and light that filled every corner of the ancient woods. Fern closed her eyes, letting the music wash over her, feeling a deep connection to the earth and sky, to every leaf and creature that called this place home. In that moment, Fern understood the true meaning of balance, the delicate dance between the changing seasons, each one a vital part of the greater whole. She realized that just as the forest embraced the cycle of life, so too must she embrace the changes in her own journey, trusting in the wisdom of the ages and the power of friendship and community. As the light began to fade, returning the forest to its familiar hues, the creatures slowly dispersed, their hearts full of wonder and gratitude. Fern lingered a moment longer, her eyes turned skyward, silently thanking the elder tree for sharing its wisdom and the beauty of the dance of the seasons. With a newfound sense of purpose, Fern bounded back through the forest, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, she would meet them with courage and grace, drawing strength from the lessons of the forest and the enduring bonds of friendship. As the day turned to dusk and the moon rose high above the treetops, casting a silver glow over the sleeping forest, the ancient woods remained a sanctuary of peace and harmony. And beneath the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the creatures of the forest dreamt of the endless cycle of seasons, each one a testament to the beauty and balance of nature. In the quiet of the night, the wind carried the promise of a new dawn, whispering tales of hope and renewal to all who listened. And so the forest lived on, a timeless realm where magic and reality danced hand in hand, a gentle reminder of the enduring power of nature and the wisdom found in every leaf and stone.